Chapter 1, Lake's Story. What is the New York Police Department? I tell you. The FBI has no right to investigate cases, our New York Police Department has. Cases that the CIA dare not investigate, our New York Police Department dare to investigate. The case that the Department of Homeland Security does not dare to take over, our New York Police Department dare. Citizen Charter, there are no taboos. As long as it is on the land of New York, within the jurisdiction of the New York Police Department, at any time, in any case, the New York Police Department has absolute priority. This is the right granted to us by the Constitution and the 8 million citizens of New York. Loyal to death. This is our motto, and it is what you need to keep in mind from this moment. At the opening ceremony of the new New York Police Academy, countless young cute newcomers opened their mouths and looked at the suits and leather shoes on the stage. The very handsome man with short blonde hair and gold-rimmed glasses supported his speech, opening his own words. The mouth cannot be closed for a long time. It turns out. Our New York Police Department is so awesome. Why didn't you know before? A few college leaders sitting in the first row looked at each other, and then looked at Lake, who was uttering rants on it and deliberately or unintentionally belittle other law enforcement agencies. Their eyes throbbed. Swell. The Dean. The New York Police Department, is there no one else? Others have been sent out to investigate the World Trade Center case. This Detective Lake Edwin is the detective of the 3rd Murder and Serious Crime Investigation Team of the police station, so the Bureau recommended him to come. Murder and serious cases? Are you sure, since it is the inspector, there was such a big incident in New York last month, why didn't he go out and investigate? When asked by the dean of the college, Swell, the director of the college office, was silent for a while. He glanced at Lake, who was talking about justice and glory on the stage, and whispered to the dean beside him and said carefully, "This Lake Ed detective when was reported last month that he had collected a sum of black money. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is investigating him, so he was temporarily suspended from working outside during this period." After hearing these words, the dean looked at Lake on the stage, a little dumbfounded. A detective who is being investigated for illegal money ran to the opening ceremony of the police academy and talked about the history and glory of the New York Police Department. Does it fit? Lake thinks it's quite appropriate. He was totally wronged. What is collecting black money? As a detective, making transactions with criminals and then collecting money is called collecting black money. I'm sorry. Lake has never, he likes to eat black. Collect black money? Collecting black money can only take a part of the criminal's money, and black eating and black are good, and it can take all of the criminal's money. What? This is not possible, and the nature is even worse? What? Lao Tzu's soul is not a New Yorker. The morality and nature here have something to do with him. After a lifetime, Lake's purpose is one. Wave. As long as the waves do not die, they will die. Moreover, a step-by-step life, with the salary of the New York Police Department, a year without food or drink is not enough for him to draw a lottery. Liberty Eagle sauce, shoot out every day. Violence is the theme and romance here. I came here to find excitement, otherwise, who would come? How can it compare with my great East Country in terms of stability and harmony? Soon. Around 11 o'clock in the morning. After Lake finished his endless speech, under the applause of the 300 cute new policemen in the audience, he shook hands with the dean of the police academy on stage, and then retired. Before leaving, Lake always felt that the dean looked at him with a weird expression. But once again, it's my shit. After leaving the gate of the academy, Lake turned his head and glanced at the sign of the police academy behind him, took out a cigarette, dipped it into his mouth, lighted it on himself, and spit out a smoke ring before moving towards the blue car parked at the door. The colored Chevrolet walked. Boarding. Close the door. Smoking. Lake started the car, smoking a cigarette, driving the car out of the parking space with one hand, and then drove in the direction of the New York Police Department. Yes, it is. Lake is not a local, or even a person in this world. Although this is also called the Earth, it is no longer the planet Lake was originally on. There is a Stark Industries group in New York on this Earth. Did it exist on the previous Earth? Have. In comics or movies? Yes, it is. This is the Marvel Universe, or Lake is more willing to call it the Mizzen Universe. 30 years ago. Lake is an orphan. And then Lake grew up step by step. There was a foster family that was barely acceptable. He finished high school with K-12 free compulsory education. After graduating from high school, Lake joined the army. Nothing else, just to be able to go to university for free. Lake is an orphan. After finishing high school, there are 3 ways to go on to college. The first is that academic performance is very good, and you can directly get a full scholarship from a certain university. Not only can you go to university for free, but you can even get money every month. This is a school tyrant, which is called earning money from school. The second type is family subsidy or student loans from major banks. After graduation, I have to repay the loan for more than 10 years and save money. This is called spending money to go to school. And although the family that adopted Lake is not bad, it is not biological after all, and their biological daughter also needs money, and Lake is embarrassed to open these mouthfuls. Lake chose the third road, the road of white prostitution. Joined the army. After retiring from the military, you can go to university for free and without exams. You can even choose an Ivy League school. But this kind of free is not for nothing, but is conditional. The basis for this free is that you can successfully graduate from the university. If you can't, I'm sorry, then it's not free and you need to pay the university tuition in full. Is fine. Lake is not a schoolmaster, but the others are okay. At least it is okay to graduate. Then after graduation, Lake ran to the New York Police Department and successfully started as a police detective with the Ivy League school's diploma. Now he has become a detective. No way. Lake needs money, combined with other conditions. Lake thinks, reading www.uyugonshu.com seems that only the Law Enforcement Bureau can satisfy him. He has a hang. What is the characteristics of the plugin of the other passer? Lake does not know, but his own plugin, Lake can guarantee that it must be a plugin produced by a certain Penguin group. And it was produced by Penguin in 3030. Krypton Gold can become a god. Yes, it is. This is the name of Lake plugin, simple and crude, easy to understand, and very clear at a glance. This plugin has only one function. Lottery. Krypton Lucky Draw. There is a lottery draw for every $100,000. It is not deceptive, and there is no ceiling. As long as you have money, he can let you. The lottery prizes range from guns and ammunition to the stars and the sea. This is why Lake suspects that the factory date of this plugin is 3030. Good fellow. $100,000 will be drawn once. Do you think this is Zimbabwean currency? It is estimated that in 3030, the exchange rate of the US dollar against the renminbi has fallen to the point where it can only be exchanged for 10 renminbi. But now? Frankly speaking, when Lake knew about the lottery function, he didn't know if he should cry without tears, or if he should feel immensely proud of the strength of the motherland. Chapter 2, 100,000 Draw Stories. $100,000 in a lottery? Let's put it this way. Although Lake is already an inspector of the New York Police Department, his annual salary is only more than $90,000. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can't draw a prize once a year? Garbage plug-in. Garbage penguin. Fortunately, this job in the New York Police Department is not Lake's main job. For Lake, the New York Police Department's job is a part-time job. Lake's main job is a famous killer. The famous killer Black King under the Continental Hotel. The reason why Lake joined the New York Police Department is simple. This is New York. And the intelligence of the New York Police Department is not worse than that of other departments. And so, Lake needs a proper job, and he also needs a source of his own intelligence, plus other reasons. If this is not the case, Lake chose to be an inspector for his part-time job. Thinking about it, I feel sensational. At the Continental Hotel party, a killer said that he was from a textile factory, a killer said that he was from an insurance group, and Lake said that I was a killer from the New York Police Department. Funny laugh. Unbelievable. Actually, if you think about it, it's easy to figure it out. This is the land of Yin-Jong, and Lake will help Yin-Jong maintain social order unless his brain is short-circuited. Is not for the dark under the lights. After all, he is a killer. He occasionally needs to kill someone. When the time comes, he will kill someone at night. During the day, he will investigate the homicide. Of course. Another reason is that Lake chose to become a killer or a detective, or even a high school graduation to choose to become a soldier. Plug-in. At the age of 16, when the plug-in was just launched, a chance to draw a prize was presented. That time the Emperor was lucky. SSR skill, immortal. Immortal body, skills, SSR level, mysterious, no damage can kill you, you will be injured, you will bleed, but you will never die. When he drew this skill, Lake realized it. This is the rhythm to make him wave. But after that, in the 3 lottery draws to the present, Lake drew a lonely one. For Lake, who won the SSR skill for the first time, it was indeed a lonely one. For the second time, relying on the Army's salary and the dividends of certain actions to save up to $100,000, Lake did not think about buying himself an apartment for a lottery. I thought that the second time would be as lucky as the first time, but I felt lonely. Glock 17 pistol, props, gradeless, infinite, with unlimited bullets, automatically blessing everything is reasonable, even if you shoot yourself 100 times, no third party will question your bullet quantity. Lake was about to vomit blood while holding this infinite bullet pistol. $100,000. Perhaps this $100,000 was the most to buy fried dough sticks in 3030, but at that time, it was a huge sum of money to buy a bachelor apartment in New York. As a result, I bought a pistol for $100,000. Even if it is unlimited, it is enough to make Lake vomit blood. The third time. The extra money that Lake earned when he was in college plus the $10,000 for scientific experiments. Result. Seeing Chen building apartment, K-series legendary props, no level, an apartment on 5th Avenue in Manhattan, sitting on a large space of 500 square meters, owning it, may be the starting point for you to embark on the peak of life. Complete procedures, it is your inheritance. The first year property tax has been paid successfully, please pay attention to it in time. Lake was quite happy at first, which was equivalent to buying a mansion worth millions of dollars for $100,000, but seeing the text in the brackets, Lake was thinking about whether to sell it for the first time. The fourth time. After graduating from Lake University, I joined the Continental Hotel and paid the salary of the New York Police Department. Yesterday, I just dumped the property tax that was due this year, and collected $100,000 for the 4th lottery. Result. Copy, skill type, R level, fantasy system, the role is the same as the name, it can be copied, skill type, it can be copied when encountering a copyable target, available times *3. For this result, Lake didn't know what to say. In the result of this lottery, Lake felt that he had made a profit at first sight, but after the actual operation, Lake felt that he was lonely again. Let's put it this way. After Lake acquired this skill yesterday, he ran to 117 Brick Avenue and squatted for a day, and finally waited for a guy dressed like an ascetic to appear on the street. Lake chose to use it at that time. But The difference in strength is too high, the reading skill fails, and the copy fails. Lake was dumbfounded. I originally thought it was a skill, but I didn't expect it to be a skill. It's no wonder that replication is not an SSR level, but an R-level skill. But after being dumbfounded, Lake pondered the tips given by the plugin. The difference in strength is too high. This is the key. The tip of the plugin is that the difference in strength is too high, rather than other levels or attributes. If the difference in other things is too high, Lake may have nothing to do. But strength can be compensated. At the moment, the extraordinary can't be copied, then the ordinary can be copied. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is slowly copying, and the strength is not going to go up? Lake comforted himself like that. Manhattan. Police Station Plaza. New York Police Department. The largest in the United States, and even one of the largest and oldest police stations in the world. The New York Police Department has the most extensive management system. Even the FBI, in front of the New York Police Department, is willing to bow down. There are more than 30,000 official police officers, nearly 5,000 police officers, nearly 6,000 school security personnel, and more than 50,000 police cars. What does the FBI compare with? Is comparable? There are many departments under the New York Police Department. There are even some departments that Lake has never dealt with until now. Lake is currently the third homicide and serious case inspector of the New York Police Department's serious crime team. There are two detectives on it, the same level, George Stacy from the first serious crime team, and Kate from the second serious crime team. Beckett. In the 13-level upgrade system of the New York Police Department, Lake has climbed to the 5th level, and further up, it is the police inspector and the police inspector. Around the 10th of last month, an anonymous report letter regarding the complaint against Lake for collecting black money was delivered to the Internal Affairs Investigation Division. The Internal Affairs Investigation Division looked at it, good fellow, immediately started to get up and go through the process intently. Lake was also suspended for investigation temporarily in accordance with regulations. But, regardless of how the Internal Affairs Department investigated Lake's financial situation this month, it was unable to link Lake with the $50,000 in the report letter. And from the perspective of daily expenses, although Lake has a mansion, his daily expenses, let's put it this way, the thief couldn't help crying when he saw the water in Lake Bank. Is too poor. Chapter 3, New York Police Department 3 Inspector. Even at the end of the investigation, the Internal Affairs Bureau did not find anything else, but found out one thing. Not only does Lake not have any improper income, but it also regularly donates a sum of money to the social welfare of various places every month. Mechanism. In the end, some female investigators couldn't bear to go on to investigate. These ones was secretly revealed to him by a soft-hearted female investigator. Lake wants to laugh. The Internal Affairs Bureau couldn't find any clues, and Lake was not surprised at all. After all, Lake didn't want to be a police detective because he wanted to eat black people, but because he wanted to be able to eat black people while having his own intelligence network, he came to be a police detective. This is a very important primary and secondary question. A word. Lake came prepared, not unprepared. A&D. The so-called regular donation to the orphanage must be done by the plug-in. After all, some abnormal money and black money were directly given to the plug-in in cash. The last lottery draw also used his own salary, and the salary part of the money is obvious. Of course it is impossible to disappear directly. But it is not important. The important thing is that under Lake's preparedness, the investigation by the Internal Affairs Investigation Section has undoubtedly reached a deadlock. It is precisely because of this that Lake was appointed by the Commissioner to give an opening speech at the Police Academy, but there is little evidence from the Internal Investigation Department that this would not be the case. Unfortunately, the Internal Affairs Department has no evidence at all, but the Internal Affairs Department is unwilling to close the case. The reason? Lake has some personal grievances with the investigator who led the investigation this time. Let's put it this way. There is a story about hats. Lake is not proud. God can testify for Lake when the woman clearly stated that she was single. Get in. On the top floor of the New York Police Department building, Lake pushed open the office door and greeted the current New York Police Commissioner sitting in his chair, Director. Director Bird looked up at Lake, who came in, reached out and gestured on the chair in front of the desk, and then waited until Lake sat down and said, "The speech is very good." The guy Curtis said that the new students were full of enthusiasm. "Even after I watched the video, my blood boiled over." Lake said, "Thank you for the compliment, the director." Modest? Can that thing be eaten? Director Bird folded his hands and pointed to a document in front of Lake. "The investigation report of the Internal Affairs Division has come out. What do you think of the result?" Lake said, "I have confiscated a penny of black money." He always eats black and collects black money, which is not in line with his personality. Director Bird did not open the investigation report in front of him. He grabbed it and threw it into the trash can next to Lake's gaze. "Congratulations, Inspector Edwin, your suspension is over today." Lake stood up. "Thank you, Director." Strictly speaking, this incident should not have been announced by the Chief Bird in front of him, but by the Montgomery inspector of their murder and crime unit. But Director Bird and Lake shook hands and said, "This is what I can help you in my position. If it weren't for you, Jonathan would not have come off the battlefield alive." Jonathan, a teammate of Lake when he joined the army, Lake saved his life in an operation on an overseas battlefield, and Lake only learned later that Jonathan's father was the Chief Bird in front of him. Lake said, "This is what I should, Chief, I and Jonathan are teammates." Director Bird nodded and sat down again. Lake said upon seeing this, "Director, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." Director Bird nodded, not saying anything. Lake turned and left. Serious Case Team Floor. The serious crime team that occupies an entire floor is located on the third floor of the police station building. It can ensure that the police can be dispatched as quickly as possible. All three teams of the serious crime team are here. Ding! As soon as the elevator door opened, when Lake was about to go out, a woman who had not met before and dressed in casual clothes, who seemed to be a member of the police world, said to let her go and passed in front of Lake. Walked into the office of Inspector Montgomery. Lake blinked. "Hi bro. Esposito." Serving in the second group of the serious case, under Inspector Beckett, Esposito, who has a trace of Mexican descent, walked out of the cafe next to him with his coffee, said hello to Lake, and watched as he walked into Montgomery. The back of the casual lady in the police inspector's office asked curiously, "Who is this?" "Do not know." Lake said with a shrug, then moved his nose, and then stepped back to the side. "Jesus Christ, brother, what does this smell on you? Although the taste of Western human body is heavy, shouldn't you pay more attention to personal hygiene?" Lake bought deodorants in various flavors, including orange, apple and banana. "We squatted in the car for 3 days and just caught the Afghan driver who was cooperating with the terrorists. What do you think? You should really take a bath. It's work time now. Believe me, if the police inspector smells your body, he would rather you go back to take a shower than let you stay here and pollute the air here." Lake said sincerely towards Esposito, and then pointed to a group of empty places. "George haven't come back yet." Esposito said, "Not yet, their collection of evidence against the Daisha crime family is over, and it should be time to go and arrest someone." "Awesome!" Lake exclaimed. The Daisha crime family is a small criminal organization. There are at least more than 20 such organizations in New York. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. However, there is a lot of backing behind the Daisha family. It is said that The Daisha crime family is one of the many younger brothers under Hell's Kitchen carrying Zi Jin and his men. Jin Bin's name resounds throughout the law enforcement community in New York. After all, any stunned youth who has just joined the law enforcement team will think about arresting Jin Bin one day after learning who Jin Bin is. What a pity! Everyone knows that Jin Dong is very bad and cruel, but people are rich. In the past few years, no one thought about arresting Jin Dong, but every time that seemingly conclusive evidence comes to the court, it can be used for money and money. The lawyer hired by Wang Gao found loopholes that the judge would not accept. Jin may not kill law enforcement officers, but Jin does not dare to attack the jury members, and Jin does not have the same relationship with the City Hall or even the New York State Hall. Most of the inspectors in other sub-bureaus are avoiding money and acting like snakes, except for the 3 inspectors in the General Bureau. This may be the reason why Lake and Beckett and George can become the 3 major detectives of the General Bureau of Crime Squad. Lake said towards Esposito, "The Daisha family is a small family, but if Daisha is destroyed, it is estimated that it will be gold enough and uncomfortable for a while." Esposito said, "Isn't this how we made the hair removal plan?" Lake laughed. Last year, when Lake and George and Beckett got together for a drink, they talked about the ultimate prize in the law enforcement community in New York, that is, when the gold merged, the 3 of them worked out the so-called code-named hair removal plan. Chapter 4, Newcomers and Cases. Jin is terrible, terrifying, and powerful, but the biggest horror comes from the forces of Jin, and those criminal organizations attached to Jin's surroundings. Hair removal. The so-called hair removal, as the name suggests, is to get rid of these criminal organizations. Slowly, when the hair removal is finished, the golden merger is just the golden merger. Correct. Esposito's eyes suddenly lit up, and he punched Lake in the shoulder. "Congratulations, buddy, the mad dogs of the Internal Affairs Department finally see that you can't bite you anymore." Lake shrugged, "I don't share the same with Sin. Everyone knows that if a mad dog bites me, then you have to bite me. Don't let me know who made the report anonymously. After you know, I will reunite your family." Not long. Lake and Esposito were chatting in the office area of the second group, and by the way, they held the office of Inspector Montgomery, the boss of the crime team. After all, his police badge and pistol were in the office of Inspector Montgomery. Soon, Inspector Montgomery's office door opened. The Montgomery inspector of African descent walked out of the office, took a look, and said to Lake, who was in the second office area, "Lake." Lake got up. Montgomery turned around and prepared to return to the office. When he was about to turn around, he moved his nose, and then his eyes fell on Esposito, who took off his coat and put deodorant under his armpits. "God, Espo, how much are you? Heaven hasn't cleaned yourself, God, this air, hot eyes. Espo." Lake glanced at Esposito and shrugged, with the expression "I told you earlier," and laughed. Entered the office. Lake first glanced at the woman who had just met in the elevator in the office, and then said to Montgomery, "Inspector." Montgomery pointed to the woman next to him and then introduced to Lake, "Lake, this is Detective Joe Martinez from the 13th Precinct." Lake smiled and nodded at the Joe Martinez detective. "Just." Lake is a little curious. "Tell me what you are doing." Lake's 3 groups are the most unique, because there is only Lake in the 3 groups. When Lake was promoted to detective last year, there were 2 members, but unfortunately all of them were sacrificed. Lake chose to handle the case independently on the grounds of sorrow. After 2 cases, the police inspector and the director acquiesced. "Introduce a police detective this time?" "When I am a nursery school." Lake looked at the Montgomery inspector, a little confused. Inspector Montgomery said, "Lake, Detective Joe Martinez has just been transferred from the 13th Precinct to join you." "As expected." Lake raised his eyebrows, "Sir." The words are not finished yet, the detective Joe Martinez next to him also said, "Sir." the two said in unison. Four eyes face each other. Lake made a "your first" gesture very politely. Detective Martinez said to the Montgomery superintendent, "Sir, with all due respect, as far as I know, Inspector Lake Edwin is currently under investigation. The implication is obvious. She doesn't want to partner with someone who tends to be black police." Lake also didn't bother to explain. He had a clear conscience anyway. He had always been black and never collected black money. Moreover, his slogan of being incompatible with crime was very marketable. At least when Lake was under investigation, a group of people, both George and Beckett in the second group, are for the Lake platform. The crime team believes him just fine. Other people's views: Lake has a relationship with Wool. Lake said directly, "Sir, George said that there is a shortage of staff, and glanced at Joe Martinez next to him. Lake smiled and said that he was not aimed at you, and then continued to Montgomery, "I like to handle the case alone, I don't like bringing a baby." The Martinez raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Baby? Is this talking about me?" Inspector Montgomery looked at the two of them, laughed, and said to Lake, "I didn't say that Detective Martinez would be your third group." Lake breathed a sigh of relief. Inspector Montgomery said, "George's group has special operations and is not suitable for joining newcomers halfway. After George finishes the mission, Detective Martinez will go to one group, but before that, she will get acquainted with your three groups. The workflow and environment of our serious department." Paused. Inspector Montgomery said to Detective Martinez, "Also, Detective Martinez, the investigation about Inspector Edwin has ended. He has no questions, do you understand?" Detective Martinez nodded, "Yes, sir, I understand." Inspector Montgomery looked at Lake, "And you, why did this investigation occur, don't you know it yourself? Why do law enforcement agencies handle cases with two or more people? On the one hand, the two are not tired from work, on the other hand, they are supervising each other. But what about Lake? One person handles the case." Naturally, after the anonymous report letter came, someone who wanted to prove that Lake did not collect black money could not find a witness. This is why Lake will be investigated temporarily. Change to George in the first group and Beckett in the second group? Unless it is not anonymous and there is strong evidence, reading www.uugonshu.com. Otherwise, the Internal Affairs Investigation Division will not start the investigation process easily. Lake curled his lips. There is a chance to deal with a case alone. There is a burden next to it. How to eat black for black? Do you want to share it with other people? What is the meaning of eating black for black? Means eating alone. If you find someone to share with you, what is the essential difference between it and those black policemen who collect black money in groups? I want to return. Lake said to the Montgomery inspector, "I understand what you said, but I still like someone. You know, I can't stand my teammates dying by my side or dragging oil bottles. A word. I accept the opinion, but I refuse to change." Inspector Montgomery shook his head, pulled out a document from the side and threw it in front of Lake. "This is the file from the prison just now. George has action. Kate's group has just finished a mission. Just in time, you are reinstated. Yes, this case will be handed over to you. You and Detective Martinez will handle this case together. You should take the area first." "It's okay." Lake sighed inwardly. "Do I have a choice?" Lake thought, stretched out his hand to take the file, and shrugged toward the Montgomery inspector. "Understood, sir, you know me, I don't share sin." Inspector Montgomery laughed. Detective Joe Martinez. Chapter 5, Star Building. Manhattan 5th Avenue. Star Building. A very magical mansion. The founder of the mansion has adhered to a maverick principle when he began to sell the first apartment after the building was completed. African descent are not allowed to stay in it. To this end, The founder of the building has fought nearly 500 lawsuits in nearly 2 decades. With the support of the residents of the building, no one loses. Because this rule is not straightforward, and apartment tenants will tacitly abide by this principle when selling apartments. Even if the African Americans are twice the market price, they will not sell them, because once someone sells them to African Americans, other apartment tenants he would unite to boycott that guy, and the boycott from all aspects gave that guy a deep understanding of the power of money. 38 floors. Lake just entered the house and saw his girlfriend, who had already returned home earlier than he was, cooking in the kitchen. My girlfriend works in the same building as Lake, but not on the first floor. My girlfriend is one of the experts in the hostage negotiation team of the New York Police Department and a psychotherapist. Maureen Hand. The girlfriend, who was busy cooking dinner in the kitchen, looked at Lake entering the house. I'm back. Lake gave a hum, took off his suit jacket, walked over, hugged his girlfriend and kissed him, looked at the food being cooked, raised his eyebrows in a bit of pain. So today is vegetable day once a week? Correct answer. Can I apply to go to the beef restaurant next door to eat? No way. Maureen pushed Lake out with a smile on his face. Don't bother me, it will be done soon. Lake wailed. He is a carnivore, and this weekly vegetable day is simply a disaster day for him. Can vegetables be full? Lake tried to fight for it. My dear, you know that I have been reinstated and I have just taken over a case. If there is no heat, I will be very weak. Maureen smiled at the corner of his eyes. So will you rest tonight? Lake's eyes widened. What? No, no, no. Maureen said, then you are not weak, you work very hard, you work hard every night. Lake. I suspect you are driving, and it's an express train. Lake opened his mouth and looked at the boiled broccoli during the conversation. The emerald green color was very fresh and attractive in his girlfriend's eyes, but it was abnormal in his eyes. Just looking at it, I found it difficult to download. Swallowed. Is over. I knew that today is vegetable day, so I won't be back so early. Lake's thoughts rushed. While waiting for the food to be on the table, he prayed for an emergency call at this time, telling him that the building next door to the World Trade Center had also been hit by a plane. But Lake's prayers fell through. On the table, Lake looked at the few green vegetables on the plate in front of him, and he had no appetite. The girlfriend sitting opposite was eating with gusto. Correct. Maureen looked up at Lake, who was pawing and pulling for 10 seconds and eating a vegetable in 3 minutes, and asked casually, I heard that you have a new partner just after reinstatement? Or a beautiful woman? Lake raised his eyebrows. Okay. Lake put down his fork and looked at his girlfriend Maureen, who was sitting across from him. Who told you, Montgomery or Esposito? These big mouths. The thing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was only 6 o'clock, I'm afraid the whole police station already knows it. Maureen smiled and said, your crime team is an important department of the police station. There is no one. What happened on your floor is the most hidden. I know from Olivia. Olivia. Full name Olivia Livermore, from Baltimore, 3 groups of coroners of the New York Forensic Department. Lake is responsible for most of the corpses in the case by Olivia. These big mouths. Lake shook his head and said, Joe Martinez is already married, and she is not my partner, she is in George's group, but George's actions are about to close, and it's not good to add people at this time, so Montgomery will let her stay with me for the time being, take her, and wait until the case on hand is over, she will go to a group. You know me, I like to handle the case alone. Maureen hummed, so you were targeted by the Internal Affairs Bureau. Lake shrugged and said nothing. Maureen crossed his hands and his eyes flickered, is the impact of that action still not gone? You should know that it feels good to handle the case by yourself, but it is dangerous. Lake smiled, I will avoid danger. SSR level undead blessing. Who can kill me? Who can give me a death? What? After dinner. Maureen's phone rang, Maureen glanced at the caller's number, sighed, and then reluctantly walked to the balcony to answer the call. Lake looked at his girlfriend on the balcony and smiled. Needless to say, it must be another call from her home. Girlfriend Maureen Hand is from New Rochelle and the only college student in the family. It can be described as the pride of Hand's family. Maureen has an older brother and an older sister. But the education received is different. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com has caused Maureen and his brother to have different life concepts. Therefore, although the two places are separated, the most common thing is that whenever his brother commits a crime and is arrested by the police station there, the family always asks Maureen to help. Of course, Maureen told him this. Although Hand's surname sounds familiar, Lake won't go to the depths to investigate while grabbing a girlfriend. That's what a control freak would do. Lake looked at his girlfriend who was holding the phone and gestured with both hands on the balcony. He smiled. After thinking that the call would take more than half an hour, he grabbed the file he brought back from the bureau and walked towards the study room upstairs. In the study room, Lake rubbed his eyebrows, turned on the computer, and took out a special USB flash drive from a drawer next to which was installed with fingerprint encryption. There are 2 English letters written on the U disk. MD. The abbreviation for mainland. This USB flash drive is the identification code for killers to log into the Continental Hotel, one for each person. Only this USB flash drive can log in correctly, and can claim tasks on the Continental Hotel's reward network. Log in. Lake took a look at the latest rewarding task, looked for it, and found that there was nothing simpler, so he simply closed it again. He is the free killer of the Continental Hotel and does not belong to any organization. Therefore, after receiving the mission, the intelligence work is all done by himself or purchased from the Continental Hotel with gold coins. Lake has no money. And it is not necessary now. After all, Lake now has a case that needs to be broken. P.S. Olivia live more from I am a zombie. P.S. Continental Hotel Organization from Quick Pursuit. Chapter 6, Duplicate Gunfight. Opened the file brought back from the office. Caught the eye. In a body bag, the eyebrow was shot, and it looked like a picture of the executed corpse. This corpse was found in an incinerator in a New York prison, and it did not belong to any registered corpse. Therefore, the young apprentice who replaced his master at that time found it and reported it. Followed. The case was submitted to the New York Police Department, and then in the hands of Lake in the afternoon. Anonymous again. Lake rubbed his eyebrows and glanced at the preliminary inspection report. The fingerprints of this corpse were not in the fingerprint database. The case of such a corpse without any identity record was the most troublesome. I still like simple and rude cases. Compared with this kind of anonymous cases, which may take a lot of time to investigate, Lake prefers simple and rude homicides or serial homicides. This kind of case basically doesn't require much brain power, just catch the suspect and do it. Is not like this? If you want to find out the truth about this case, the first step is to figure out the name of this guy. Also, the crematorium is definitely not the first crime scene. At this time, girlfriend Maureen appeared at the entrance of the study, seeming a little irritable, because of the things at home in Los Angeles, and then, without talking, hooked directly towards Lake. Lake's eyes lit up, he snapped the files in front of him, got up and hurriedly chased after his girlfriend who turned out of the study. There is no female-friendly play in solving the case. Anyway, that guy is dead, and it's okay to wait all night. The next day, Lake and his girlfriend Maureen came to the police station building. Girlfriend up. Lake goes down. The basement of the police station building is the police station's archives and debris floor, as well as forensic offices. It seems that the forensic offices of every law enforcement bureau are placed in the basement. Is this a tradition? Forensic office. Olivia, who has long silver hair, a somewhat unusually white complexion, and a slightly sweet-looking face, looked at Lake entering the door and greeted Lake. Lake walked in and looked at a corpse on the planing table in front of Olivia. Did the prison bring the corpse? Olivia hummed, I was just about to solve the plan, so don't ask me any clues. He just came, and I haven't met him face to face yet. Lake sipped the coffee he bought in the morning. You know I won't urge it. Anonymous has died anyway. There is no difference between solving the case one day earlier and solving the case one day later. Besides, having a case on hand can also give Lake a reason to skip work to do his own business. Solve the case? Ah. The old beauty is dead and has nothing to do with Lake. Just. When Olivia opened the body bag in front of him, and the one that exposed the body bag had been dead for 5 or 6 days, and had a strong breath of Anonymous, Lake suddenly raised his eyebrows. Without him, an object is activated. Ding! Detected copyable existence, retrieval, extract copyable skills. Extract successfully. Adrenal stimulation stimulate potential, make you faster and jump faster. Gunfighting technique combining the powerful abilities of physical, spear, and swordsmanship, it is as powerful and terrifying as it is. With precise motion calculations, it launches the most damage attack at the location where it has the least damage, and can shoot to the side. The blind spot anywhere is unpredictable and unpredictable. Withdraw/cancel. Nonsense, it must be extracted. Extract. Lake's body was shocked. Olivia glanced at Lake, who was trembling in the same place, trying to exude some kind of domineering spirit, and rolled his eyes. Last night was vegetable day again? I was squeezed out. I left one in the refrigerator yesterday. Burger. Lake. Adrenal stimulation and gunfighting technique information was poured into Lake's database, as if countless information streams on the computer screen had been swiped. Soon, Lake stopped shaking, feeling the information of these 2 skills, raised his eyebrows. Before he was ecstatic, he coughed violently when he heard Olivia's words, "What is squeezing? My physique is invincible." Olivia laughed, "Do you want a burger?" Lake raised his eyebrows, "Yes." Olivia. "Why not?" Even though there was not much energy to replenish to get in and out last night, Lake felt that he was still far from the concept of imaginary, but he still felt a little unwell after not eating meat for a few hours. After a while, Lake was drinking coffee, eating Olivia's burger in the refrigerator, sitting in a chair on the side, watching Olivia who was working on planing over there. His eyes fell on the body that was being deplaned. The adrenal glands exploded. This thing didn't make Lake think of anything. But spear fighting? Isn't this a trademark skill of a textile factory? And so, what is this? Lake seemed to have thought of something, got up, walked closer, and looked at the unrecognizable face of the dissected corpse after 5 days. Ding! Came in from the outside, and the newly hired detective Joe Martinez looked up and saw this picture. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Olivia's face flashed with a hot expression and digs through the corpse. Next to the body, Lake has coffee in one hand, burger in the other, sip of coffee, and a bite of burger. His eyes are on the corpse that is being opened, and he eats with relish. The screen was terrifying at one time. Joe Martinez was silent for a while, and coughed with the courage of being strong and assassinated by these 2 men. Lake and Olivia looked back. Olivia looked at Joe Martinez. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Lake said to Olivia, "New here yesterday, George's group, Detective Joe Martinez, but I'm in charge of this case for the time being, and I'll be back when George's mission is over. Team up." Olivia nodded and didn't speak, and then lowered her head to dig the corpse in front of her. After taking out various parts, weighing and recording, they put them in different categories. Joe Martinez walked to Lake's side. "Inspector Edwin, don't you think it is disrespectful to eat in front of the corpse, or do you have any special hobbies?" Lake tried to find the face of the corpse and compared it with the face of the movie in his database. Hearing this sentence, he unconsciously said, "Eat delicious." Joe Martinez's face went dark. "Is it delicious? Are you crazy?" Detective Martinez said sternly, "Inspector Edwin, please maintain the professional ethics of a police officer, otherwise, I will." The words are not finished yet. Detective Joe Martinez watched Lake turn and walk towards the office door. P.S. Corpse from Wanted Order, the handsome guy who got a headshot in less than a minute at the beginning. Chapter 7, Waiting for the Murderer to Surrender. Joe Martinez stared at Lake as he went out, blinked, then regained his senses, and quickly chased after him. Ding! In the elevator. Lake watched as Joe Martinez stepped in when the elevator was about to close, and then Joe Martinez, who walked in, frowned. "Is there anything wrong with Detective Martinez?" Joe Martinez took a deep breath and stood next to Lake. "Where are we going now?" "We? When did become us?" A question mark appeared on Lake's head, and then he said to Joe, "It's noon soon, take a break, and I am going to have lunch after get off work. Do you want me to invite you?" "What?" Joe Martinez took a deep breath. "We have a case on hand, and it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, Inspector Edwin." Lake shrugged. 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, what's the difference? What can you do in 2 hours? Isn't it about time to leave work at noon? Ding! The elevator opens. Lake walked towards his desk. Without him. Lake remembered the origin of the corpse lying on the planer. Isn't this the senior member of the textile factory who was shot on the street with a headshot at the beginning of the Wanted Order? The plot of the Wanted Order has started? But Lake said he didn't care at all. Now that you know who the corpse belongs to, it's easy to handle it. Wait till the time comes, sort out the information and throw it to the FBI. The murderer who killed the corpse downstairs was the Cross. There is no doubt that this guy will die abroad. Then this is a cross-state case, and that is the FBI's business. Case closed. Is a perfect end. Anyway, it's a part-time job, so what are you doing? Joe doesn't know this. She looked at Lake and frowned and said, "So, this is how you handle the case, waiting for the murderer to surrender himself." Lake looked up and sighed. "So, Detective Martinez, what do you mean?" Joe said, "We should go to prison." "Why? Isn't it suspicious that an anonymous corpse appeared in the prison?" "How did this corpse appear in the prison?" "Well, it makes sense." Lake nodded, agreeing very much with Joe's analysis, and then said, "Detective Martinez, let's go. How about you go to jail to investigate this matter?" Chiao was taken aback for a moment. "Me, what about you?" Lake thought for a while. "I didn't eat last night. I plan to go out for breakfast first. If you want to wait, you can do it." Joe was silent for a while, glanced at Lake, then turned and left. Lake watched Joe's departure and couldn't help shaking his head. That's why Lake likes to handle cases alone. Because of some cases, he doesn't need to do various investigations like other detectives. He knows the result from the beginning, and then just follow the result to find it. But it's not good to have an oil bottle by your side. Fortunately, there is only one case. Let me say that after Joe over there got out of the building, he got in his car. About the breakfast thing Lake just said, Joe is a punctuation mark. Willing to be very simple. Yesterday, after Joe knew that her partner was Lake, after returning home, he asked the people from the 13th branch to find some basic information about Lake. Let's put it this way. Since joining the New York Police Department, Lake has never had the luxury of having a delicious breakfast outside. People have always thought that Lake's attributes are deductions, but since the Internal Affairs Investigation Department leaked them, Lake's attributes have changed from deductions to a full-fledged breakfast. Nice guys. This is not my voluntary. This is because the plug-in took this matter to me for money laundering. Lake wanted to tell them. He is poor and only has this year's property tax, and he has no money for the lottery, so what spare money is there to donate to welfare institutions? There is no orphanage in the United States. All orphans must be adopted by their families. If it weren't for this, Lake wouldn't bother to find a foster parent for himself. Talk a lot. In short, Joe felt that Lake was definitely not going to have breakfast. But Joe thought about the appearance of Lake, who seemed to be indifferent to this case, and wanted to say that Lake was a useless inspector, but Lake had a rich history of solving the case. Does this guy have other channels? Joe thought, shook his head, put his mind away, and drove to Rake's Island prison where the body was found. At noon, sitting in the conference room with his legs crossed, Lake, who was asleep, opened his eyes and smiled as he watched Joe returning from prison angrily. Have you hit a nail? Joe covered his forehead and looked at Lake. You knew it. Lake sat down firmly and stretched his waist. Rake's Island prison is the largest prison in New York. Similarly, he has another name. Joe asked, what? Lake said, the largest private prison. Joe. An unnamed corpse appeared in the prison's incineration plant. How could this be possible if there was no prisoner's help? If Lake guessed it correctly, it is estimated that this prison incineration plant was probably the assassin's cleanup team. One of the strongholds of corpses. Reading www.uugonshu.com. This case was reported by an intern at the prison incineration plant. The process was like this. At that time, the intern's master went out for something. The intern probably wanted to give the master a good impression, so he took the initiative to help. Result: got into big trouble. The poor intern is probably disappearing too. No, it's probably already gone. You can tell from the expression on Joe's face. Joe said, they are obstructing law enforcement. Lake said, then what can you do? The lawyers raised in the prison, the lowest ranked one, have a monthly salary higher than our annual salary. Damn, I knew that at that time the university should have studied law. Learn the public management of wool. My brain must have been twitched. Lake felt a little sour when he thought of the annual salary of those lawyers, but at the thought of the time it takes for lawyers to study and the difficulty of graduation, he was less sour. After all, is a university of prostitutes, so I can't pick and choose. Got up. Lake walked out of the conference room, came to his desk, and handed a document to Joe in front of him. Joe took over. What is this? Lake said, the identity of the anonymous person downstairs. Although the fingerprint database cannot find any matching data, it does not say that it cannot be compared through other places. Dental database is much better than fingerprint database. Different from Easterners or Asians, teeth are very important here in the West, and the dentist here is a golden profession. It is clear. Even if he is a killer, he is very fond of having a good set of teeth. Chapter 8, The Killer Who Doesn't Talk About Martial Arts. David Cummers. Male. 38 years old. Lives in 503, 5th floor, 138 Court F Street, New York City. Social insurance number 562,948,726. Joe looked at the fresh report and a photo of David on the report. It was difficult for Joe to associate this photo with the corpse downstairs that had begun to decompose. Let's go. What? Joe looked up again, and stared at Lake, who was standing up and wearing a suit jacket. Lake inserted the gun into his gun bag. Why, don't you plan to visit this guy's house? Joe. Court Street. 138, that's it. Lake drove the vehicle forward slowly, looking at the house number on the roadside, and after a while, it stopped in front of a 6-story apartment building with an orange exterior. Get off. Lake looked around and found nothing unusual before walking towards the apartment building. Joe followed behind. This apartment building is always an apartment building without an elevator. This makes Lake, who moved his feet on the 5th floor, feel a little uncomfortable. If it weren't for a drag oil bottle, how could he be here? The 5th floor. When Lake pushed open the stair door, his eyes fell to where 503 should be. Dang dang. Okay? Lake put his right hand on his waist and took the Glock 17 that needed to be replaced in his hand. Detective Joe Martinez beside him took out his gun in the same way. Glock with unlimited bullets is not suitable for use when performing missions. Although the New York Police Department does not specify standard guns, the ballistics of the guns you use when performing missions need to be filed in the Police Information Division. Go. It is good. Lake and Joe briefly talked, and then carefully walked towards room 503, where the door was closed, with both guns in his hands. The door of the apartment next to opened, and an old white lady carrying garbage came in and saw Lake and Joe holding guns in the corridor exclaiming. Joe hurriedly covered the old lady's mouth, showed her credentials under the frightened expression of the old lady, and then signaled the old lady to go back to his room. The old lady hurried back to the room. But the movement in the room 503 opposite also disappeared. Is over. Lake sighed, and then directly grabbed Joe next to him and stepped back towards the place where he had just come. Next second. Suddenly. The sound of gunshots from room 503 instantly burst, as if the bullets of a submachine gun smashed the wooden structure of the wall from the room madly and shot towards the location where Lake and Joe were just now. The bullet blasted on the door of room 502, piercing it, and there was a sudden cry inside, and then there was no more. After a wave of gunshots, there was a boom. 503's room door was broken open, and a man covered with gauze held guns in both hands, and fired at Lake and Joe in the hallway again. Fuck! Lake cursed, and once again he held Joe, who had just been pulled down by him, before he could stand up, quickly back into the stairway. The bullet hit the wall of the stairs. Hurts. Lake was scratched by the fragments of Beng Fi's wall and narrowed his eyes. Good fellow. I just want to come over for a cut scene, and then I can get off work. What are the meanings? Do you want me to get off work or plan to let me take a long vacation? Lake looked at Joe, who got up next to him. Are you all right? Joe shook his head. It's okay. Call for support. Okay, wait. The words fall. Joe only saw Lake in front of him sprang out at the moment when the gunshots stopped on the other side, and he felt bad. Is this looking for death? But... Boom boom boom. The killer, who was at the door of room 503, rushed back into room 503 when he saw Lake appear and his muzzle burst into flames. Looking for death? I will send you to die. After learning that David's death was exposed to the police station, the killer, who was ordered to clean up David's things, leaned on the wall, squinted his eyes, reloaded, and pointed his pistol to the outside to stimulate him, and then slammed it fiercely. The unique skill of the textile factory, gunfighting skills. Lake's eyes shrank slightly, and Glock 17 in his hand was also thrown out. Boom! Boom! 2 Huang Kankan bullets collided in the air and shattered directly. What? Boom! The assassin's eyes shrank sharply. He watched as he turned a bend and banged beside him, and it was no good for him to be able to kill his bullet hole from a short distance. How could this guy also come? Did Carlos also come? Fuck! Lake took off his glasses with no expression on his face. Stupid! I will do too. When I didn't get spear fighting skills, I dared to fight with the people in your textile factory. Not to mention now. Since I don't plan to let me go through the scene, don't leave. If you don't die today, the old man will give you your last name. MMP. Lake has not encountered any risks when he was a law enforcement team member or assassin these years, but the assassin's approach is completely undeclared, and he hasn't given anyone any shameful precautions at all. To put it simply, there is no such thing as martial ethics. Frankly speaking, this time, Lake promised to be the most thrilling in the past few years. The last time it was so exciting was the minefield during the overseas operation. Lake had made an appointment with the loan department of Stark Bank in the afternoon, and was going to take out a loan to compare the interest-free loan of the police officer, and was going to borrow $100,000 to hit a wave of lottery. This is just great. I finally made an appointment with Stark Bank, but I can't go anymore. Boom. Fac. The killer is completely confused. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com looked at the bullet coming in from the turn again, and went straight back to the living room, and began to look for other ways out, but the eyes were all flames. Yes, flame. When Lake just came over, the assassin had already filled the room with gasoline and planned to burn David's apartment with a torch. This was the most correct cleanup step. The sound from room 503 the moment Lake and Joe went up to the 5th floor was the sound from the Molotov cocktail in the back room. How to do? Boom. 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 One bullet after another was thrown into room 503 by Lake. At this time, a bulging object was thrown out of room 503. Lake's eyes shrank slightly. Next second, adrenal glands stimulate. Boom. In an instant, Lake only felt a sense of trance in everything around him. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of being drunk, but it was so clear that Lake could see the trajectory of the grenade bounce on the ground. Boom. What the hell? Ready to borrow a grenade, the assassin who ran from room 503 to room 502 on the opposite side threw the grenade and ran out of the room. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw Lake, who lifted the grenade back with his toes like lightning, and his mind was filled with countless people. How could the idea be? Simultaneously, he also saw a vigorous volley like Lake without glasses. Key, Black Country. The words just came out. Boom. The grenade exploded at the moment it touched the killer's waist. Flame swept all around. Chapter 9, Mutual Aid Association, Textile Mill. Half an hour later. The entire apartment has been surrounded by the law enforcement forces of the New York Police Department, and the cordon of the apartment has even been placed on the corner of the street. In a medical car, with his right arm exposed, Lake, who puts on his gold-rimmed glasses again, is being treated with disinfectant from the cute nurse sister. His immortality is just to ensure that he is immortal and healthy, but he will still be injured. Unless he is shot in the head, the bullet will be discharged by itself, and the other bullets will not come out by themselves. And the pain will not disappear. Hiss. Lake's right arm trembled slightly, and he subconsciously recovered, but was pulled back by the cute nurse. The youthful, beautiful, and limitless nurse did not look up. Don't move. The voice is very low, but there is no doubt that it is like a powerful law coming. Lake opened his mouth. Not far away, Joe, who was also bandaged on his forehead, came over. He just heard the conversation between Lake and the nurse. It was a little unbelievable. It was difficult to break the skin in front of him and said that it hurt. The fierce man who also kicked the grenade was linked. Joe waved away the mixed thoughts. Are you okay? Lake looked up at Joe, who was walking over with gauze on his forehead, and asked, Are you okay? Okay. That's good. Joe was silent for a while, and said to Lake, Thank you. Lake glanced at Joe. It's okay, when George's mission is over, I can report as soon as possible. Joe. At this moment, at the exit of the apartment, 2 corpses and 3 wounded were carried out. The old grandmother at 502 opposite 503 and her son who lived with her died in the explosion. Inspector Montgomery walked over with a dark face after answering the questions from the reporter who rushed to the police belt. Joe greeted Montgomery, Sir. Montgomery's dark face looked at Lake sitting in the ambulance with a little helplessness. After a month of suspension, I have forgotten that your famous saying is a big event. Lake shrugged, Sir, my famous saying is that I don't share the same with sin. What big scene? This is totally uncontrollable. After all, the New York Crime Squad dealt with some extremely vicious criminals, and different from the first and second groups, only Lake was the only one in the third group. Naturally, fire broke out when the criminals were arrested. And it is inevitable. Blame. This is all the fault of the National Rifle Association. Who would let this rifle association lead to the proliferation of guns across the United States, let alone guns? If ordinary people are interested, RPG can be bought. Oh, did I blame you for that? I do not mind. I mind. Montgomery's tone improved a bit. Looking at the gap in the apartment on the 5th floor caused by the explosion of a grenade, his eyebrows were beating fiercely. You have just reinstated, and when you are on a mission, good guy, directly give the public loss budget for the second half of this year. Throw it in, and, what did you find? Joe interrupted next to him. Sir, we. Lake looked directly at Montgomery. That anonymous belongs to a killer organization that exists on the land of New York. Joe blinked. The angry expression on Montgomery's face changed, then he looked at Lake without speaking. Lake got out of the ambulance, moved his right arm, and said to Montgomery, that anonymous, David Cummers also belongs to this killer organization. I got news from the informant. This organization some time ago a killer defected, and the organization wanted to kill the chickens and curse the monkeys, so. Talking. Lake shrugged and did not continue. Informant? That doesn't exist. The reason why Lake said he was an informant was that after the incident was over, he could apply for an informant fee of up to $2,000 with the police station. $2,000 is a drop in the price for the lottery, but $2,000 can make Lake's living expenses fall off this month. Maybe no one can believe it. Tang Tang, the leader of the New York Police Department's 3rd Crime Squad, had to rely on corruption informant fees to support himself. Your informant? Yes, sir. Is the news reliable? 100%. Montgomery looked at Lake, was silent for a while, turned and walked outside. I'll give you 10 days, tell me, or I'll tell you. As soon as he appeared on the scene, he directly spent the public compensation budget of the second half of the crime team. Montgomery's heart was dripping blood. Without this, the money could be sent out as a bonus by the end of the year. But the public compensation budget for the second half of the year, if you destroy a killer organization, hey, then Montgomery will not feel distressed, and there will even be a profit. Soon. After most of the police officers who cleaned the apartment after the explosion had withdrawn from the apartment, Lake and Joe walked into the apartment again. There was a big hole in the corridor on the 5th floor. Entering the apartment of 503, the fire has been extinguished, and the entire apartment was burned in all directions. At first glance, it was completely worthless. UU reading www.uuganshu.cm. Several police officers were in a messy apartment, looking for something they considered valuable from the ruins swept by the fire, such as finding out the address of a certain killer organization. But Lake doesn't need it at all, because the Mutual Aid Association's address is very conspicuous. It's on the river bank in New York near New Jersey. This textile factory registered a company, paid taxes formally, hired a group of deaf and mute people to work in it, and provided about 300 jobs for the New York City municipal government. And so, even if Lake knew the address of the Mutual Aid Association, it would be tricky to lead the team directly to the door. Because there is no evidence. As expected. Back in the office, Montgomery's face went dark after listening to Lake's request to the textile mill opponents. You want to lead a team to contain a textile factory that donated nearly $5 million in the WDO incident last month, and still a textile factory that was visited by the mayor and governor half a month ago. Lake nodded, yes. Montgomery put down the pen in his hand, wiped his face, and then his eyes drifted, with an unrealistic feeling. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Lake said, no. But there is a base camp called Mutual Aid Association Killer Organization. I will bring the special service team over, and I can put the evidence in front of you at night. Montgomery is not well. You want me to hand over the special service team to you without evidence, and then follow you to a textile factory that provides jobs for the New York Disability Association to send warmth. Talking. Montgomery's face was dark. Don't even think about it. Lake. Chapter 10, One Glasses Split Life. If I agree to your request, I must have dementia. Montgomery thought so. This is not because Montgomery does not believe in Lake. On the contrary, Montgomery believes in Lake very much, at least in the matter of solving crimes. After all, Lake's detection rate is obvious to all. Otherwise, Lake will not be promoted the fastest in the crime team. Is also the youngest among the three groups. The second group leader, Kate Beckett, is 1 year older than Lake. But the textile factory is not an ordinary textile factory, but a textile factory that donated $5 million in the World Trade Center incident last month and was received by the mayor and governor. And behind the textile factory is the New York Disabled Persons Federation. If this is accidental, stabbing a hornet's nest, just stabbing a hornet's nest of the Disabled People's Federation is enough to make the New York Police Department passive, and it is even said that the mayor and the governor. And so, Montgomery covered his forehead and said to Lake in front of him, "Give me evidence, good evidence, don't talk about assigning special services to you, even if you want the National Guard to cooperate with your actions, there will be no problem. The premise is evidence. Evidence that can give me the confidence to fight against the Disabled Persons Federation, the mayor, and the governor at the moment you start." I knew it would be like this. Lake listened to Montgomery's bitter warning, he sighed inwardly, and then turned and left Montgomery's office. At night, Lake entered the study and rubbed his brows. I am angry. Who made the textile factory irritate Lake? Again. Lake had already planned it. Even if I knew the plot, I didn't bother to participate in it. You beat you, I'll play mine. After all, he has already acquired the core skills of the textile mill, and Lake also looks down on the rag spinning machine. It turned out to be good. When Lake thought that it didn't matter to him, the textile factory had already shot directly. Tigers don't show off their might. Do you treat me as a sick cat? The textile factory must be destroyed. Lake thought of the exciting moment in the afternoon, and thought viciously in his heart, and the textile factory must be as early as possible, at least dare to destroy the textile factory before the waste Ziobi. If this let the waste Ziobi get rid of it, wouldn't the cash in the textile factory explode along with it? Isn't just evidence? Give you evidence. Lake is determined to lead troops to encircle the textile factory this time. Just right. Today, his girlfriend Maureen did not come to his side, but went back to his apartment. After all, the two were only in a relationship. Although they would eat and sleep at the Star Tower by chance, most of the time they went to each house. This is also easy to understand. Both of them need their own private space. Think about it. Lake walked to the bookcase in the study room and looked at the third book, Language and Performance Art, in the third row on the left. Toggle. Clicked and made a crisp sound. The bookshelf moved, revealing a safe hidden behind. Turn on. Inside there is a black card, 10 stacked gold coins, and something similar to a pocket watch. There are things that Lake is king. Put on your glasses, Lake is Lake. Take off the glasses, Lake is the lone killer Black King in the dark. Gold-rimmed glasses is also an item, belonging to the Mysterious Side Props series, not from the lottery, but from the adult gift lottery opportunity given by the plug-in when Lake became an adult at the age of 21. Glasses with gold rim, props, gradeless, rules-based. Do you want to know why Superman wears glasses without any doubt? Do you want to know how unscrupulous when Conan wears glasses to solve the case? You can do it with these glasses. Had it not been for the glasses, frankly speaking, Lake would not have chosen his part-time job as the New York Police Department. The 20 gold coins in this safe are the rewards Lake has received after performing assassination missions over the past few years. 20 gold coins, can stay in the mainland hotel 20 times, can ask the collection team to collect 20 corpses, can order 40 glasses of wine in the bar of the mainland hotel. I really am a poor man. Lake thought about the total value of the gold coins in front of him, and felt a sorrow in his heart. Without the existence of this gold-swallowing plug-in, Lake can guarantee that he has free assets now and owns his own castle. But Krypton Gold can become a god. Lake thought about the plug-in slogan, and felt less sad in his heart. He grabbed the gold coins in the safe and the black card belonging to his Black King and put them into his pocket. If all the services in the Continental Hotel didn't require gold coins, frankly speaking, Lake would want to exchange these 20 gold coins into US dollars. Thinking of the full gold coins in the Baba Yaga basement, after leaving the Star Building, Lake began to wonder if he should steal home. Anyway, that Baba Yaga has retired, and his wife is still there. As long as he doesn't move his wife, Lake feels that there is still a great success rate. But when he thought that his motto was black eat black, Lake gave up this idea. It depends on ability to eat black. Steal? That thing can't make it to the table, Lake disdains it. 10 minutes later. When Lake walked out of the corner near the Star Tower, he had put away his gold-rimmed glasses, and put his hands in his pockets, and it was not far from here. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is located at the Continental Hotel on Pearl Street 2 blocks away. Use 4 gold coins to buy a piece of evidence of a mutual aid association. As long as the textile factory gives him more than 1 million profits by then, Lake feels that he is earning blood. But when Lake stepped into the Continental Hotel, which was unremarkable in appearance and indistinguishable from an ordinary hotel lobby, Lake suddenly felt that he might have saved these 4 gold coins. Is wrong. I want to use one. Good evening, Black King. Good evening. Drink? Lake nodded and smiled at the black attendant behind the reception counter, and pushed a gold coin out of his pocket. After receiving the gold coins, the black waiter nodded to the waiter who went down to the elevator door of the bar. Lake walked over and entered the elevator. This gold coin counts as the entrance fee, and the drinks in the hotel are extra. It's very dark. But who has allowed the Continental Hotel to form an almost monopolistic industrial chain in the killer world, monopolize first and then reap, and even the Continental Hotel has learned how outside capitalists do. The heart is too dark. Ding! The elevator opens. The soft light music doesn't fit in this dark bar, and the atmosphere of today's bar looks a little weird than before. The few assassins who had nothing to do tonight sat in their place as usual, but their eyes were all looking at a man sitting on the deck not far away. A few people looked at the man in awe, some admiration, and some regret. Cross. Carlos. The man who defected from the mutual aid organization. Chapter 11, Mitwin Takeaway and Crowdsourcing. Carlos. The top killer of the killer organization Mutual Aid Association is also the top 10 figure in the killer list of the entire killer world. In simple words, Carlos is simply the idol in the hearts of countless killers and cute new killers. But that was before, and now it is the object of admiration and sympathy in the hearts of countless killers. None of them. Because Carlos betrayed his organization Mutual Aid Association. The killer business is not a treat for dinner or a beautiful story about the love of life. Before the Continental Hotel, the killer world may have grown savagely. Since the mainland hotel turned out, it took more than 10 years to formulate the rules for the entire killer world, and it has changed. Let's put it this way. After appearing in the killer world as a rule divider in the rise of the Continental Hotel, any killer who dared to betray the organization has only a dead end, without any exception. Don't look at Carlos still drinking at the Continental Hotel, that's because he hadn't gotten to the Continental Hotel to take a shot. Because Carlos is not a direct killer of Continental Hotels, but a killer of chain partners under the name of Continental Hotels. For the killer directly operated by the Continental Hotel, if there is a betrayal, the Continental Hotel will directly issue a wanted order, offering a reward for him, and he will never die. But from the chain partner? Let the chain partner handle it first. If it can't handle it, or the chain partner is destroyed by the killer, then Continental Hotel will come out to clean up the mess and deal with the killer. The Continental Hotel is also doing this to reassure other assassin organizations. After all, the Continental Hotel is so powerful that if it casually interferes in the internal affairs of other assassin organizations, it will be ill-intentioned that day. And so, Carlos's ending was written when he betrayed the Mutual Aid Association for any reason. It was death, and there was only one dead end. The difference was how many people Carlos could take to bury him. Is it to die by myself, or to bury with how many people from the Mutual Aid Association? Lake looked at Carlos, who was over there with a glass of whiskey followed by a glass, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and walked over there. Hi. Lake looked up at Carlos, who was expressionless and did not say anything, smiled, sat down opposite Carlos, and waved toward the bar, 2 glasses of bourbon. 1 cup is also a gold coin, and 2 cups are also a gold coin. Lake must choose 2 cups. Soon, bourbon was brought over by the bartender. After Lake took it, he gave a gold coin to the bartender, and then placed 2 glasses of bourbon in front of him under Carlos's gaze. Carlos moved his eyebrows, looked at Lake, and said, "Is there something wrong?" Lake shook his head while squeezing his cup. "Bourbon, no, I just want to come and see what the legendary ranking killer cross looks like. The killer world is also very hierarchical." Lake? Lake has no hierarchy. He belongs to the free killer. If the killer world is compared to the food delivery industry, then the Continental Hotel is a dominant Meituan, and other killer organizations belong to the franchisees of Meituan. The killer directly operated by the Continental Hotel belongs to the paid US group killer, and the killers of the other franchisees belong to their respective takeaway killers. Lake, a free killer, is equivalent to a crowdsourcing killer. Okay. Lake took most of the tasks that belonged to the list that the Meituan killer and the takeaway killer did not want, or the list that was leaked out when he was too busy. Sounds pitiful. But Lake didn't think so, because once he became a direct killer or takeaway killer, Lake was afraid that the entire killer world would be finished by him. How will you make money then? A&D. Lake likes to stimulate a little bit of life, but he doesn't want to spend 356 consecutive days in stimulation. Carlos frowned. "You see it now, you can go now." "I will." Lake said with a smile on his face. "Cross, can I ask a more personal question?" "No." "Why?" "Because I will kill you. This is the Continental Hotel. I am a mortal man." "To understanding." Lake nodded. "So, you are determined to die, don't you have to worry about it at all." This is the reason why Carlos was in the Continental Hotel and the other murders of Mutual Aid Association did not come. Carlos would probably open fire directly if they saw them at the Continental Hotel, but Firefox and others dare not. If Carlos was alive, they would die. If Carlos died, they would still be rewarded by the Continental Hotel for firing. Carlos continued his expressionless face. "No." Lake shook the bourbon cup in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Neither to Wesley." The words are not finished. Lake suddenly felt something hit on his thigh. "It's cold." "That is the feel of the muzzle." Carlos narrowed his eyes slightly, his whole body exuded like a desperate beast. "You dare to move, try it." Lake still smiled. "I have a proposal. I seem to be able to make 2 sums of money." The moment Lake walked into the hotel and then saw Carlos in the bar, such a thought suddenly came to his mind. He can eat both ends. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is wrong. He can get 3 shares. Carlos is a ranking killer in the killer world. Although most of the killer funds of the Mutual Aid Association have been pocketed by the factory director Sloan, Carlos still has some savings as the top assassin of the Mutual Aid Association. Carlos stared at Lake's undisturbed eyes, was silent for a while, and said with cherished words, "Say." Lake smiled and said, "You hope your son Wesley will not be like you and let him live his ordinary life, so I have a suggestion. I will make sure that Wesley has an ordinary life." Carlos continued to face blankly, "What do I need to pay?" "All." Lake still smiled, "As far as I know, although the killer of the Mutual Aid Association does not participate in the activities organized by the Continental Hotel, you still have some gold coins and deposits. In short, give me your inheritance. I guarantee Wesley's simplest. Ordinary." Carlos smiled for the first time. Lake felt Carlos's pistol also retracted. Carlos looked at Lake, laughed twice, drank the whiskey in front of him, and then said to Lake with a sardonic expression on his face, "You know you are the first one to come over and miss me tonight." Legacy. Again. Not all killers have luxury houses and sports cars. Every occupation is except for this. Except for the top few who can make money, most of the killers are above the food and clothing line like the blue-collar workers outside. Lake said with a smile on his face, "I am different from them, so there is another thing involved. I can do this first, and then you can pay me." Carlos. Chapter 12, I want to eat all three. "Oh, what is that?" "I will kill the Mutual Aid Association that wants to rob your son." The atmosphere of the deck is a bit quiet. When Carlos heard this, he put away the smile on his face and looked at Lake with a smile on his face. His mind seemed to crash for a while, as if he was playing back what Lake said just now. Lake smiled, "How about this? I will do it first, and it's done. You are paying to protect your son's ordinary life, how about it?" Carlos heard clearly this time. "But..." Just because I heard it clearly, Carlos looked directly at Lake, and there seemed to be a trace of anger on his face. "Are you here to tease me?" Lake's expression remained unchanged. "You think it's a big night, I don't sleep, I ran here just to make you play." Carlos nodded, "So, you are a lunatic." Lake shook his head, "I have a certificate issued by the hospital." "Of course, if you want me to do this kind of thing, you need to give me some information about the Mutual Aid Association, which is the textile factory, by hand. A killer member who defected to prove that the Mutual Aid Association is the textile factory. This is hard evidence, right? If that doesn't count, Lake feels that it must be a shameful pie deal between the Montgomery superintendent and Mutual Aid, and Lake is ready to spot the police station assholes. And Lake looked at Carlos. The Continental Hotel has no regulations. The killer is not allowed to kill another killer organization. Yes, it is. This is a kind of hole in the face. Killers cannot betray an organization, but killers from different organizations can kill another killer organization, but most people don't expect to do so. Carlos frowned and looked at Lake in front of him blankly. Lake looked at the watch in his hand. It was almost 10 o'clock. He didn't know that his girlfriend hadn't called him again. If it happened, he ran to the Star Tower without picking it up, and wanted to explain it again. Half loudly. Carlos pursed his eyes. "Okay, what kind of information do you want?" Lake touched his chin. "Just write it by hand, just write how the Mutual Aid Association uses the textile factory as a cover for unseen hookups, and then write your personal information." Talking. Lake beckoned to the bartender, and when he waited for the bartender to come over, he said to Carlos, "It's okay after you finish writing. If you don't believe me, you can pay attention to the location of the New York Police Department at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you're afraid of it. If you lie in ambush, you can watch it from a distance when I finish it. After I finish it, let's meet again here for the next transaction, but the transaction stuff at that time needs to be changed." Carlos said, "What for?" Lake smiled and said, "Your bounty." Carlos. At that time, after Lake finished the Mutual Aid Association, the Continental Hotel would intervene and directly issue a reward for Carlos. The Continental Hotel did not care about other things. Who made Carlos a traitor killer? Even if the Mutual Aid Association was approved by the police station, the Continental Hotel will not leave a traitor killer doing a good job. So Carlos will still face a wanted reward from the Continental Hotel, but it is a reward worth 2 million yuan. This money can be earned after thinking about it. Wow! I want a wave of fat rhythm. Lake has fantasized about the arrival of that night of riches. 11 o'clock in the evening. Lake with glasses returned to the Star Tower. Open the door. As predicted. Sitting on the sofa, Maureen with glasses looking at a psychology book in his hand looked at Lake, who walked in from the outside and said, "Where have you been?" Lake turned and closed the door. "I went to the bar for a drink with Bob. That guy is leaving New York in a few days." Bob Lee Swag. Lake's comrades in the army have carried guns together, coughed together, and performed 2 overseas combat missions together. They joined the army earlier than Lake and retired later than Lake. Morin took off his glasses, walked in front of Lake, took the suit jacket that Lake took off, smelled it, and said, "Is that your comrade in the seal?" Lake gave a hum, walked over to the bar, looked at his mobile phone on the bar, clicked on it, and raised his eyebrows. 12 calls, I thought you were not here today. Maureen definitely has a certain desire for control. After the love period passed, Lake looked up at Maureen and laughed, thinking so in his heart. Maureen rolled his eyes. "You had a gunfight today." Lake said, "So, I don't need psychological counseling. Free America, shoot out every day. This is the main theme of the Old Beauty." Maureen sat down on the high stool and looked at Lake, who poured himself a glass of bourbon and drank it, and said, "Do you want to talk about what happened today?" Lake thought for a while, and shook his head. "There is nothing to talk about, justice finally defeated evil. I'm not talking about this." "Which one is that?" "I heard that you and Montgomery applied to search the textile factory." "Okay." Lake looked at his girlfriend, who was not out on the field, but was very well informed, and shrugged. "What's the matter?" Maureen frowned and said, "If you don't have any evidence, it's best not to act without authorization. That textile factory is not only related to the Disabled Persons Federation but also to the mayor and governor. It is said that the current mayor of New York was able to defeat his competitors by relying on the ticket warehouse in the hands of the Disabled Persons Federation, because Sloan, the director of the textile factory, appeared at one of his fundraising receptions." Lake wanted to laugh. "God, your tone of voice is almost exactly the same as Montgomery." Maureen looked serious. "That's because Montgomery told me that he knows your character, and Montgomery also believes you, but you need to be more careful when dealing with such an organization. Once you act recklessly, the pressure from above will directly make you lose everything. This is the truth. After all, this is a capital country. The rich has everything, and the right can't beat the rich." Lake sniffed. "Lose everything." Lake nowadays has worked hard from scratch on his own. Although it is a part-time job, it is also a hard-earned work by Lake. Who dares to take it away? Lake does it. Maureen frowned. "Lake, what I said is true. In this matter, you must not act rashly." Lake nodded and gave a perfunctory hum. "Okay." Maureen emphasized again, "I'm serious. After all, Maureen is Lake's girlfriend. I can't know much about Lake's character. Naturally, I know that Lake's words are very perfunctory, and even if there is no bonus for his girlfriend status, Maureen's psychotherapist's professional bonus is enough to see." Lake did not take her words to heart. Maureen sighed and said, "Do you know why an anonymous letter made you suspended for investigation? P.S. Bob Lee Swag, from Life and Death Sniper." Chapter 13, Reasons for Suspension. Suspension? Isn't it because I acted alone, there was no evidence, and because he had had some small feasts with the Internal Affairs Investigation Department, that caused the Internal Affairs to go through the procedures? Is there another reason? Lake slightly frowned and looked at his girlfriend, thought of another question, and touched his chin. Isn't it because of the program? If there are other things, why didn't you talk about it before? Because I believe you are a good detective. Thank you. Morin sighed and said, do you still remember the 3 drunk and troublemakers you arrested in a bar 6 months ago, and you also severely injured one of them? Lake hummed, they attacked the police. It was when Lake was still single. Lake was in the bar to see if there was any affair, and finally fell in love with a beautiful woman. As a result, there were 3 drunk guys next to him. So I reminded a few words aloud. They turned out to be the first to do it. You dare to believe this? Lake couldn't bear it immediately. So, he was just defending, and he didn't directly take out his gun. It was because their skin color was white instead of black. Change to another detective, you dare to do it, and you just opened a few caves in your body. The 3 guys who had been beaten up with swollen noses and swollen faces didn't say they were going to file a complaint. Afterwards, Lake didn't bother to think about it, so he forgot about it. Is there any background to these 3 guys? Morin said, among the 3, there is one who is the son of the mayor of New York. Lake raised his eyebrows, really? Morin said, at that time, the police department arranged for me to conduct a psychological test on you after the incident, trying to make your psychological evaluation unqualified and let you leave the police force. Lake smiled. It turns out that there is still this relationship. Morin looked at the smile on Lake's face. What are you laughing at? Lake shrugged, I think I want to thank the mayor. Why? I wouldn't know you without him. Lake didn't care about this matter at all. It was just soldiers coming to stop him. It's great to stop doing this part-time job. What a big deal. The next day, Lake got out of his girlfriend Maureen's car, stretched his waist, looked at his girlfriend who was going to park in the parking lot, and then walked towards the cafe opposite the police station building. A cup of coffee in the morning can make you feel refreshed. The kind with 5 spoons of sugar. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, and there are many law enforcement officers near the police station building. Lake looked around and his eyes fell on several tall buildings near the police station building and he was not sure whether Carlos was there. After a while, Lake carried coffee and the second group of Kevin Ryan, who was slightly thinner, walked towards the police station building, talking and laughing. And many more. What's happenin'? I tie my shoes. Lake stopped at an anonymous complaint box at the entrance of the police station building, said to Kevin next to him, and then squatted down to refasten the loose shoelaces. An envelope slammed into the complaint box. 5 seconds later, Lake got up and said to Kevin, let's go. The 3rd floor of the police station. 3 groups of office areas. Lake was drinking coffee in his seat and looked at a file in his hand with interest. This was just found out by the staff of the information section, and it was the file of the bar incident half a year ago. Detective Joe Martinez also came over. Good morning. Good morning. Chiao pulls over a chair and sits down next to Lake, and looks at the file in Lake's hand. Is there any clue? Lake didn't speak either, just handed Joe the file in his hand, and then glanced at the time on his watch. The complaint mailbox downstairs was opened on time at 9:30 in the morning. It was almost 10, so there should be news. Just at this time, the elevator opens. Inspector Montgomery walked out, and when he walked to the door of his office, he shouted at Lake, who also looked at him, Lake, come here. Lake got up. In the office of the police supervisor, Montgomery slapped a piece of paper in the evidence bag on the table, and then said blankly to Lake, did you do this? Lake blinked his eyes and took the letter. Next second, Lake's eyes lit up, and he performed quite well. Sir, I apply to search the textile factory. Making a fool. Montgomery's eyebrows were beating. Yesterday I just told you that I have evidence. I will give you the Secret Service team. Good fellow. This morning, there was a just right killer who blew himself up and reported it. Lake nodded. Although there are some coincidences, it is reasonable. My informant told me that this killer organization called Mutual Aid Association did have a killer defected. Maybe that killer wanted to use the power of our police station to eradicate him. Old club. Montgomery sighed, his tone seemed helpless. Are you pretty sure this killer organization is in the textile factory? Lake nodded, 100%. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. Not to mention that I believe in the plot of the movie, just to say that Lake is also in the killer world at any rate, not to know the headquarters of all the killer organizations, but a few well-known killer organizations still know. It wasn't that Lake didn't want to use his identities to eradicate these killer organizations, but after thinking about it for a while, Lake gave up. The reason is simple. The benefits and risks are completely inconsistent. Besides, he didn't come to work as a police detective to protect New York. He came here to be able to eat black. But now, who is letting the people from the Mutual Aid Association anger him? Montgomery listened to Lake's assurance, took a deep look, then picked up the phone at his hand, and called the forensics department. Hang up the phone. Montgomery said to Lake, you'd better pray that this report letter contains fingerprints that shouldn't appear. Lake did not speak but asked, Sir, what about the search warrant? Montgomery glanced at Lake, and said angrily, this is your case, go to the court by yourself, I warn you, even if you have this evidence now, but there is no search warrant, you will give me a distance from the textile factory. Lake stood at attention, yes, sir. Isn't it just a search warrant? What a difficult task. Went out. Lake blew a whistle, and Joe of the three groups of office areas immediately raised his head. Lake made a gesture towards the elevator. Chiao was taken aback, and then he got up and grabbed his coat to catch up with Lake, who had already entered the elevator. Joe asked towards Lake, where to go? The court. Lake raised his eyebrows, find a search warrant. Joe. Chapter 14, ready to send warmth. Court. Lake took Joe and walked straight after he parked the car. After entering the courthouse, he ran the stairs directly towards Judge Laura Birch's office on the second floor. After Lake was promoted to detective, several cases and search warrants were issued by Judge Laura Birch. Is an old friend. After entering the office, Judge Laura Birch's assistant listened to Lake's intentions and said to Lake, please wait a moment, then got up and walked towards the internal office and knocked on the door to report. Soon. The assistant judge walked out and smiled at Lake, Inspector Edwin, you can go in. Lake said thank you, made a look with Joe next to him, and then walked in. Good morning. Lake smiled at Judge Laura Birch, who was handling some documents at his desk, and said, Laura. Old friends. Meeting does not need to be such a formal title. 45 years old this year, with 2 children, a man and a woman, Laura took off the glasses on the bridge of her nose and joked towards Lake, I thought I would see you in the dock. Why, have you reinstated? Lake laughed and said, let me down. Even if I'm going to stand in the dock, I'm happy to stand in the dock like Judge Martin. Judge Martin, a man who was found to collect black money last year, was removed. Laura shook her head, smiling for a year, so, you plead guilty. Lake laughed loudly, took a step closer, and handed Laura a search warrant about the textile factory that had been seated when he left the police station. After Laura signs, the search warrant has legal effect. Lake can guarantee that when he went to the textile factory, let alone a human being, even the textile cart that faked God was brought back to the police station for him and left in the warehouse for ashes. Uprooted. Lake has always held grudges. You may forget to avenge you if you have gratitude, but when you have grudges, Lake has always adhered to the principles of quickness, strictness, and everything. Laura took the search warrant and took a look. Next second. Laura looked at the objects searched above, seemingly surprised, and looked at Lake, you want to search the textile factory? Lake nodded, yes. Immediately Lake told Laura that the textile factory was the killer organization Mutual Aid Association, and then handed the content attachment of Carlos's killer confession to Laura. My informant also told me that this Carlos defected to the Mutual Aid Association. One of the killers, so I plan to search the textile machines. Laura was a little entangled. Apart from your informant's testimony and this confession of unknown origin, do you have any other evidence? Again. When it comes to the position of the Disabled Persons Federation, even Laura is a bit entangled. Lake looked at Laura, my guarantee. Laura looked up at Lake. Lake shrugged and said, Laura, you know me. Without full confidence, I can't come over and trouble you. Laura hesitated. After a while. Laura was silent for a while, then raised her head and glanced at Lake. Lake, you'd better not lose the chain this time. Finished. Laura took out her pen, signed her name on the search warrant, and then called an assistant outside to ask him to take the search warrant to the archives for the record. And many more. Sir. Laura stopped the assistant who was holding the original search warrant, and looked at Lake, and said to the assistant, half an hour to take it to the archives for filing. The assistant nodded. Lake put away the copy of the search warrant, said thank you to Laura, and then left the office with Joe. Out of the court gate. Boarding. Joe, who was sitting in the co-pilot, asked somewhat uncomprehendingly, why do you need to file in half an hour? A search warrant does not take effect as soon as it is signed. It can only take effect after the court has filed it. There was a case where the time for a lawyer to show a search warrant from a police detective was 1 minute away from the time it took for the court to file the case. This directly led to, any evidence obtained is invalid. Of course. This time postponing the filing for half an hour is different from the case just mentioned. As Lake drove towards the police station building, Yu Guang glanced at Joe. Do you think that a textile factory that can donate 5 million and is also a member of the mayoral campaign team, can you know the first time I want what about searching them? Joe said, there is no doubt. Lake shrugged and said, so, Laura was helping us just now. When I got a search warrant, I dispatched a special service team. When the textile factory received the news, my side was already on the ground. Joe nodded thoughtfully. She was in the 13th Sub-Bureau before, and the Sub-Bureau handled the most common homicides. Simply put, the passion kills the most. Once it involves organized crime or serious crimes, this type of case the investigation will be conducted directly by the 3 major detectives at the police headquarters. Is the group of George and the second group of Caitlin and the third group of Lake. Police Station Building. Inspector Montgomery looked at the court search warrant that he got back within half an hour after he went out. You read www.yuuganshu.com raised his head to look at Lake standing at his desk, in a daze. Couldn't you also forged this signature? Otherwise, even Laura Birch, who has almost become the person who signed the search warrant for Lake Queen, is unlikely to sign it with just a confession of unknown origin. Are you crazy? Even if this matter is stable, as long as there is a point of uncertainty, once something happens, it will be a big deal. Lake shrugged and said nothing. Actually, if it were before, Laura would not necessarily sign this document, but this time it was different. The first judge on the court side would retire soon, and Laura was obviously interested in that position. And so, this can be considered a tacit understanding. Montgomery saw that Lake didn't seem to have any intention to say it, so he didn't bother to ask. He shook his head and directly called the Secret Service captain. After saying a few words, after hanging up the phone, he said to Lake, "You better promise. One-time success." The implication is that if there are any moths this time, Montgomery will have to cry. Lake's mouth curled upward and turned away. "I have been busy for such a long time this time, even if I go to the textile factory over there without doing anything, Lake will let them do it, and if I hit a snake, I will kill him." Not only must the head of the snake be cut off, but also the head of the snake must be trampled. Soon. New York Police Department Strategic SWAT Team. Lake entered the door and waved at the SWAT officers who had been ordered to be heavily armed. "Gentlemen, are you ready to send warmth to the killer organization?" Special Police. Chapter 15, Don't Persuade You to Be Positive. Wow! 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 3 police cars and 6 explosion-proof vehicles roared out from the headquarters of the New York Police Department. They hung their sirens and rushed straight towards the castle-like textile factory located on the bank of the New Jersey River. The speed is 80. Along the way, this lineup has attracted the attention of countless people eating melons on the roadside in New York. Includes. Something happened last night, Carlos who came late. There is a reason why Carlos came late. Last night, Carlos stayed at the Continental Hotel until his son was off work, and followed him secretly. News told him that his son Wesley was being targeted by the Mutual Aid Association. As predicted, Firefox came out to hook his son. Carlos had a gunfight with Firefox in a bargain store in Queens, but his son still believed that Firefox was a good man because of his beauty. He got into the Firefox car and ran away. So Carlos came a little late today. At the moment, Carlos drove an unremarkable car following behind, watching the position of the police car in front of him, his face still facial expression, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Is that guy planning to rely on the New York Police Department to fight the Mutual Aid Society? Yesterday, Carlos guessed this when he heard Lake asked him to watch at the police station in the morning. However, he didn't believe it very much. He didn't believe in anything else, but didn't believe that the New York Police Department would attack the textile factory. My family knows about my own affairs. In the past few years, the Mutual Aid Association has not only established a good cooperative relationship with the Disabled Persons Federation, but also the director of the factory has also been involved in the mayor's campaign team with a large amount of money. Now the land near the castle is owned by the Mutual Aid Association. This is a reward for the success of the mayoral campaign team. If there is no reward, who would use real gold and platinum to support the mayor's campaign? And so, Carlos is not convinced that with such a relationship, the New York Police Department will attack the textile factory with his so-called confession. But now Carlos is lost. But Carlos is also not optimistic about this action of the police station. The police station is in the final analysis. Even if you go to the textile factory, it is impossible to find any evidence to prove that the textile factory was organized by the killer. So what is that guy playing? Do you want to bet? Carlos thought so. Half an hour later, just as Lake led the special police convoy driving across the bridge leading to the castle, when soldiers were approaching the city, the director Sloan, who was in the textile factory discussing the explosion of David's apartment yesterday, received a call. After hanging up the phone, Sloan listened to the alarm bell that was getting closer, narrowed his eyes, and said to the people sitting in his office, "The New York Police Department is here, go back to work." Firefox and others looked at each other. The butcher said solemnly, "Where is that guy?" Sloan frowned slightly, remembering that he had come to join them this morning, and Wesley, who was now being for special training, said to the butcher, "You haven't started training yet." The butcher shook his head. Sloan said, "Let him go to the storeroom first, and wait until the police outside are talking." The butcher nodded. Outside the castle, Lake got out of the car and looked up at the textile factory in front of him that looked like a medieval castle. This thing is also an antique. Instead of letting that trash boy explode, it is better to leave Lake intact now. About 5 minutes later. Click. The suspension bridge of the castle slowly opened. A gray-haired and bearded factory manager, Sloan, led a team of textile factory managers, and walked straight to Lake. "Welcome, welcome, Inspector Edwin." Lake squinted his eyes, his expression unchanged, and shook hands. "Good noon, Mr. Sloan." It's not surprising that Sloane knew him. After all, half an hour has passed. It is estimated that within 5 minutes, Sloane might have got all the information about Lake. But you are dead today. My words. After Lake finished shaking his hand, he reached for Joe next to him. Joe knew, and directly showed Sloane the signed search warrant. Mr. Sloane, we suspect that your textile factory is directly related to a killer organization. This is a search warrant. Sloane was shocked, and he seemed to be unbelievable. We are a killer organization. I think this must be a big misunderstanding. Look at them. Does the New York Police Department think that a group of people with physical disabilities are killers? Lake was too lazy to talk to Sloane. Mr. Sloane, so you don't want us to go in and search? Sloane looked at Lake. 4 eyes face each other. Sloane's heart suddenly moved. At any rate, he was an old man who had been in the killer world for many years. Although he didn't understand how they were exposed, Sloane could see the thick murderous intent in Lake's eyes. The undisguised kind. Yes, it is. Lake didn't make any concealment. The more so, the higher the chance that the mutual aid would take risks. As long as the gunshots, Lake will not have any trouble even if it blows up the castle. Mr. Sloane. Sloane returned to his senses, laughed, and made an inviting gesture. Of course, our textile factory has always abided by laws and regulations. Although Inspector Edwin does a search, but if the search fails, you read www.uuganshu4.com, Inspector Edwin may be in trouble. Lake laughed. Now don't worry about Mr. Sloane. Mr. Sloane, I can tell you clearly, it took me a whole day to get this search warrant. I originally planned to sew the thread yesterday afternoon. Come and visit directly. Finished. Lake waved his right hand at the police officers and special agents who had lined up behind him. Check it out for me, even if it's a toilet. Take the faucet apart to see if there is anything hidden. The police officers shouted, Yes, sir. Lake put his hands in his pockets and looked at Sloane with a smile on his face. Sloane also had an iconic smile on his face. Lake said, Mr. Sloane, let's go, take us to your office. Sloane didn't make any other actions, and he made a direct gesture of asking, please. Lake nodded to Joe beside him. Enter the castle. Lake looked up directly, and for the first time looked at a few women with fiery red curly hair standing in the window of the security room on the second floor of the textile factory. Firefox. What? Lake stopped and looked at his Sloane. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved. He still looked at the firefox that had disappeared from the window on the second floor, and said in a light tone, the woman just now should be the killer firefox, Mr. Long. Sloane's heart moved, his expression unchanged. Ha ha ha, Inspector Edwin joked, most of us here are a group of disabled workers with physical defects, where is there any killer? Lake chuckled, and said meaningfully, is that right? So, Mr. Sloane thinks, did my informant lie? Sloane. Chapter 16, the person is just here, the case was reported in the morning. Sorry, Mr. City Councilor, the search has already started, and I forgive me to refuse. Sloane's office. Lake hung up the third call on his cell phone since he entered this office, looked at his cell phone, and then looked at Sloane sitting in his office chair with his arms folded with interest, and laughed. He smiled, Mr. Sloane is really capable. The Secretary General of the Disabled Persons Federation, our police inspector, and now another city councilman, wow, who will come in next? Sloane was expressionless, turning a blind eye to the several police officers who were rummaging in his office. He stared at Lake standing in front of him with a faint expression. Inspector Edwin believes in his informants so much. I never thought about it. Maybe this was a misinformation. Damn Carlos. Sloane cursed in his heart. In his opinion, it is no doubt that the informant in Lake's mouth is Carlos. After all, just now, he also knew what kind of evidence the court was based on to sign the authorization. A so-called killer confession book. In addition to the killer's organization, there is also an unwritten rule in the killer world, that is, under no circumstances should a killer be associated with law enforcement agencies. To put it simply, you are not allowed to be 2 or 5. Once discovered, they will also enjoy the treatment of the entire assassin world chasing to the death. Sloane looked at Lake with a calm expression. While cursing Carlos frantically, he had already planned a good idea. The next person who appeared on the destiny loom was Lake Edwin. Lake chuckled, "Mr. Sloane, you have a good temper, but I don't know, how are your killers?" Sloane said, "Inspector Edwin said that there is evidence for this, and if there is no evidence, my staff is a killer, and it is damning. Does Inspector Edwin have any opinion on us?" Lake nodded earnestly, "Yes, very opinionated, almost killed me, does that count?" Sloane. If there is no opinion, Lake will bring the soldiers so laboriously. During this time, drinking coffee in the office and eating out with his girlfriend at the end is not fragrant? Sloane is not talking anymore. At this time, Lake's phone rang again. This time it was from the chief of police Bert, but it was from Bert's personal cell phone, not a landline. Is connected. Director. Where are you? Perform search missions. I won't tell you anything more, half an hour, I will give you half an hour, and I haven't found any evidence, so I withdraw it. Understand? Lake hung up the phone, looked at Sloane who seemed to be squinting behind his desk, and smiled. This is the mayor of New York. But Director Bert is also in place. Although the position of Director Bert was appointed by the mayor, the term of office of the mayor is approaching, and Lake and Bert's son also have a fateful relationship. Therefore, Director Bert still bought Lake half an hour. Half an hour is enough. In order to make a big effort, Lake not only prepared a plan to irritate the opponent, but he also had a final solution to the bottom of the box. Lake took off his mobile phone case directly under Sloane's gaze, took out the battery inside, and said to a police officer, "This desk should also be searched, especially the one under Mr. Sloane's ass." "A chair." Police officer responded, "Yes." "Mama batch. I'm all standing, so why are you sitting?" A trace of anger flashed across Sloane's face, but under the gaze of the two police officers with guns, he still maintained the most basic politeness, smiled, got up and left his office chair. Next second. Bang! A police officer broke the door vigorously, kicked the chair with one foot, and then opened his stomach against the chair very skillfully. 10 minutes later, Joe, who was in charge of the search outside, walked in from the outside, glanced at Sloane standing there, and walked to the side of the sofa sitting on the sofa with his legs folded and his arms closed, and his eyes closed in a low voice, "No." Lake opened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Sloane, who had just curled up his mouth with a smile. "Is Mr. Sloane thinking of something happy? Why don't you tell me?" Sloane looked at the time on his watch. "There are 20 minutes left, Inspector Edwin." Lake nodded, "Don't worry, I know what integrity is better than Mr. Sloane. Once the time comes, I promise I won't stay one more minute." Joe's expression is a little nervous. This confidence came over and offended a lot of big shots. If this is nothing, it would be a complete play. Lake looked at Joe, "Have you checked everything?" Joe nodded. "Anywhere?" "Yes it is." "Have you found anyone who is different?" Chiao was stunned slightly, then frowned. "Different people, a temporary worker in their warehouse is nervous." Lake continued, "What is it called?" "What Wesley?" "This one." Lake looked up, looked at Sloane, and then walked directly outside. "Mr. Sloane, I said today is my lucky day, do you believe it?" Sloane's eyelids twitched. Soon, trash white Wesley was taken to Lake. Lake, in a suit with his hands in his pockets, looked directly at the information sent on the tablet, then raised his head and said to the officer standing next to Wesley, "Grab it." Wesley was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the factory director, Mr. Sloan. Sloan directly stretched out his hand and interrupted to look at Lake. "Mr. Edwin, you reading www.uugonshu.com, can I ask, why do you do this? The crime of intentional injury and the crime of theft." Lake said so, and then looked at Sloan. "However, if Mr. Sloan admits that the Wesley in front of him is an employee of your factory, I think the Commercial Crime Investigation Bureau may add a crime of commercial espionage. Wesley came here this morning, and the case has just been reported. Do not forget. Wesley did a big job before joining the Mutual Aid Association. In the company where he used to work, he became a real keyboard man and beat his supervisor and a colleague with the keyboard. Put it in the movie, this thing is called happy enmity. But this is reality. In reality, Wesley's supervisor and colleagues have reported the crime. Wesley's behavior is called a crime. As a criminal suspect, Lake has a legitimate reason to detain Wesley." Finished. Lecto glanced at Sloan, and then directly said to the police officer, "Take it away, and then notify the 33rd substation to bring someone to the police station." Wesley was dumbfounded and called Director Sloan's name when he was taken outside by the police officer. He was so fond of him because he could change his life. As a result, he didn't change his job to a killer, but he was directly transferred to a criminal suspect. Soon, Wesley was taken out. Sloan took a deep breath and looked at Lake. "In 10 minutes, I'm already expecting Inspector Edwin to give us an explanation." Lake's mouth curled up. "Yes, there are still 10 minutes, and there is still the last place to go." Sloan. Chapter 17, Disassembled for me. "Yes, it is. There is another place. Even if nothing in that place works, Lake has another plan, but that plan may expose his identity to a slight risk. Hope not to use it." Lake thought about it in his heart. After saying this to Sloan, he said to Joe, "Where are the security guards in the security room? The special service team is watching." "Okay." Lake nodded. "Let Jack call the security guards and go to a place together." Seeing that the time was approaching, Lake didn't panic at all, and his panic was lessened. After a hum, he beckoned to a police officer next to him and asked him to inform the special service captain Jack to bring the security guards. "Come. Soon." Lake led everyone into a large room. The room is very empty. Only one large mechanical textile machine is working. Destiny loom. Lake beckoned to Joe next to him. The latter blinked, and Lake leaned into Joe's ear and whispered, "Tell the people under you to get ready for the gunfight." Joe's eyes widened slightly to look at Lake. Lake nodded slightly. Joe hesitated for a while and nodded, then turned around and crossed over with Firefox and the others and walked out. Next second, Lake pointed to the textile machine in front of him and ordered several police officers in the room, "Take it down." Several police officers have not nodded yet. Sloan could not sit still immediately. "Wait." Lake turned to look at Sloan. "What's the matter, Mr. Sloan, are you nervous?" Sloan said blankly, "Inspector Edwin, this textile machine has been handed down since the Middle Ages and is the most important asset of our textile factory." Lake shrugged. "So what?" Sloan said solemnly, "If it is damaged, I'm afraid Inspector Edwin can't afford it." Lake waved to the 2 police officers who were about to go. Then, before Sloan could relax his heart, he smiled and said, "You are right, but I want to bet. After all, if you can't find any the evidence, I went back in this way. It is estimated that Mr. Sloan's energy can also make me miserable, so it makes no difference to it." Sloan said, "Our factory has always supported the operations of the New York Police Department." Inspector Edwin was also deceived. "I understand, Inspector Edwin. The implication is obvious. End here. If Lake leaves here, Sloane said he can forget the blame. The reason why Sloane is so nervous is actually very simple. The Destiny Loom is not only an important asset of the textile factory, nor is it just an important asset of Sloane. The most important point is the Destiny Loom is the foundation of the entire Mutual Aid Association. Without the Destiny Loom, the Mutual Aid Association would not exist. Sloane founded the Mutual Aid Association, and gathered a group of like-minded killers on the grounds that the names that appeared on the Destiny Loom were God's guidance, and told them through years of brainwashing that they acted righteously and that they were God's substitute in the world. But in fact, it's not. Carlos, as the top killer of the Mutual Aid Association, has always believed in this statement. He killed one person in order to save most people, until one day Carlos discovered the truth about the Destiny Loom. It is not so much that the Destiny Loom is the guide of God, it is more the guide of Sloane. Carlos broke out. But Sloane did not want other killers to know the truth, but explained Carlos's betrayal on the grounds that Carlos's name appeared on the Destiny Loom, so that other killers could assassinate Carlos. At the moment, Lake wants to weave his hand against Destiny. For Sloane, he has only one possible choice. That is hands-on. The reason is simple. If the Destiny Loom is dismantled, the meaning of the existence of the Mutual Aid Association will be lost. In the story written by Sloane for the Destiny Loom, this loom is the only one in the world. If it is destroyed, there will be once the loom is gone, there will be no way for Sloane to pretend to be God and right his sinner. Lake also wrote his fate to Sloane. There is only this way before Sloane. Sloane must keep the Destiny Loom. For Sloane, this Destiny Loom is his land, where he lives. People and land are lost, and people and land are lost. People and land are saved, people and land are saved. But Afro-descendant probably doesn't understand this, but Sloane should understand the importance of the Destiny Loom in front of him. Lake reached out and stopped the two police officers. It wasn't because Lake changed his mind, but because Lake was waiting for Joe's prepared voice in his headset. But when Sloane saw it, he thought that Lake was going to give up, and he was relieved. Lake's gaze passed Sloane, and then fell on Firefox, one of the only two beauty killers who came with the butcher and the pharmacist behind him. Firefox, with ecstatic eyes, looked at Lake with eyes that seemed to be talking. At this time, Joe's voice came through Lake's headset. Joe, who was outside, looked at the black car that appeared suddenly and said, "Lake, let's go down, and the mayor is here." Lake gave a hum, then looked at Sloane, tilted his head and said, "Director Sloane, I think your proposal should be forgotten, I decided to take a gamble." Talking. Lake raised his right hand high. Sloane's eyes widened. "Inspector Edwin, dare you?" As Lake guessed, Sloane was determined to protect the Destiny Loom. This Destiny Loom was his main machine to make money. The money made by the textile factory outside was except for the wages of those people. It was all thrown out as political donations. Reading www.uuganshu.com. Lake chuckled, "Mr. Sloane, are you threatening me, or is there something shameful hidden in it?" Sloane's face is cloudy and volatile. At this time, a middle-aged man in suit and glasses walked in from outside. The current mayor of New York, or the mayor who is 1 month away from resignation. The WDO last month was done by terrorists, but the people didn't care about it. Who made you the current mayor? So, this city the long approval rating has fallen to the extent that no bookmaker is optimistic about re-election, and has not even opened the market. Mr. Mayor. Sloane looked at the mayor who walked in and seemed to see the savior. He walked over and shook hands with the mayor. The mayor looked at Lake, "Inspector Edwin." Lake said, "Mr. Mayor." The mayor stood with Sloane expressionlessly and looked at Lake. "Did you find evidence that the textile factory is related to some killer organization during this search?" Lake nodded and pointed to the Destiny Loom. "The evidence is inside." Sloane looked at the mayor, once again introduced the history of this Destiny Loom, and then talked to the mayor about Lake's barbaric behavior during this search. The mayor looked a little ugly. "Inspector Edwin, I think you can end the investigation." Lake chuckled, waved directly at the two police officers, and then looked at the mayor. "Mr. Mayor, I have evidence to prove that if this textile machine is not in it, I am willing to accept all investigations and punishments." "Finished." Lake looked directly at the two police officers. "Take it down for me." The two police officers responded instantly. Sloane's eyes shrank sharply. Chapter 18, The Shootout Begins. How old is the mayor? Ah. Besides, he is still a mayor who is about to step down. Lake came over this time but made complete preparations. Except for the outside special service team, most of the police officers brought by Lake this time were old police officers who followed him on several missions. Especially a few police officers in the room. "Don't say anything else." For these police officers, the mayor and Lake spoke at the same time, and Lake was 100% guaranteed that they would meet him. And so, Lake's words fell, and the two police officers who were ready and crowbars went forward and prepared to unload the textile machine in front of them. But, almost as soon as Lake said to do it, another person said to do it. Sloane. As Lake expected, Sloane could not bear the fate of the textile machine, which was the only one in the world, after the textile machine was dismantled, so even if the mayor came to the platform, he still chose to do it. The words fall. Firefox, butcher, pharmacist, Ratman moved instantly. Stand. Boom. 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 Retreat. Lake directly shouted to avoid the moment when Firefox and the others left, then quickly drew his gun, and hit the right hand of the butcher who was about to kidnap a police officer to his gun. Screamed. The butcher's right palm penetrated instantly. Next second, Firefox and others and even Sloane rushed out directly. After all, their weapons had been secretly put away during the search, and they were unarmed. Even the top assassins had to attack the street in front of absolute firepower. Not every killer is named John Wick. Lake did not stop the escape of Firefox and others. The entire textile factory was surrounded by the special service team. "Now I want to fight hard, but it's just a trapped beast." And Lake looked at the mayor shivering under his bodyguard, but he didn't expect such an accident to happen, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Mr. Mayor, it seems that I won the bet and you lost." The mayor shivered, without image. Lake tightened his earphones tightly. "Joe. Lake. Let Jack lead the people up and the mayor away. Pay attention, surround the entire factory with me. If there are guns, kill them directly." "Yes." After Lake finished the conversation with Joe, he turned to look at the Destiny spinning machine behind him, and smiled coldly. Boom. 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 After 3 shots, Destiny spinning machine was unscathed. Lake's mouth curled up. "Let the bullet fly for a while." The words fall. Boom. The 3 parts of the huge Destiny spinning machine in front of him collapsed. Then, with a loud bang, the entire Destiny spinning machine collapsed instantly. "You are here to protect Mr. Mayor?" "Yes, sir." Lake gave instructions to the old guys in the room, and then walked directly to the door, and directly stepped over the butcher who was holding his right hand in a cold sweat. Is an old police officer he trusts. After all, it's right to stay here. These people are good at dealing with ordinary criminals. Dealing with a group of killers who have been scattered and hiding in various places is no different from delivering food. Soon. The moment Lake stepped out of the room and came to the corridor. Bang! A gunshot officially opened the prelude to the gun battle. What? A special services painful cry came from the headset, and then, bursts of gunshots suddenly burst into action, which was accompanied by countless screams and shouts. That happened in the lobby of the textile factory on the first floor. Lake chuckled, raised his head, and looked at Director Sloane, who had run to the third-floor corridor on the opposite side, watching him condescendingly. "Hi." Lake smiled and beckoned Sloane in the corridor on the third floor opposite, and said, "Hello, I won." Sloane's face was dark, he gave a cold snort, took a deep look at Lake, and then turned and disappeared into Lake's sight. "Is this going to run away?" "Jack. In. Are there arrangements for special service personnel to stand by in the sewer?" "Have. It is good." Lake licked his lips, listening to the gunshots ringing around. The hunt has begun. In a textile factory. The bullets continued to flow, and the pharmacist and the rat man occupied the security room condescendingly and opened fire violently at the Secret Service team in the lobby downstairs who was about to attack. Countless disabled employees in the hall screamed, desperately trying to run outside. Joe, wearing a body armor, leaned against the wall and watched one after another disabled employees running out of it. At this time, Joe's eyes lit up and shouted, "Stop!" The female killer Sable, who looked no less inferior to Firefox, shot instantly. Boom! After Sable raised his hand with a shot, 2 bullets hit the 2 police officers who had already noticed, and then hit in the textile factory again. "What?" Joe got up from the ground, looked down at the bullet inlaid in his body armor, cursed and said, "Lake, there is a female assassin coming towards you." Lake said, "Keep the gate, I won't be able to fly out even a fly." Joe buckled the bullet from his body armor, understood. Lake also saw the Sable returning to the factory. The kind of face-to-face. Lake's mouth curls up, "You don't seem to be as beautiful as that Firefox. This is a mockery. And the biggest mockery of women." Sable's eyes shrank sharply, and his right foot kicked directly towards Lake. Lake directly blocked with both hands, and then tilted his head to look at Sable. "Are you going to hug?" Sable snorted coldly, and directly took advantage of its strength to fly into the air, twisting in the air, trying to take Lake down. What a pity! Lake did not grow up vegetarian. And there is no cherish the flower plot, UU reading www.uuganashu. At the very least, Com doesn't have any plots for those who dare to do something to themselves or want to kill their own women. Boom! Lake drew his gun with lightning, then shot instantly. Sable's eyes widened. Bang! When the Sable landed in the air, he had been shot in his eyebrows and he couldn't die again. Ha ha! Lake looked down at the dead Sable and licked his lips. Boom! Boom! Lake raised his head, waved his hand, and directly shot down the bullet shot at him in the air, and then waved his hand again and blasted another killer tiger that appeared in the opposite corridor. Tiger lost his senses at the bullet that was also turning, but he quickly drew his gun and shot back. Boom! 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 For an instant, the sound of 2 bullets colliding and shooting down in the middle continued. The corner of Lake's mouth is curved. Perhaps there is no need to consider the issue of pistol capacity in the movie, but this is reality and it needs to be considered. Click! There was a crisp sound, and the tiger shrank his eyes, and quickly changed the magazine while avoiding another bullet from Lake. What a pity! Lake does not need to be replaced. Boom! A bullet buckle thrown out of the most standard arc was sent out, the bullet whizzed through the air, crossed the arc, and with a bang, it entered directly from the tiger's left head, and then drilled out from the right head. Bang! Leaned against the support pillar, and the tiger that had just loaded the bomb fell directly to the side. Those who are bashing on the street can't be on the street anymore. Chapter 19, Mutual Aid Will Kill the Door. Boom! 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 The gunshots inside the textile factory were loud, and the killers relied on the advantage of the terrain to fight with the special services. After all, the textile factory is the base camp of the Mutual Aid Association. There may not be many top killers who have mastered gunfighting skills, but there are still many cheap killers who can make only $2,000 at a time. Suddenly, boom boom boom! The two killers who sprang out of the corner were shot into a sieve by the Secret Service team guards who might escape the main route. Not even a fly can fly out. This is what Lake said, and it is also the consensus of the 5 Secret Service team members who have been downsizing. With blood. Give back blood. Boom. The security room on the second floor exploded in an instant, and with a bang, the butcher and rat man hiding inside were covered in blood and was thrown directly from the second floor to the ground by the explosion. Do not move. Do not move. The 3 special agents immediately surrounded them, and the pitch-black and heat-emitting muzzles were pointed directly at the butcher and the rat man who were about to lose blood and die. Open the door. Open the door. Jack and a team of team members came here to prepare for the Sloan platform. As a result, a lonely Mr. Mayor evacuated from the factory and shouted at the special police guarding the gate. Mr. Mayor looked terrified. He has only one thought now, and that is to leave this place as soon as possible. Rumbling. A helicopter appeared in the distance, followed by 3 helicopters from the New York Police Department. Support is coming. What happened in the textile factory was not only known to the New York Police Department, but also to the Continental Hotel. However, even the Continental Hotel, which monopolizes the killer world, dare not stand firm with law enforcement forces on the bright side, but it has sent some people to come here to observe the battle. Carlos did not know. When Carlos took his son out of the textile factory and got into the police car, he didn't care about the textile factory. Instead, he followed the police car and wondered whether to rescue his son. Chaos in the textile factory. Boom. Lake shot a headshot, the SWAT team encircled and suppressed from bottom to top, and Lake cleaned up from top to bottom. A red shadow flashed not far away. Boom. Boom. Lake flicked his muzzle and said to the firefox that appeared, Madam King Ben, how can I be a thief? Again. Today, the Mutual Aid Association must be closed. There is no special treatment for beautiful female killers. The voice fell. Lake flicked his gun again, and once again started a marksmanship duel with Firefox. Bang bang bang. Bullets collided between the two, clinking, and the sound of the bullets losing kinetic energy and falling on the floor was endless, like a clear symphony, and like a funeral song of death. Boom. Firefox's eyes shrank, and the magazine that had just entered half fell to the floor. Day. Day. Lake took off his own magazine and placed the full magazine in front of Firefox, with a soft tone, Look, I will fight for a day, I won't feel tired. Firefox looked down at the hole in his chest. Next second, Lake looked at Firefox, who closed his eyes and crashed to the ground, and shook his head. If Lake's bullets are also limited, Lake feels that he will definitely lose in this battle. Unfortunately, Lake is not an ordinary person, he is a man with a plug-in. Glock 17, like unlimited bullets, will give you the bottom line of a man. Let your bullets flow like the water of the Yellow River, you can shoot how you want, don't worry about running out of bullets and food. Lake looked up and his eyes fell in the factory director's office not far away. There is one left. Sloan was in the factory director's office. After Sloan went to a secret escape route, and found that no matter which pipeline had secret traffic, the old guy returned to his office. When Lake walked into the office, the old man Sloan was sitting on his 8-piece, barely pieced together chair, sitting and smoking a cigar. Mr. Sloan. Lake walked in, smiling, as if saying hello to an old acquaintance, why don't you want to escape? Sloan smoking a cigar, his eyes fixed on Lake, who are you? How can ordinary police detectives be so powerful? Even if there is no detective association that has the unique skills of spear fighting that their mutual aid association has. And so? Sloan stared at Lake tightly, wanting to know an answer, otherwise Sloan knew he would die. He will die. Sloan is very sure, as it is, the ordinary policeman will arrest him, but the policeman with gun skills in front of him is definitely not here to arrest him. So Sloane wanted to know an answer before he died. But... boom! Lake pierced Sloane's eyebrows with a shot, went out, threw the pistol that penetrated Sloane next to the Firefox corpse, and only then looked at Sloane's corpse and said faintly after he walked back to the office, "There are many villain conversations. I don't like it. I like talking after killing you. Why, who asked you to make my work more difficult? At that time, I wanted to take the oil bottle Joe to walk through the process. It turned out to be good. Went directly from the process to the gunfight. To blame, it was the assassin who didn't speak martial arts at the time. All of this was caused by the assassin." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lake stood there and looked around the office environment. Next second. Not good. Lake raised his eyebrows and looked at Sloane's corpse. He suddenly remembered something. He just forgot to know from Sloane's mouth where Sloane's small vault was. 5 minutes later. Lake looked at a treasure chest that was also hidden behind the bookshelf and frowned deeply. "What is the password?" Lake turned his head and glanced at Sloane, who was leaning on the chair and staring at the ceiling. He wanted to ask this question, but unfortunately, dead people couldn't talk. At this time, Lake. Joe brought a team of secret agents to the office. After Joe walked into the office, he saw Lake inside, said to God, and then hugged Lake tightly. "Do not misunderstand. This is strictly a friendship between colleagues. Also, Detective Joe Martinez is a married woman, already married. Lake may have ideas unless he is single and unknowingly, but now Lake is not single and knowingly. Let's put it this way. Even though Detective Joe Martinez is holding Lake tightly now, Lake's heart is calm, feeling the friction in his chest, and little Lake is not interested. At this moment, Lake has only one thought in his mind. That is, how much did he lose this time?" Lake, who was hugged by Detective Jiao, glanced at the rock-solid safe, dripping blood in his heart. No matter how little money there was, he could at least redeem a lottery. "My money. Gone." Chapter 20, The True Face of the Textile Factory. The gunfight is over. One after another corpses were found, neatly arranged aside. The injured SWAT and police officers and the surviving killer drove to the hospital with the help of one after another ambulance. The entire textile factory has been surrounded by the New York Police Department. The scene is almost the same as the WDO event that took place last month. Director Bird and the Montgomery superintendent got out of their cars, and at first sight they saw Lake sitting on the steps with a bandage on his forehead, hanging from his right arm. Christ! That full of corpses, my God, how many people are dead? The two looked at each other, and then walked towards Lake. Joe, who was next to him, raised his toes slightly when he saw Lake, who was chatting with the SWAT captain Jack, who was also simply bandaged. Lake looked back at Joe. Joe looked at the chief and police inspector who came by. Lake saw this, got up, and greeted Director Bird and Superintendent Montgomery. "Director, Superintendent." Bird looked around. The bullet shells and blood stains all over the floor were very conspicuous. "The arrest is over." Lake followed Birt's gaze, and then hummed. There was a burst of curiosity in my heart. He had already confessed during the search. He dug 3 feet into the ground, but when the search was conducted, he didn't find a gun. When the war started, good guy, the firepower of this textile factory was almost the same as that of a company. So where did these guys hide their arms before? Caroline of the Public Crisis Relations Division also came over from a short distance, and after greeted Director Burt, then said to Lake, "Lake, so what is the situation? Why am I still rushing outside?" said the reporter who came. Lake looked directly at his immediate boss Montgomery, and then he gestured to Carlos, the police station's external image with blonde hair, sweet looks, and a freshman's favor in the hearts of the people, and motioned Caroline to go to Montgomery. Caroline looked directly at Montgomery. There have been no less than 10 media outlets outside the cordon from half an hour ago to now, and this number is still increasing. After all, one after another ambulance cannot be hidden. The big-headed Caroline, who was just provoked by a group of reporters, can't manage so much now. She only needs information, and it doesn't matter who gives it, so she can deal with the group of reporters who look like jackals. Montgomery looked at both Lake and Caroline. Looking at him, his face was dark, and he looked directly at the highest leader here today, the New York Police Commissioner Burt. Burt was taken aback for a moment, and then said to Lake angrily, "Your case? You are responsible." Lake showed a slight smile, got up, walked aside with Caroline, and then briefly told the whole story of this action. Caroline listened very seriously. Half an hour later, the New York Daily took the lead in writing the report, and published the electronic report on its own network as the #1 speed. Shocked, the textile factory that donated 5 million yuan, his true face turned out to be. Returned to the police station's vehicle. Lake looked at this headline published on the internet with Joe's mobile phone while driving, blinked his eyes, and said, "How did the New York Daily learn this deep shock?" And also, Lake blinked, looked at the electronic photo he had published in the newspaper, and pointed his phone at Joe. "Do you think this photo is extraordinarily domineering?" Inspector Lake Edwin, the leader of the 3 serious crime team, led the special police team to destroy the secret killer base. "I'm famous. As for why I used Joe's cell phone to watch, there is an explanation. Lake's cell phone is an old-fashioned flip phone, not a smartphone. It's okay for making phone calls and texting, but it's just a dream when it's used to surf the internet. Lake wants to use a smartphone. But the ghost knows whether someone will be eavesdropped by someone through the back door. In short, when there is no electronic technology in the lottery, for the sake of safety, Lake refuses to use only mobile phones." Joe, who drove carefully, glanced at Lake, who looked at his picture and seemed to be narcissistic. He didn't answer this question, but asked in a puzzled way, "Lake, I still don't quite understand why they suddenly violent." After seeing the mayor's car coming in, Joe was ready to go back to sit on a cold bench with Lake, or be fired, who knows how to turn around. Lake smiled and thought for a while, "If someone kills your husband in front of you, will you be upset?" Joe cast a blank glance at Lake. "This is an inappropriate metaphor." Lake shrugged, "But this is the most suitable metaphor, so Sloane has no choice." Either watched Lake dismantling the destiny spinning machine, and then the faith of the Mutual Aid Association ended, or just give it a try, maybe they can fight back. What a pity. Lake 1. Police station downstairs. Lake just got out of the car when a fragrant wind came. Then, he saw his girlfriend Maureen running down the steps and hugged him. Maureen looked at Lake's hanging right arm, blinked, and looked at Lake. Lake smiled and said, "Small injury." Joe next to him bowed his head and curled his mouth. What a small injury, it was not hurt at all. The reason why Lake hangs up, in his words, everyone is injured, and he is not injured. Moreover, it will be difficult to write a closing report at that time. And so, Lake hung an arm. It is said that Lake regrets a bit now, not because of other things, but because he seems to hang the wrong arm. He should hang up his seldom used left hand instead of his frequently used right hand. This resulted in one thing. When eating at night, Lake couldn't even hold the fork in his left hand. Girlfriend Maureen is smiling. Lake fiddled with it twice, sighed, and seemed to give up on the meatballs in the bowl. Finally, it was not vegetable day today, and it turned out that I couldn't eat it. Maureen, who sat opposite, shook his head, got up and walked over. When Maureen was about to feed, Lake refused. After waiting for the meatball entrance, Lake suddenly felt that hanging his right arm did not seem to be a bad thing. If it weren't for something tonight, Lake felt that maybe he could still enjoy a wave of imperial enjoyment tonight. It's a pity that there are still things at night. The money in the safe of the textile factory is no longer available, but for the next 2 waves, Lake feels that he should be able to eat it anyway. You can also get the protection fee of waste Zio by the last time. What? In case Carlos regrets it, since the textile factory is gone anyway, can Carlos eat and vomit? Haha. If that is the case, Lake can guarantee that Carlos will regret it very much. It is easy for Lake to kill a person outside during the day. Similarly, it is even easier for Lake to kill a person in a police station's confinement room. I bet he dare not give me money. That's what I earned from labor. Chapter 21, One Wave Operation is as fierce as a tiger. The Continental Hotel on Pearl Street. When Lake walked into the Continental Hotel, he immediately felt that the atmosphere tonight was different from yesterday. Yesterday, there were 3 or 2 kittens in the lobby of the hotel, but today it feels a bit overcrowded. The textile factory is gone. The Continental Hotel is about to expel Carlos and the time for the reward is coming soon. It is estimated that at this moment, there is a reward for Carlos, which is already in the process of going through the process. Take the elevator into the bar. Lake raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowded bar and was surprised, and then sat down opposite Carlos, who was sitting alone. Lake can clearly feel a series of eyes falling on him. Lake smiled, turned to the many assassins in the bar who looked at him intentionally or unintentionally, and raised his middle finger. This is a provocation. No doubt. But many killers turned a blind eye to Carlos, who was sitting across from Lake and looking to get himself drunk. Lake also retracted his gaze to look at Carlos. How about, I'm doing things, I'm satisfied. Carlos looked up, cherishing the words like gold, you are not afraid that this matter will be exposed. You will be chased by the Continental Hotel. Lake shrugged, can you speak? It is a big crime to associate a killer with a law enforcement officer. After all, one is in the dark and the other is in the light. Black and white are just like fire and water are not compatible, and no one wants to see fire and water compatible together. What a pity. I am a black and white compatible. Moreover, even if the Continental Hotel finds the New York Police Department, it will only find out that Carlos used the power of the New York Police Department to eradicate the Mutual Aid Association. After all, Carlos' confession was used as evidence. Carlos can actually say that this was done by Lake, and then exchanged the information that Lake had whispered to the New York Police Department with the Continental Hotel in exchange for another punishment, that is, only expelled without a reward. Carlos can choose, but he cannot. His son Wesley is still locked up in the New York Police Department. Carlos would not do this until he is uncertain about what Lake has to do with the New York Police Department. Account number. Give. Carlos watched when he just said it, he was pushed to the one with a bank account registered overseas. He looked up at Lake and smiled, you don't seem to worry about me regretting it. Lake's tone is relaxed, no, you are worried, and you are afraid. For me, I am not worried or afraid. How about being chased by the Continental Hotel? The glasses area. Even if Lake is standing in the lobby of the Continental Hotel, face to face, others will think Lake is just a little Manson who has just entered the killer world. And regardless of the process, until the end of the deadlock with the Continental Hotel, Lake is confident that it must be the Continental Hotel that closes the door in the end. So what Carlos was worried about and afraid of, Lake didn't pay attention to it at all. Soon. It's getting better. Carlos transferred his deposit to the bank account provided by Lake and looked at Lake, you can confirm it. Lake did not speak, nor did he take out his cell phone. As a killer, he did not have a cell phone. But Lake has a special way of checking accounts. Plug in, recharge, overseas bank account number 6020005-24-678. My heart moved. Ding dong. Successful recharge. $59,700. Lake raised his eyebrows and looked at Carlos, that's it. Also, I'm a poor ghost, no matter what, as soon as you rank among the top 10 killers in the killer world, you have such a small family background, you are afraid that you are fooling me. Although Carlos was a little suspicious of how Lake knew the numbers, he still shook his head and said, if you know you will die no matter what, will you still keep your savings? Lake opened his mouth. This reason is simply impeccable. I know that no matter how hard I struggle, I'm still going to die. Why do I keep my money? Of course, it's a whole lot of delicious, and fun. And so, after Carlos defected to the Mutual Aid Association for his beliefs, Carlos would come to the Continental Hotel every night to provide one-stop service. Not only deposits, but even gold coins were pitiful. Carlos took out the last dozen gold coins from his pocket and pushed them in front of Lake. This is all I have. I guess I won't be able to use it soon. Lake looked at the gold coins in front of him and thought about the transfer of less than $60,000 in the account. Inner. So I've been busy for so long, this particular meow doesn't even have enough chance to draw a lottery? Lake took a deep breath and looked at Carlos unwillingly. Don't you ever think about leaving some money for that person? According to what I said, that person seems to be living in poor conditions. Is not so bad, it is simply sad for the hearer and tears for the listener. Lives in a cheap room under the subway, and his girlfriend is still green. The saddest thing is that he himself knows about it, but he still chooses to remain indifferent. Lake didn't know why Wesley chose this way, but Lake felt that if he was Wesley, with the green cap in front, even if he died, he would die with the two of them. The hatred of the green hat is the unending hatred. There is no discussion. Carlos shook his head, he has his own life. Lake has nothing to say. Standing with such a father, Lake wills Wesley feels sad. Obviously there is a chance to become a rich second generation, but it happens because his father has become what he is now. It would be great if Carlos and Wesley were not Americans but Easterners. www.readaloud.com. At least if they were Easterners, Lake can guarantee that Carlos will leave enough for his son to live. A huge sum of money that is not too big but not too small. What a pity. The differences in education between the East and the West have led to differences in concepts. Lake sighed, forget it, anyway, there should be a reward of 2 million yuan to win, you say. I originally thought that after this wave of operations, there would be at least more than 5 million gains. Result. The first wave was too pretentious and killed Sloan without asking for the password. The second wave did not take into account the difference in education between the East and the West. As a result, the income was far from what I had imagined. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. But how can I say that the third wave will guarantee the minimum income of 2 million? Is fine. At the very least, it is not a wave of operations that are as fierce as tigers. Lake thought, he couldn't keep him busy. In the end, there was not enough chance to draw a lottery. Carlos nodded. Anyway, there is no difference between dying on someone else's hand and dying on Lake's hands. Therefore, you have to die. Instead of dying is worthless, it is better to give it to Lake as a personal favor. At least, in Lake, Carlos sees credit 2 words. Just. Carlos glanced around the many killers in this bar. I want to give it to you, can you beat them? The corner of Lake's mouth curled up and he followed Carlos's eyes. Caught the eye. The skin colors are different, but they are all different and want to swallow Lake's eyes. Lake said softly, a bunch of local dogs, who dares to grab, I kill who? Chapter 22, The Tiger Who Is Going to Be Lonely or the Tiger. I have worked hard to find a way to earn hard-earned money, why let others take it away? Lake narrowed his eyes and unceremoniously turned on the group mocking mode to the many killers in the bar. The expressions of the killers in the bar changed. There was a snap. A bald-headed man who was codenamed Bald, who is also known as his name, appeared on the scene. Black King, you are too arrogant. Lake's mouth curled up, is that right? I'm sorry, I'm just this character, I'm not convinced, you shoot. Do you think I dare not? Ah. Lake lowered his head and smiled. Next second, Glock 17 appeared in Lake's hand. The muzzle was aimed at the bald man. The bald man's face changed suddenly. Black King, this is the Continental Hotel. Lake tilted his head. I know, I still know, I dare to shoot here, do you want to bet? Bald man. The bartender stopped wiping the wine glass himself, but he did not choose to report the situation here, but looked at him with interest. The other assassins didn't move much, they just looked at Lake and the bald man. Lake had a smile from beginning to end. The bald man has erratic eyes. After a while, the bald man gave a cold snort of the lunatic, then got up and walked towards the elevator. Okay. He didn't dare to bet. Although it is an iron rule not to shoot in the Continental Hotel, if Lake does shoot and the bald man himself is dead, he will suffer no matter what. And so, the bald man persuaded. Lake laughed when he saw it, and disappeared after turning the pistol in his hand a circle. Awesome! Not as good as you. Lake smiled with Carlos sitting across from him again. You are the top killer in the killer world. I am a little transparent and earn hard money. So if someone wants to grab my money, I will be very angry. Killing that person's family and letting him stay away will relieve my hatred. The voice is very low, but it is enough to spread throughout the audience. Lake, this is once again warning everyone in the bar, don't grab his money. At this time, a voice came from the loudspeaker in the bar. Killer's Cross, the expulsion order will take effect 1 hour after the effective time, the reward amount is 1.5 million, and the reward order is for everyone. It has started. Lake raised his eyebrows and looked at Carlos who was sitting across from him. Carlos's expression did not change at all. He knew that he was back at this moment, and he was already mentally prepared. The many killers in the bar have already started walking towards the elevator, planning to find a favorable position outside the Continental Hotel first. The bartender had already walked out from the bar, and was polite to ask Carlos to leave. From the moment the deportation order took effect, all businesses under the name of the Continental Hotel and the killer community were closed to Carlos. Cross first. And many more. Carlos made a wait gesture towards the bartender who had come to the table, then drank the last glass of whiskey in front of him, and then looked at Lake. Can you give me one night? Lake didn't speak but looked at Carlos. Carlos smiled and said, since I am leaving, I plan to find more people to accompany me. Can you give me one night? Lake said, I have no problem, but, do you insist on it? He came tonight to tell his girlfriend Maureen that he was out to buy a pack of cigarettes. If he stayed outside for another 2 hours, Lake felt that his girlfriend would probably call an emergency call and say that his time to buy cigarettes had disappeared. Then the New York Police Department will be in trouble all over the city. After all, this is not impossible, considering that Lake just destroyed a killer organization not long ago. Can Carlos last all night? Don't worry. Carlos got up, handed the note in his hand to Lake and said, for him, I will stick to it. This is the only thing I can do. Lake took the note, did not read it, and nodded, okay, I wish you a happy hunt. Carlos smiled, thank you. Finished. Carlos turned and walked towards the elevator, walking very freely. It is estimated that there will be a storm in New York tonight. Lake said in his heart, and then drank the bourbon in front of him, thinking that after Carlos had left the Continental Hotel, he got up and walked towards the elevator. Although there is a gap between the $2 million in the reward that I imagined. But $1.5 million is a lot, and you can draw 15 prizes. Earn blood. Star building. Maureen, who was sitting at the counter reading a book, waiting for Lake to return in pajamas, turned and looked at Lake who entered the house, frowning slightly. Did you go to New Jersey to buy cigarettes? Lake shrugged and said, I met a friend on the road and chatted for a while. Maureen glanced at Lake blankly, got up, came to help Lake take off his coat, and moved slightly. Are you still drinking? Lake said, "It's just a small drink in the bar." Maureen was a little speechless. "You are all injured and you are drinking. Do you really think you are an Iron Man?" "That is the Iron Man." "You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What? It's nothing." Lake hit a ha-ha and hugged his girlfriend with one hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm probably healed in 3 days." Maureen looked helplessly at Lake and sighed, then shook his head. "Let's take a shower." Lake smiled and said, "Oh, yes." Late at night. Lake, with the upper body leaning on the bed, first glanced at his girlfriend Maureen, who was sleeping quietly next to him, then his eyes fell on the bay window of the bedroom, and then he wanted to see New York under the stars through the window curtain. New York is expected to be particularly busy tonight. 2 hours have passed. It is estimated that Carlos's final hunt has already begun, and I don't know how many overpowered assassins are going to be buried with Carlos. Lake thought so. In Lake's heart, Carlos's threatening power is even higher than that of John Wick. It's very simple. Carlos is a top-level assassin with the magical skills of gunfighting, and John Wick is equally powerful, but in terms of personal combat effectiveness, he is far inferior to Carlos, who can turn bullets. On the 80% of the killer world, only the killer who knows a sudden meal may have a chance together, and expecting to take away Carlos' bounty alone is undoubtedly a food delivery. Lake glanced at the phone he had placed on the bedside. "I don't even worry about the phone ringing after a while. Before Carlos's reward order takes effect, it is estimated that the corpse collection team of the Continental Hotel has already begun to branch out in all corners of New York. There is no body. Of course, there is no case, but tonight, the patrolling police estimated that no one would sleep." Chapter 23, One Way Downwind. The next day. Lake was refreshed when he woke up. Today is another day full of vitality. Lake felt happy when he thought of earning 1.5 million in the account today. Even when he had breakfast, his mouth was full of smiles. "Don't laugh." Lake looked up at his girlfriend, who said, "Hurry up and eat, so I can pack up and go back to the police station." As expected by Lake, New York was very noisy late at night last night. "I got up early in the morning. According to incomplete statistics, there were more than 20 alarm calls last night, and the frequency was unusually high. Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Queen. There were people on Long Island even calling the police that it was a gunfight, but they were a little curious. When the police arrived, there were blood stains on the ground but no corpses. There were even no blood stains in some reports. This is weird. No one in the New York Police Department can explain exactly what happened, but all police officers are still required to report to the headquarters as soon as possible. Maureen needs to go there as soon as possible. Lake doesn't need it. He is on vacation. Work injury leave, there is a whole week of rest time. After all, a police detective, the right hand holding a gun hangs, it is basically the same as a long-distance runner without a leg. Lake said to Maureen, "It's okay, there will be housekeeping cleaners coming." Maureen said upon seeing this, "Then I'll go first. You are good at home, remember, you are injured, it is the wounded." Lake nodded in response. Stay at home? How could it be possible? How to get 1.5 million of one's own when staying at home? A high-intensity gunfight all night. Lake felt that Carlos was about to run out of oil. If this delays time and causes other colleagues to make up for the knife, Lake doesn't know who he is looking for to cry. And so, 10 minutes after his girlfriend Maureen went out, Lake also went downstairs. When he went downstairs, he asked the neighbors downstairs to think about the story of a new book recently. Castle, who wrote his actor to death, asked him, "Go up and open the door when the housekeeping attendant comes." Out of the Star Building. Corner. Lake, who took off the gold-rimmed glasses, the rule prop, walked to the side of the road and waved to a taxi. After getting in the car, he reported the address agreed by Carlos to the driver. Hellgate Bridge. Block 20. Lake got off the taxi and his eyes fell on the direction of the sewage treatment plant that was almost a kilometer away, close to the bank of the East River but had been bankrupt for a while. There is the address agreed upon by Carlos and Lake. 1 million, here I am. When Lake just got out of the car, he wondered if Carlos fooled himself, but when he walked to the sewage treatment plant, the idea disappeared. There are many killers here. As for how Lake recognizes it, I can only say that this is a kind of professional intuition. Just like a smoker, it is reasonable to be able to clearly recognize who is the same in the crowd. Walked into the sewage treatment plant. Lake saw several killers hiding around at first glance, and their attention was coincidentally looking at the dark factory building not far away. Boom! There was a muffled noise. Lake watched as a killer walked into the killer cautiously, and after a muffled noise came out, he rushed directly to the street on the ground 10 meters within the factory door. Was opened by a bullet. Overweight. Lake smiled in his heart, showing no sympathy for the dead assassin. There are more and more novices entering the assassin world these days, and the quality of assassins is getting worse and worse. And those who want to get rewards here are killers with relatively poor comprehensive qualities. In a word, the killers who have achieved financial freedom with no shortage of money will not come here for this small amount of 1.5 million yuan. As for those top-notch ones that have not achieved financial freedom, even more so. Carlos of the Cross is at the same level as them, so they know Carlos's strength very well. It is not worthwhile for 1.5 million, and the 1.5 million bounty is not enough for the top killers to form a group to swipe the card. Los. And so, Carlos really persisted all night. But it's over. Lake shook his head, raised his footsteps slightly, and walked towards the factory building with 3 corpses at the door. At this time, boom! A bullet fired from a silencer sniper rifle flew straight from behind Lake, and the target was pointed at the back of Lake's head. Boom! Puff! Lake fired a backhand shot and flicked the gun. After knocking out the bullet, he buckled the shot again, directly exploding the young killer squatting on the water tower. He smiled coldly and looked around. If you don't have this ability, don't die. It's worth. Finished. Lake didn't bother to pay attention to the idea of the killer outside, and went straight into the factory. Boom! Boom! Lake blasted a sharply angled bullet, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I am not your funeral, Carlos. Carlos clutched his abdomen, and stood up from behind a barrier in the factory building with a pale face, and smiled. Always try. Are you qualified to take my bounty? Lake nodded, understood. It was him. If he was in the position of Carlos, he would not be willing to be taken his life by a guy whose strength was not as good as his. After all, this was the last stubbornness of a strong man. Lake stood at the entrance of the factory, fired a shot directly behind him without looking, exploded a thigh that seemed to be ready to come in to see if he could pick up a cheap killer, and then looked at Carlos. Are you injured? Carlos reluctantly smiled. I met a more difficult guy. Freedom killer or organizational killer? Organizational. Black Caesar. Not www.readaloud.com Arthur. That guy will only cause accidents, and won't be a gun with me. That's true, there are not many that can kill. Is it the Killer Professional Production Company? Correct. Lake wowed, and once again bombed an assassin who was not afraid of death. That's a group of killers who are not afraid of death. Carlos seconded. When I killed, I didn't see any scared expression in his eyes. Lake seems to be chatting about the daily routine. I heard that the killers of this Killer Professional Production Company seem to be exactly the same. I seriously suspect that they are clones. Carlos said, if you have cloning technology, would you train these people to be killers? Lake shook his head. No. Finished. Lake and Carlos both laughed. Half loudly. Carlos gasped for a few rough breaths, opened his right hand pressing on his abdomen, and for a while, the wound was bleeding, and with a sigh, Carlos looked straight at Lake, as if he wanted to see Lake's heart clearly. "Remember your promise, Black King." Lake did not dodge, and directly met Carlos's eyes. "My promise, I will do it. As long as he doesn't kill himself, I guarantee his ordinary life." Carlos nodded, took out a picture of a woman from his arms, took a deep look, kissed, and then closed his eyes. "Do it." Lake said, "Okay, go slowly." The voice fell. Boom. P.S. Black Caesar from Extreme Killer. P.S. Arthur from The Machinist. P.S. Killer Professional Production Company from Code 47. Chapter 24, Monopoly can do whatever you want? Boom. With a yellow bullet from the muzzle, it hit Carlos's eyebrow, but it took a moment. Followed. Carlos leaned back. Growing up in the Mutual Aid Association, insisting that he killed people for his faith, then his faith collapsed and Carlos, who defected from the Mutual Aid Association, finally ended at this time. Before leaving, Carlos closed his eyes, with a calm smile on his face, and just squeezed a photo with his right hand. The photo is of a woman holding a baby and smiling sweetly at the camera. Lake walked to Carlos's side, bent over to pick up the picture, then threw the gun out with his right hand, once again killed a young and somewhat excessive killer and stuffed the picture into his pocket. People can't stand without credibility. Since Lake has promised Carlos that Wesley will lead a normal life for the rest of his life, he will not embarrass Wesley if he does what he says. The previous arrest of Wesley as a suspect was just for insurance. At the moment, Carlos kept his promise. Naturally, Lake will also keep his promise. This is a promise between a man and a man. Lake is not the kind of person who faces a set and a set behind it. For that kind of person, Lake sneered, and despised it. Turned around. Lake looked at the young assassins who walked in at the entrance of the factory, and didn't bother to kill them again. He was expressionless and looked at those people condescendingly. "I need me to send you away, or you should go by yourself." The assassins glanced at each other. Soon, a few killers turned and left. Carlos is dead, and the reward is over. Why are you staying and waiting to die? Lake laughed and took a phone from Carlos's arms. Toggle. When he was the Killer Black King, he did not have the habit of bringing a mobile phone. Although disposable mobile phones are cheap, they need to be replaced every time they can't stand. This is a bit extravagant for Lake. "The Third Laundry in New York, how can I help you? My clothes are washed. Please provide the number." Black King. "Wait a minute." The wiring lady on the phone was silent for a while, as if she had gone to inquire about information. After a while, the voice of the wiring lady came out again. "Location: Hellgate Bridge Wastewater Treatment Plant." "Roger that." Lake hung up the phone, threw the phone under his feet, and after stomping on it with his foot, he glanced at Carlos sternly, shook his head, turned and walked outside. "That's it. The matter here will naturally be dealt with by the Continental Hotel's handling team later. It is not that Lake does not want Carlos to settle down. Even if he wants to, the situation is not allowed. The Continental Hotel must verify the identity before ending the rewards and issuing the rewards. As for how many corpses besides Carlos, it is estimated that the end is thrown into an incinerator and burnt clean. On average, tens of thousands of people disappear every year in New York, and no one pays attention to these missing people. Apart from relatives of these people. But they chose this path themselves, and they can't blame others for doing the killer job, and the money comes fast, but sometimes, they die fast, and most of them are the kind that no one knows about. Star Building. When Lake returned home, the housekeeping cleaner had already arrived and said hello to the person who came to the house once a week to do the cleaning. Lake went to the study upstairs. In the study room, Lake sat in his chair, unfastened the sling disguised by his right arm, rubbed his eyebrows, and when the computer was turned on, he took the photo in his arms and put it in the paper shredder next to him. Squeak! The paper shredder runs automatically the moment the photo enters. In less than 3 seconds, the photo has been shredded into thin strips of slag. The computer is turned on. Lake took out the USB flash drive of Continental Hotel from the drawer beside it and inserted it into the computer. The web page automatically bounced out, and with the loading of the U-Disk program, a simple web page also appeared on the simple web page where you need to enter the username and password. In order to prevent the location function of the USB flash drive, Lake's home network uses the satellite network launched by Stark Commercial Satellite, which claims to be 100% safe. Lake still trusts Stark's stuff. Before Jarvis didn't sacrifice, at this point in time, don't think about the security of the Stark satellites. Jarvis is responsible for maintaining the security of the Stark satellite. If you want to locate Lake's address on the internet, you have to pass Jarvis first. It's off. For this reason, Lake has to pay Stark Commercial Satellite Company a satellite network usage fee of more than $20,000 each year. The meat hurts. But Lake feels that this is a necessary expenditure and cannot be less. Log in to the website. Lake went over the wall and ran to the Dongguo internet to watch free American TV shows, while refreshing his backstage at the Continental Hotel, waiting for the $1.5 million to arrive. This time, I want to draw 10 in a row. Around noon, when Lake thought he might have to wait for the afternoon to arrive, he was about to turn off the Doctor Who player and went down to find a restaurant to eat casually. Ding! A short stop came over. Lake's eyes lit up, and he clicked on it. You have completed the reward task. The amount of reward is $1.5 million. $1 million will be paid out and $500,000 will be issued as gold coins. The gold coins have been automatically transferred to your mainland hotel account, and $1 million will be remitted. For designated overseas bank accounts, the cleaning fee of UU reading www.yunsha.com Continental Hotel is 20%, which is fast and reliable. I look forward to your experience. Lake blinked. What do you mean by? How did the $1.5 million shrink into $1 million? What the hell? I want you to use gold coins. I want $1. It's not good. Zimbabwe also does it. The plugin only accepts world currencies and doesn't accept gold coins at all. Monopoly can do whatever you want? I'm in a hurry, I bombed your headquarters. Lake frowned, and took out a piece of white paper and a pen from the side. This year's property tax has been prepared, and there is no need to pay it. At the end of this month, his 3 credit cards have to be paid back, which adds up to about 100,000. Then there is the cost of 20,000 yuan for this satellite network. These two add up to 120,000. And also, Lake wondered if there is no hope for making big money from the killer mission. There are more and more new killers in the killer world, and he is a crowdsourcing runner, and it is difficult to get any high-quality orders. There is no hope for throttling. Lake has maintained a low standard of living of about $1,000 a month. No matter how low it is, Lake feels that the Internal Affairs Department will not suspect that he is collecting black money, but start to doubt him. Take some over-the-counter narcotic drugs. So throttling can't work, it can only increase revenue. Lake wondered whether to leave a sum of money and use his professional advantages to learn how to trade stocks and so on. Lake has the final say, this sum of money is almost 200,000 yuan. And so, Lake forget it. Find. The amount of recharge directly to the plug-in without money laundering is. Chapter 25, on the psychology of gamblers. 400,000? 4 lucky draws? This is unscientific. Lake looked at the last figure that could be recharged, and blinked. There was a feeling that he was not awake. What about 10 consecutive draws with a guaranteed bottom line? How could it lose 600,000? This is unscientific. Lake's eyes widened, and once again he took out a piece of white paper and planned to calculate it again. As a result, in the end, the number was not only not high, but 20,000 less. Waterfuck. Lake took a deep breath, seeming to find out where his problem was. He forgot about 20% of money laundering. Forget it. It's a big deal to find an opportunity to sell the mainland gold coins in the account. If you sell it at a 20% discount, you can get it back and you can draw a prize 3 times. Lake sighed. Recharge 400,000 yuan directly from an overseas bank account. Black heart. If it wasn't for Lake that it would be better to keep the Continental Hotel than to destroy the Continental Hotel, he would charge 20% of the money laundering charge, and Lake would have the urge to come directly to ask for a salary. This is my hard-earned money. Soon. After the plug-in successfully recharged 400,000, looking at the number of draws displayed on the plug-in, Lake immediately suppressed the idea of asking for salary at home. Take a bath. Burn incense. Lake was originally thinking about whether to invite statues of Buddha, Jade Emperor, God, Jesus, etc. to go home to increase the probability of his European emperor, but I heard a man from the East said that it would cost more than the cost to invite a from the United States back to the East. I dismissed the idea. God and or something, Lake didn't believe it. And so. It's all about asking God. Start up. Give me 4 consecutive pumps, burst burst. Lake's eyes widened, looking at the interface that only he could see, he shouted like a real gambler in his heart. Soon. Ding. Location card *1, item type, B-level, science and technology. After use, you can locate someone's location, real-time tracking, lasting 2 hours. Copy card *1, item type, B-level, infinite series, choose a item card you own, and copy it. Clone, skill type, SR level, magical system, create a clone. The clone does not have the ability that the main body cannot control, the clone disappears automatically after death, without any cooling speed, can only summon 1 clone at a time, or at 10 the price of $10,000 adds an extra clone, the second one is 100,000, the third is 200,000, the fourth is 400,000. Angel Diamond, Cash, D grade, Nature, as you can see, this is a diamond, and it is also a rare diamond, rare in the world, and very precious. What the is this? My SSR. Is just 1 S, isn't that all for you? 4 consecutive draws, don't you have 1? Extraordinary blood. Godhead. It's good to have a kingdom of God that can grow. Lake's mouth twitched severely. He looked at the 4 things he had spent 400,000 withdrawing. He seriously suspected that the plug-in was operating in the dark, just like buying a lottery ticket, and he bluntly pulled the big prize. Among these 4 things, from Lake's point of view, it seems that the SR level clone is worth the money. The other 3 are just like the roulette lottery. Thank you for your patronage. There is also the diamond of the dazzling heart. Is pretty. If you sell it, you can at least buy more than 2 million yuan, but this thing does not mean that you can sell it. Even if it can be sold, the plug-in has blocked this loophole. All plug-in lottery items cannot be sold in any way for cash. All. Lake is not a woman, nor does he have the blood of a dragon. He doesn't catch a cold at all when facing diamonds that only have the sparkling function and nothing else. I won't smoke anymore, please return the money to me. Obviously, this is thinking about fart, not to mention that this plugin is not smart, even if it is, this plugin is absolutely impossible. Lake was lying on the computer table like he lost a bet and then asked if he could surrender the half-lost old gambler. Followed. Lake's eyes fell on the 600,000 people on the backstage of the Continental Hotel. How about? Take it out for a shock wave, the whole 10 consecutive draws, maybe it will be able to produce a golden legend? Snapped. Lake thought of it together, and he returned to his senses and gave himself a slap in the face. Lao Tzu is not a gambler. Lake took a deep breath, restraining the strong stud impulse in his heart. The 600,000 yuan was waiting to be cleaned, used to pay some fees, and waiting for money to make money. It's cool to use it for a while, but it will be uncomfortable when I need to look for money in the future. But not reconciled. Lake wailed in his heart, hoping that he would be able to draw a golden legend this time, but in the end, there was no doubt that he would draw a loneliness again. It is clear that there is a strong golden legend before the draw. And so is another illusion. Lake patted his handsome face, sighed, pulled out the USB flash drive with his eyes closed, and then threw it back into the drawer with his eyes closed. Open your eyes. Hey! So, you really pretended to be sick? Lake blinked, looked up at the door of the study without knowing when, hugging his girlfriend Maureen who was leaning on the door with his arms around, and blinked. When did you come here? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Maureen said, when you close the drawer. Talking. Maureen walked in and looked at Lake with his right arm intact. Yesterday I was feeding again, helping you take a bath, and taking the initiative. As a result, you pretended to be sick, and you had planned it. Lake shook his head, no. Knowing that pretending to be injured can be treated the same as last night, Lake promised to pretend to be done once a week. Anyway, he is a policeman, and he was injured in a shootout with criminals. It is normal for him to be injured. But last night must not have been premeditated. Maureen laughed angrily, if it wasn't for Joe to tell me secretly today, when will you pretend to be sick, or how many times do you want me to serve you? That traitor. What? It's nothing. Lake shook his head. This is why he likes to act alone. Others can't rely on it. Look at it. He clearly told Joe to be tight-lipped. As a result, it hasn't been 24 hours. It's sold out and clean. I knew that I shouldn't have saved you. Lake gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the mission on George's side will be over in a few days, and then Joe will go to George's group. Maureen looked at Lake with twinkling eyes, and called out again. Lake looked up. Hey! Maureen laughed angrily. Let's say, I plan to serve you several times before you tell me you pretended to be sick. Lake looked at Maureen who was as cold as an iceberg, and said tentatively, do it again. The words fall. Maureen threw the scarf around his neck towards Lake, and was completely amused by Lake's words, then you can play with yourself once. Lake. Chapter 26, Fulfill a Promise. A week later. Lake, who claimed to have taken sick leave due to work-related injuries, ended his vacation. Early morning. Lake yawned. I suddenly felt that maybe it would be nice not to go to work. I really had a brain twitch. Lake drank his coffee and thought in his heart that he has a very free career and it is not good to do it well. He has to find a part-time job, and it is still a part-time job that needs to get up in the morning. Isn't it incense to make money by killing people, or am I essentially the life of an office worker? Lake shook his head. My girlfriend Maureen walked down from the spiral staircase. He just heard Lake's words and rolled his eyes. Where did you find the doctor's diagnosis? Lake chuckled, this is a secret. The medical certificate was bought by him. $300 is a real value. A medical certificate issued by an authoritative surgeon at the New Amsterdam Hospital, a designated hospital of the New York Police Department, was immediately granted a week's work injury rehabilitation leave after being taken to the police station. I still remember the little nurse who helped Lake explode after the apartment exploded. Okay. It was the little nurse who sold it to Lake. It should have been a week ago. Lake was dismissed by his girlfriend and received a call from the little nurse the next day after pretending to be sick. The little nurse spoke in a thick underground trading tone. Dear, buy a leave slip, which is the real one at a fair price, a fine of 100 for the fake, and you can also write down the recommended recovery days according to your requirements. Do you need one, dear? Lake settled the bill at that time, buying a leave note that could take a week for about $300, and his daily salary was about $150. Good deal. He can lie at home and earn almost 4 days' salary. So Lake bought one at the time and kept the phone number of the little nurse by the way. In case she needs to come later, according to the little nurse, she can do any hospital-wide business, including custom CT photos, and when you retire, you can also check your health, which can increase your retirement pension by nearly $1,000 in injury allowance every month. Lake was shocked immediately. Went out. When Lake drove from the underground garage to the ground, his girlfriend who was waiting at the door of the building tightened his collar and got on the co-pilot. The November sky has already begun to get cold. But 2 months have passed since September, and the citizens of New York City have gradually emerged from the September incident. The WDO's cleanup work is still going on, but compared to the previous 2 months, it's just like the haze gradually disappeared. Of course. Followed by November is the resignation of the former mayor of New York. His resignation is destined. During his tenure, the WDO incident was destined for him not to be re-elected, and there was also the textile factory incident last month. Good fellow, your mayor has something to do with the killer organization and must step down. There is no discussion. Although the former mayor said in front of reporters that he was also deceived, it was useless. People only saw him holding money from the killer organization to become the mayor. And so, about 4 days ago, the mayor was determined. The new mayor is an acquaintance. Is wrong. Is an acquaintance of the neighbor castle downstairs. The mayor is a book fan of Castle. Therefore, at dinner yesterday, Castle proudly said whether he wanted to introduce Lake. Lake sprayed Castle directly. Does he need a backstage? Loudso himself is the hardest backstage. New York Police Department building. Maureen in the co-pilot looked at Lake. Aren't you going up? Lake shrugged. I'll go to the 33rd game. What are you doing? I am busy. Okay. Lake waited until his girlfriend got out of the car, restarted the car directly, and drove towards the 33rd minute. Wesley is still in the game. Lake has always believed in his promises. If he promises Wesley an ordinary life, then Lake will guarantee this most basic condition. Of course. If Wesley is stupid, it's none of his business. What Lake and Carlos promised at the time was that Wesley would not be taken away by the textile factory, and that Wesley would not face life in prison. There was nothing else. Half an hour later, Lake stopped the car at the 33rd inning and went straight all the way. He greeted a detective whom he had made here, and then in the detention room he saw Wesley who had been here for a week and looked a little awful. Wesley has had a terrible life these days. I thought that his life experience could be different from now on, but I didn't expect that he had not been regarded as a killer, and turned out to be a criminal suspect, and he had been locked up here for many days. Wesley didn't think about looking for a lawyer. He has money, and his bank card has a mutual aid service worth $100,000. But the police detective here directly told him a word when he was looking for a lawyer. After thinking about it, he really went through the legal process after looking for a lawyer. Wesley hesitated. Then, as soon as I stayed till now. Ahem. It's you. Lake stood outside the detention room and looked at Wesley, who raised his head towards him inside. After noticing the look in Wesley's eyes, www.readaloud.com smiled and said, "You seem to hate me." Wesley didn't speak, but his body language clearly explained this point. Lake chuckled. This is really silly and sweet. Not to mention that the Mutual Aid Society is thinking about training Wesley to let him kill his father Carlos. Just say one thing, do you really think that the killer is very smart? Does this guy think that reality is playing games? Being a killer, a guy with an average brain IQ would not want to be a killer. Of course. Except for Lake. You can go now. Lake looked at Wesley with a stunned expression and said faintly, I promised your father that you won't let you go into any mess. Maybe you enter a profession that will die tomorrow. So, after going out, I can do it for myself. Help you this time, next time, ask for your own blessings. Talking. Lake looked at his friend's detective in the 33rd Division, and shook his head. What do young people think in their minds now? Do a good job and don't think about being a killer. My friend looked at Lake speechlessly. You are not too old. Lake shrugged. It's 30. My heart was dripping blood, and I was about to reach the age of hair loss. I still didn't extract the SSR level immortal body. What's the use of an immortal body? Not getting old and not dying together is the true golden legend. Wesley inside listened to the singing and harmony of the two outside, and said with some uncertainty, I can really go out, then, is the case. Lake and his friend looked at each other. Next second. Ha laughed. Chapter 27, Sudden Calculation. Is different from the location where you stand, and the scenery you see is also different. Wesley's fat boss and his green colleague did call the police, but after Lake's friends talked to them for a while, they withdrew the case. After all, these two people are just the most ordinary company employees. Although the capitalists here are not afraid of law enforcement agents, it does not mean that everyone is not afraid. What's more, these two people have not even touched the capitalist's ass. 10 minutes later. Wesley walked out of the gate of the 33rd game, looked up, and was nodded by the sunlight. Lake came over from behind. Let's go, don't always think about doing improper things. By the way, to tell you, your father didn't die at the hands of the Mutual Aid Society. At that time, the man who was fighting with Firefox was your father. Firefox just wants you to become a killer they used to deal with your father. Wesley looked surprised and looked at Lake. You lie to me. Lake chuckled and said, you lie to you, what do you have to cheat? Is it the $100,000 in your bank card? If it weren't for me to help you, your $100,000 has been frozen. Wesley. This is the fact. After receiving the Mutual Aid Association at the police station, nearly $1 million in cash and more than a dozen bank cards were seized from the safe. After a dozen bank cards, I wanted to freeze the transfer from that bank card to Wes. It is a normal thing to benefit from the $100,000 stolen money of Lee. As for taking Wesley's $100,000? Lake disdains it. What he likes is black eating black, making money by his own ability, and being deceived. Lake is not interested in this. Lake looked at Wesley, who was stunned at the entrance of the police station, and was lazily talking about something. He patted Wesley on the shoulder, said a good idea, and then walked towards the car parked at the door. Up. Boarding. Lake directly turned around and drove the car towards the police headquarters. His promise has been fulfilled. As for Wesley's future, it has nothing to do with Lake. I don't know how long it took. Wesley returned to his senses and looked at Lake, who could not even see the lights. He stood there and was silent for a while. He seemed to have thought of something and ran towards the nearest ATM class. Looks like, it seems to have just been released from the mental hospital. Half an hour later. Lake parked the car directly on the parking spot on the side of the road at the police station. Get off. Lake walked directly towards the steps of the police station. Just when Lake was about to reach the steps, he was stopped by someone. Two people. Occupation. Hurry up. Lake narrowed his eyes and looked at the two black and white non-mainstreamers in front of him. What's the matter? Good fellow. This is because I sucked up and ran to the police station door to provoke me, or I didn't want to freeze to death outside, so I planned to find a good night and a good night's sleep in the police station's custody room. Dude, borrow some money. Lake's eyebrows are beating. Seeing that Lake did not move, the white non-mainstreamer directly stretched out his hand towards Lake's right pocket. Very familiar. Good fellow. What? The white non-mainstream screamed suddenly. Let go, it hurts, the police officer is beating, the police officer is beating. The police officers who worked in the police station looked at this in an instant. Lake narrowed his eyes and let go directly. Okay. It's not that I'm sucking, nor is it a homeless man who wants to find a warm homeless man, it's being targeted. Who? Lake glanced at the two of them, sneered, not too lazy to fall into this kind of untechnical trap, and walked directly beside them. The road is so big. I make your way, I hope you can afford the price. The cost of life. Just. Lake chose to retreat, which seems to be a cowardly performance in the eyes of these two non-mainstreamers. Xiaohei non-mainstreamers thinks that he can do it. Seeing this, he directly reaches out and grabs Lake. You hurt me, I let you go. Bang. A meteor passed by. Bang. The black non-mainstreamer who was about to catch Lake's shoulders directly jumped into the air, and then flew nearly 5 meters into the game and fell into the flower bed in the distance. The other non-mainstream eyes narrowed and looked directly at Lake. Did not panic. There are even some triumphant colors in his eyes. Then, the non-mainstreamer spoke to Lake. Your mother exploded. Boom. Lake kicked once again and sent this guy directly to the flower bed 5 meters away. Interesting. Lake moved his neck, stretched his arms, and walked towards the flower bed blankly. Inside, two non-mainstreamers who coughed up blood and 3 fractures in the body couldn't stand up. You have fate to take money, do you have fate to spend? Click. Lake directly stretched out his hand and pulled out a section of steel pipe on the guardrail, thinking like this in his heart, looking at the two little who were obviously terrified and didn't expect the injuries to be so serious. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. A cruel smile. At this time. Stop it. Step aside. Boom. Lake, are you crazy? Lake looked at the second group of Detective Beckett who was blocking him and frowned. Beckett whispered towards Lake, look below. Lake looked up. A group of reporters who didn't know where ran out from somewhere, and took pictures of the two non-mainstream players facing Lake. Bakertra walked towards Lake towards the police station building. Hurry up. Lake did not refuse. Yu reading www.yuuganashu.com. There is no doubt that he was calculated. But once again, Lake will still be fooled. Without him, his character is on the other side. What is great is just a word. Soldiers come to cover the water. After the two non-mainstream routines, Lake can also guess. Tell him. Haha. Lake can't understand the problem that these two people will sue him, and they will definitely sue, but Lake can solve another problem. If the complainant dies. That. Will the court still accept this case? The 16th floor of the police station building. Maureen, his girlfriend, who was looking at the files in his office, listened to the noise outside and watched a group of people gathered around the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked down. Some curiously walked out and laughed. What are you looking at? A blonde girl who just entered the psychotherapy department, her eyes twinkling with little stars. Wow, Detective Edwin has exploded. Another beauty is also very excited. Kick 5 meters directly with 1 foot, this physical quality. Maureen was confused. A member of the negotiating team walked up to Maureen and told about what happened just downstairs, and then said to Maureen, Doctor, this matter is probably in trouble. Maureen grunted inexplicably. Don't even think about it to know that it must have been designed. Whose newspaper society is so stubborn in the New York Police Department? This time Lake just started his hand, and with a scream, so many reporters who seemed to be ambushing aside in advance came out. Maureen gritted his teeth and walked directly to the elevator. The capture plan has begun. Chapter 28, Sudden Breakup? Boom. Lake, who was sitting in the Montgomery Inspectorate's office, looked up and glanced at the angry, dark face of Montgomery's angry expression, and then glanced at other places again. Is not shorting. Lake was wondering, who was looking for this? He just finished his sick leave today. Before he entered the police station building, someone ran over to count him. This is obviously planned. Even still knows very clearly that Lake will return to work today. Who? Could it be that the remnants of the Mutual Aid Association were doing things, planning to get him down in this way, and then trying to assassinate him? Lake blinked. He can currently think that people or organizations who have the motive to do this kind of thing will also help each other. But the style of doing things like this is not a mutual aid association. Mutual aid associations people are killers, and the killer will pay attention to so many crooked ways. If there is really the remnant of mutual aid association, it should be a bullet in the back of the head when Lake walks inadvertently. But apart from this mutual aid association, who am I to blame? Lake touched his chin and continued to let go, thinking like this in his heart. Boom! Montgomery saw Lake seeing him and continued to ignore him, feeling that his nose was about to be smoked. Inspector Lake Edwin, I'm talking to you. Lake regained his senses. I'm listening. Why are you shouting so loudly? How big is it? Is it worth the fuss? Girlfriend Maureen also walked in from outside. Lake looked at his girlfriend who walked in, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that this gossip is spreading pretty fast. This is a joke. Mullen did not feel amused, but said to Lake, do you know that you are being calculated? Lake shrugged, I know, what a big deal. Montgomery's brows and heart beat impermanently. Hearing Lake's fluttering words, he felt like he was about to explode. What a big deal? Okay, Inspector Edwin, I tell you how big this is. Snapped. Snapped. Montgomery hadn't finished speaking, he only heard two pops and a flower in front of him. When Montgomery came back to his senses, he saw two things on his table. Police badge. With a gun. Lake looked at Montgomery, who was bewildered this time, and smiled. Inspector, you just want me to hand over these two things, don't you need to say, I will give it. Just right. Lake also feels that he has only had a rest for a week, and his spirit has not been adjusted back to work mode. Now he is all right, and just take this opportunity to take a few days of rest. I really am the protagonist. Doze off and come to the pillow. Montgomery was stunned and sneered at Lake. Do you think it's that simple? Lake shrugged, otherwise. Girlfriend Maureen said solemnly next to him, Lake, since you know this is a calculation, why don't I give in? Lake interrupted Maureen's question directly, and narrowed his eyes, because there is always only people who let me, and there is no reason for me to let them. Return to the first life, add a plug-in. And there is also the blessing of SSR immortal body. In this kind of start, if Lake needs to become or even retreat, Lake feels that he might as well pull a rope to hang himself. Calculate? You calculate slowly, as long as you come out, I promise to punch out your brains. Come. There is a kind of positive attitude. Who counsels the puppy? Who is afraid of whom? Girlfriend Maureen looked at Lake blankly. After a while, she looked at Lake with disappointment, shook her head, turned and left the Montgomery inspector's office. This is... Are you single again? Lake looked at the back of Maureen leaving the office and raised his eyebrows. What Maureen is thinking about, Lake knows. Just knowing that Gui knows, asking him to admit counsel, there is no such reason. Lake immediately looked at Montgomery in front of him. Inspector, is there anything else? I'll go back if it's okay. Montgomery opened his mouth and waved his hand directly at Lake. You go back first, suspended. Lake said, oh. Hurrah, after finishing work at night, you don't need to get up so early tomorrow. Go out. His partner Joe came over and looked at Lake worriedly. In the large court, or at the gate of the New York Police Department, a detective kicked two unarmed citizens. What is this? Lake looked at the worried Joe and tilted his head. Why, it's just a suspension. It's not that I haven't been suspended before. What a big deal. Joe is a little speechless. It's so easy to talk about suspension, and Joe feels that New York is only Lake. In the beginning, Joe was very happy when he was transferred to the New York Police Department, but when he knew that her colleague was Lake, who was suspected of collecting black money, Joe was unhappy. At the moment, Joe, who had gone through life and death with Lake, knew that if Lake with such skill needed to collect black money, then none of the New York Police Department detectives would be innocent. Joe was a little uneasy. Are you really all right? Lake waved his hand. What happened to the suspension? Lake had already thought of this when he started his hand, but he didn't expect that this period of romance would also be over. Esposito, you go to the court to apply for a search warrant and look at the bank accounts of these two people. Understand? Ryan. I know www.readaloud.com to retrieve their call records. Correct. Understand, go now. Lake looked at the busy second group and said to Beckett, who was standing there, Beckett, you should know that when I was out, I knew they were deliberately arranged. Beckett said to Lake, if it was me this time, it would be you, wouldn't it? Lake pursed his mouth and said, thank you. Although George and Beckett often quarrel about who the case belongs to, Lake, as a third group, has a good relationship with both of them. Lake is not picky eaters, and in some small cases, the probability of eating black is higher. Moreover, the quarrel was also because of the case. In private, the relationship between Lake, George, and Beckett is also very good. After all, the three people often go to the bar to drink when they are not busy. Lake looked at Joe. Okay, go ahead, I'll go home and sleep. After sleeping well, stop by and kill someone. Regardless of who is directing behind you, since I provoke me, one of them will report to me in hell. Trade-off? Compromise? Considering the overall situation? Eating me, big sniper. Lao Tzu came here to play Invincible stream. It is not a trivial development stream. It's really anxious that Lake went directly to grab the New York bank vault and went on for $10 billion. Lake didn't believe he could not come up with a completely invincible skill or props. If the plug-in recharge accepts the stolen US knife. I'm not empty in front of me when I come to ancient times. Haha. Chapter 29, Killer is my main business. The New York public opinion circle was completely deep-fried in the afternoon. Especially certain groups. Shocked, the New York Police Department reappeared violent law enforcement. The police beat the citizens for no reason. 2 innocent people were seriously injured, and the hospital was once critically ill. Question. When these scary titles are paired with the black and white photos of howling, the effect is extraordinary. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Downstairs of the New York police station, a group of African Americans have already taken up a strong position. Even the various cheering signs have been prepared, and slogans have been shouted together. No race can compare to these people in this matter. African Americans may not work in time, or even eat in time, but as long as there is a trace of flame in protests, demonstrations, these people will treat him as a nuclear bomb. Obviously, the black hands behind this scene have been prepared long ago. The African Americans who almost occupied the police station plaza downstairs of the New York Police Department chanted the slogan of the New York Police Department's corruption to cover up the murderer and demanded that they arrest Lake immediately. Director Byrd has convened a large wave of police officers in a meeting. Bell. Hey. It's me. I know, I don't plan to buy leave slips anymore. There is inside information, $1,000. It is good. A lawyer came over to meet these 2 people just now. Why help me? I don't like dark-skinned people, they look weird at night. Lake listened to the blind tone on the phone and blinked. Following this sentence a picture appeared in his mind, and suddenly 2 rows of whiteness appeared in the dark night. Is really weird and scary. Lake got up from the bed, rubbed his eyebrows, and walked into the bathroom. Half an hour later. Lake was still wearing gold-rimmed glasses when he walked out of the underground garage of the Star Building. Looked up at the sky. The sun sets. Hey! Lake was thinking of sleeping beautifully until the night, and then going to the hospital to take the black and white people on the road, but he didn't expect the plan to keep up with the changes. This guy hiding behind the scenes doesn't even plan to give me a night's rest. Lake shook his head. This person hiding behind the pair of black and white non-mainstream players can tell at a glance, obviously intending to keep Lake to death all the time. Is this asking me to die socially? What kind of hatred or grudge? Is fine. This guy is not very smart. Lake stopped a taxi and reported the address of the New Amsterdam hospital. Think about it. Rather than find a lawyer for the black and white couple to deal with Lake, it is better to find a killer and do the two people quietly. In this way, not only will Lake be charged with the crime of missed murder, but also he can be treated like this. Behind the scenes is completely hidden. What a pity. This guy is not good at IQ. I will go over and chop off these two people now, no one to call the police, I see what you have to do. A gleam of cold light flashed in Lake's eyes. Don't let him know who the man hiding behind is, let him know, Lake promised to let this guy survive. Soon. New Amsterdam Hospital is here. At this moment, the New Amsterdam Hospital has also been stopped by a large group of journalists and media. There is no doubt that they are waiting for news from inside. It's better to be black and white with the news that he died from his injuries. The New York media like it the most for fear that the world will not be chaotic. The more chaotic this matter, the more reports they will report, and the more reports they will need to say, their bonuses and commissions will also be very high. Go straight all the way. Lake, whose glasses had been taken off, stood in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital looking at the two police officers at the elevator door, frowning. Good intentions to do bad things. The two police officers must have been arranged by the New York Police Department. In a word, the New York Police Department's people who don't want to die in black and white are the ones who stay in whether they want Pollack or not. Is not dead, everything is easy to say. Is dead, it is estimated that the mayor who just took office this month will have something to say. What a pity. They are dead, I'm talking. Lake glanced at the guarding police officer, then passed the elevator directly, and walked towards the toilet on the first floor. I can't get up after guarding the elevator. Someone is a killer, not to mention the hospital, a secret room can be entered. Boom. Who? Boom. Lake opened the toilet door with a kick, and knocked the young doctor in a white coat ready to take off his pants in front of him with a knife, then turned around and closed the door and opened the guy's clothes. 2 minutes later. When Lake, wearing a white coat, walked out of the bathroom, he smiled slightly at a patient who was about to go in, and showed the sign under repair in front of the entrance of the men's bathroom, indicating that the patient in front of him can go to the next door. The female toilet is resolved. The patient pointed to the female toilet behind him and looked at Lake. He seemed to ask again, okay? Lake shrugged his shoulders, looking like why not? The patient nodded, clutched his stomach and ran in. 3. 1. Ah! A sharp woman's cry came from the women's toilet. The police officers on the elevator side looked at each other, and walked across to the toilet with Lake. Soon. Lake got into the elevator. The elevator goes up. 3 minutes later. Lake politely said to let, and then walked straight out of the elevator. This layer is not an ICU. The ICU is on the upper floor, but it's not impossible to take the elevator directly to the ICU at this time, but it's definitely impossible to get in. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Because there must be a police officer from the New York Police Department there. If you stole a white coat, you can at most pretend to be a doctor. You can walk in the department at will. If you want to rely on the white coat to enter the ICU, I think too much. That is the plot in the movie. Lake grabbed a white coat mainly because he didn't want to splash blood on himself when he was going to kill. After all, Lake seems to be rich, but it is actually very poor. The house is given away, and the car is an old second-hand car that has been used for 5 years, so this set of tailor-made suits can still be seen. Is only such a set of customization. Lake has a simple dream. When he can draw a lottery as he wants, he will fill his closet with all kinds of customized suits. Entered the stairs next to him, climbed one floor, turned a corner, and suddenly saw a special password door for medical staff leading to the ICU. 12,138. Lake, wearing leather gloves, directly entered the password that he had bought with the Continental Hotel with a gold coin when he had just left the Star Building. Ding! The red light on the code lock turned into a green light instantly. Open the door. A nurse who just passed by looked at Lake, who walked in through the small door, and frowned. Hey, which department are you in? I don't know. Lake pointed the pistol at the little nurse in front of him, looked at the latter's face with a moment of horror, smiled and said, "It's okay, you can call, I promise not to kill you." The words fall. What? A high-pitched female voice chasing a certain Russian tenor instantly resounded from the spot to the entire ICU patient. The little nurse in front of her dropped the file in her hand, bent her hands and shouted with all her strength. There are assassins. Chapter 30, Unscrupulous Killer, thanks to Auntie Tokaunpo for the reward. Wow! The lung capacity is really good, and the mouth is really big. Lake stuffed his ears with his fingers and looked surprised and shocked at the little nurse, who was shouting loudly in front of him with her mouth open. Wouldn't it be cool for anyone to marry the nurse home? Soon. As the female nurse screamed, she immediately attracted the patients in the ICU corridor, and the police officer who was staying near a certain intensive care unit on the right side of the corridor. Several doctors and nurses ran over from the duty station. Lake's eyes fell on the 3 police officers in the far corridor. Next second. Raise the gun. Boom. 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 3 shots were fired in a row. After the bullet fell on his hand, Lake looked at the doctors and nurses, who stopped halfway and smiled slightly, like a gentleman. "Aren't you running? I'm going to kill." A doctor's eyes widened instantly. Followed. The ICU was instantly messed up. Boom. Fack. In the distance, the police officer who drew his gun the first time Lake fired his gun shook his right hand. After the gun fell to the ground, he ran into the small black non-mainstream intensive care unit and pressed the emergency call machine on his chest and began to request support from the headquarters paging station. Boom. 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 Lake walked slowly towards a short distance. The pistol in his right hand threw a bullet and instantly knocked down a police officer's bullet. No one can break through my guns. Call it. The bigger the noise, the better. The black and white non-mainstream must die, and Lake will give them a sensational farewell ceremony, so that people in New York will know that these 2 people are dead. Was killed by a crowd-sourcing killer who delivered home delivery. There is no way to sue a dead person. Even if they did, it wasn't Lake that killed them, but the Black King. 10 seconds later. Clicked. Lake stood at the nurse's station and said loudly to the 2 police officers who were leaning against the bunker, "How about it? There are no bullets, it's okay, I'll give you time to change your magazines. I can accompany you in this game. You play for an hour." Spear fighting bull break. Lake used to use big snipers in assassinations. After all, 1 shot would kill, and he could leave in time if he couldn't kill. But now, Lake suddenly liked the feeling of handguns. This taste, I have nothing to say. Call for support, call for support. Don't worry. Listening to the call coming from there, Lake went to the nurse's station, turned on the water dispenser, thought for a while, gave up the idea of drinking water. "Forget it, I'm thirsty, finish the business soon, I'm here, don't shoot, be careful that my gun fired and killed you." Finished. Lake appeared in the corridor from the nurse's station. Boom. 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 What? It's not good. Lake caught the fallen bullet again and put it into his pocket, and then another shot, wounding the police officer on the left, and then walked past the 2 police officers who fell, picked them up and passed them. The shells of their torso were put into the pockets of their white coats together. A skilled doctor is definitely a top killer. The same is true. A top killer, he does not say that the structure of the human body is the same as that of a top doctor, but he also has a certain understanding. And so, Lake walked over and pointed his gun at the police officers who were injured and planned to fight back. He took their pistols, put them in the pockets of white coats, and waved his hands at the 2 of them. "Be good, otherwise, I will kill you," Lake said with a smile, but his tone was serious. After all, it was a colleague's game. Lake is not so frantic, but one shot was to be worthy of his identity, and the second shot was a personal grievance. So Lake is willing to give this opportunity. The most important thing. Lake needs human evidence. After it can be avoided, a large group of reporters directly and indiscriminately throws the charge of breaking into the hospital and killing the black and white match on Lake's head. That would be bad. At that time, I will have to bloodbath the entire New York media world. I'm here. Don't come in. I'm coming in. Lake felt a bit amused and said to the police officer who ran into the intensive care unit who was hiding, "Neither of your colleagues died, you are obedient, I promise you are treated better than your 2 colleagues, and they pay injured, as long as you are obedient, I guarantee you are unharmed. No more talking inside." Lake shook his head and pushed the door directly. A police officer lay on the ground, making a 5-body throw. Lake sighed. In order to prevent the young guy from eating, he squatted down and said to him, "Hey, do you want to be commended?" The young police officer looked at Lake in horror. Next second. Boom. What? Hush hush hush. There was also a police officer running through the muzzle of Lake toward his thigh, making a booing motion, and glanced at the cold sweat on the officer's forehead. "Do you want to go out and be criticized, or do you want to receive the same commendation as the 2 colleagues outside?" "Well, I'm doing it for your own good. Be quiet. I'll leave as soon as I finish my business." Finished. Lake got up and looked at the horrified black non-mainstreamer who had all his limbs hung up and fixed on the bed with a horrified smile on his face. It seems that the black hand behind the scenes is full of energy. Lake is very confident in his power geometry. Let's put it this way, Lake's kick will kick the 2 of them into fractures in the body, but what is the cast of the limbs? Bow sympathy and bow pitiful? How poisonous is your intentions? You reading www.youcanshoot.com. Do not. Boom. Lake took the shot, too lazy to talk nonsense with this little black. The lawyers are all on the scene, it is useless to need these 2 guys, anyway, dressing up in these 2 goods is not the way you can afford a lawyer. So after Lake's bombardment, he walked directly outside, and there was a Ziobi non-mainstream in the intensive care unit opposite. 5 minutes have passed immediately. The police force of the New York Police Department may arrive at any time. After left the door, the 2 police officers leaning on the wall glanced at Lake, and then looked at their noses and noses. Obviously. These 2 people can also see that Lake has no plans to kill them, so the life is his own, the police officer is just a job, there is no need to lose his life for the job. Anyway, they are too old to fight. The detectives are hopeless. Why do they work so hard, leave a pension, and wait for someone to marry their wives in the future and use his son as a punching bag in boxing? And I have a gunshot wound and survived, and I can mix honor and a period of vacation. Isn't it good to go home and eat hamburgers to accompany my wife? And so, the 2 police officers closed their eyes directly and waited for Lake to finish the matter or wait for the rescue team to come. Lake smiled, looked back from the 2 police officers, pushed aside Ziobi's non-mainstream intensive care unit, and walked in. The non-mainstream Ziobi is not as miserable as Xiao He. After all, Xiao Bai who hangs his limbs and Xiao He who hang his limbs have different social influences. But this does not delay Lake killing him. Don't kill. Boom. Chapter 31, Where is Lake? Thanks to Yakaga for the reward. The moment Lake entered the ICU and shot, the support information received by the dispatch center has been transmitted to the New York Police Department. A group of people looked dumbfounded. Director Burt, who was convening a meeting to discuss how to solve this matter, was even more bewildered. When he recovered, his first reaction was to look directly at Inspector Montgomery. The Montgomery inspector, who was sitting in his seat, was taken aback first, and then his face went dark. Without him, Director Burt and Montgomery inspector both had a not-so-good feeling. Inspector Edwin is there. I told him to go home and rest first. Director Burt took a deep breath, then looked around the people in the conference room. 5 minutes later, police cars roared with lights from the New York police station and rushed all the way towards the New Amsterdam hospital. In my office, I heard someone rushing to the hospital to kill the black and white Maureen, calling Lake over and over again, but no one answered. Morin frowned tightly, grabbed his jacket, and also got up and walked out of his office. Wow wow wow! Almost 10 minutes later, a large wave of police force has appeared in front of the New Amsterdam hospital building. The sound of fire and unification was heard on the ICU floor. The police officer who just got up and down the stairs from the police car instantly relied on his police car as a barrier, and a large wave of medical staff evacuated from the building screaming. The media reporters who were stopped by the cordon and squatted outside the entrance of the hospital listened to the gunfire from the hospital. Although they were a little scared, they were more excited. Even some reporters had not even entered the New York Police Department, so they had a terrifying story. The inspector who has a certain racial viewpoint is so angry that he intends to kill someone? Self-directed and self-acted by the New York Police Department. On imagination, this group of media reporters is the most imaginative group. Go go go! Go, go, go! When the ICU gunfire stopped, the New York Police Department began to take action. The captain of the Special Service Team, Jack, led his own Special Service Team, directly rushed towards the inside. Beckett from the second group is also among them. Ryan! What's happenin'? Call Lake. What? Quick! Oh! In the elevator. As the elevator went up, Ryan of Irish descent looked at the Secret Service team around him a little dazedly, and his gaze fell on the face of the Special Service Captain Jack. Jack gave a dry cough, watching his nose and his heart, and even whistled when he was going up the elevator. 3 seconds later, Ryan took off the phone and frowned. It's turned off. Lake's cell phone is an old-fashioned cell phone, that is, the one that can last a week on a single charge. Lake basically waits until the phone is out of power before charging it, not every day. When just came out, Lake took a look at the battery, and there was 5% left. It is clear. Maureen seemed to make continuous calls and directly exhausted the battery of the phone. Beckett's eyebrows frowned slightly and looked at Secret Service Captain Jack. Jack did not speak, but sighed inwardly. Bud, it can't be you. If it's you, run quickly. If we meet each other, there will be nothing to deal with. Ding! The elevator opens. Jack led the Secret Service team into a defensive formation and rushed out of the elevator. It was quiet in the corridor of the ICU. Not far away. The two were shot in the leg, and the police officer leaning on the wall gestured towards Xiao Bai's non-mainstream intensive care unit. Jack and Beckett and the others were relieved immediately. Such a big thing has happened. The 3 police officers guarding here have been specially confessed that they have seen Lake's photos. It is clear that it is not Lake that has come here. But after a sigh of relief, several people quickly entered the fighting state. At this time, an undisguised gunshot came from the room. Jack and others became defensive equipment instantly. But after this gunshot, there was a sound like a heavy object falling, and after that, the real silence, the dead silence, was restored. After a while, call center, 999. Roger that. About 3 minutes later, Jack looked at the silent ward with a vigilant face, then said to the command center, and then gestured to the SWAT team around him, and the 2 SWAT team members stretched out their guns. The muzzle was pressed tightly against Xiaobai's non-mainstream ward with no sound. Go go go. 2 SWAT members dragged the police officer who was shot in the leg and couldn't walk, and quickly moved to the back. Jack immediately reported back to the center, 999, get off the elevator. The center replied again, received. 2 minutes later. Special police members have completely surrounded Xiaobai's non-mainstream ward from both sides. Jack on the left and Beckett on the right looked at each other. The 2 nodded. Next second, Jack smashed the door vigorously. Beckett rushed into the ward for the first time and shouted, "No!" Did not shout out. Without him. There are no other people in the ward except Xiaobai with a fruit knife inserted between his eyebrows. There is a white coat hanging in the window of the ward. A breeze blew from outside www.readaloud.com. The corners of the white coat moved, and the bullet shells placed on one side of the pocket clinked together, and then there were 3 police uses in the other pocket of the white coat. The pistol is very conspicuous. Be careful. Jack ordered to his team members, search. The SWAT members nodded all together. The special police searched every room on the ICU floor, but they never found any trace of the killer. Escaped from the window of that room? That is totally nonsense. The window is a lonely piece. There is nothing to resist. It is also a hemiplegia to not die from that window. And the police officer who lifted the stretcher from the elevator vowed to ensure that the assassin entered the room, and then he never came out until Jack and the others came over. Yes. Jack is almost taking apart the monitor in that room. The room is just that big, and the window can't get out. Where can I get out? I can't get out of the ceiling. And many more. Ceiling? Beckett and Jack Kikai raised their heads, and instantly looked at a ceiling in the intensive care unit that did seem to be loose. The ceiling is indeed an effective and useful way to lead to other rooms, and then escape while their attention is here. After climbing up with a special agent, he coughed repeatedly, and said to Jack and Beckett below that it was impossible for anyone to climb it from the dust on the ceiling. Jack and Beckett were dumbfounded. Where is the person? Disappeared out of thin air? Chapter 32, No one with me. Where did Lake go? The answer is obvious. Lake ran away. Wrong. To be precise, Lake didn't enter the New Amsterdam hospital from start to finish. He himself had been drinking with a group of guys in a recognized police bar nearby. Wow, wow, wow. Do. Under the coaxing of a group of people, Lake drank a large glass of whiskey. At the moment when the last drop entered his throat, there was an instant cheer in the bar. The police officers who were on vacation or didn't get the news today gave a warm applause for Lake's performance. Lake put down the wine glass, pressed it with his hand, and then said to the detective who was betting with him, "Hi, man, remember, you lose, don't forget the money for the wine." The inspector of the branch shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lake's drinking has been sung among his colleagues. After all, George Stacy, who is known as the best drinking, has been tipped by Lake several times. Everyone thought it was how much he could see Lake's drinking today. Did not expect. Lake just hiccuped, and on the high stool of the bar, said to the blonde waitress who could score 8 points inside, "Thank you for a glass of bourbon." Lake still prefers bourbon. Whiskey? That thing Lake drinks weird, or bourbon delicious. Drinking it can make Lake feel the pride of the medieval Western cowboy. It was a clone who went to work in the hospital. The clone mission is over. Naturally. Chose to commit suicide to end the existence of the clone. The gunshot after Jack and others entered the ICU was the shot that Lake shot at his forehead. Don't say it yet. Hurts. The six senses of doppelganger are shared with the body. This is why Lake hesitated for a while. By now, Lake rubbed his eyebrows and felt that there seemed to be a hole there. But it ended well. The person who was going to kill was also killed. I just said, no one can stop the person I want to kill, and everyone who reported the crime was killed. I want to see if the guy behind the scenes has any other tricks. Lake's eyes flickered. Half an hour later, a police car stopped at the entrance of the bar. Beckett, Esposito, and Ryan walked in. At first glance, they saw Lake drinking his glass of fine wine at the bar counter. The others in the bar immediately looked at Beckett. After confirming that he was a colleague, he shifted his gaze, but there were a few branch inspectors holding wine glasses and following Lake, sitting on the high stool at the bar. Is here to help Lake testify. Lake raised his glass to Beckett with a smile on his face. Hi, Beckett, would you like a drink? Esposito came over. Lake, don't you have my share? Lake shrugged and said to Inspector Allen from the second game sitting next to him, yes, Inspector Allen just lost to me. He will pay for my drink today. Allen shrugged and made a gesture that was unfortunately just like that. Beckett breathed a sigh of relief. Are you always here? It's good to have an alibi. I'm afraid that Lake doesn't have any personal evidence at home or hesitates to say that it is not clear. Just when I heard a police officer say that Lake was in a nearby bar, Beckett gave a sigh of relief. After all, the bar is very close to the hospital and there is a certain amount of time for the crime. And Lake has an excellent motive for committing crimes. Beckett asked again for confirmation, you have been here all the time. In the previous hour, you have not been in the lobby of this bar, have not been to the toilet, or have gone out to make a phone call. Lake touched his pocket. If you don't tell me, I have forgotten it. I was a little anxious to go out. I forgot to bring my mobile phone. Inspector Allen in the second game pointed towards Beckett, circled his colleagues in the shop, and the blonde attendant behind the bar said, we can all prove it. Lake's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Beckett said inwardly, what's the matter? Lake got up from the high stool. I didn't feel anything just now. As soon as you said, I found that I really need to go to the bathroom. Beckett. The colleagues in the bar were all taken aback, and then they laughed at the back of Lake walking towards the restroom behind the bar. Half an hour later. New York Police Department. Montgomery's office. Sitting on the chair, Lake rubbed his aching eyebrows helplessly. Big brother, I have been suspended. I won't be paid for staying here. Montgomery looked at Lake, who was full of alcohol, and then asked Beckett, sure this guy doesn't have any time to commit crimes, right? Baker Feature's head. Lake smiled and looked at Montgomery. Captain, aren't those police officers alive? They knew it at first glance. Fortunately, I was a little depressed because of your suspension today and ran to drink. If I was at home, that's not completely finished. Montgomery was expressionless, without even looking at Lake. How is the situation of the on-site investigation? Have you found how the killer left? Beckett shook his head. Colleagues in the forensic department are collecting there to see if they can find any useful clues. Are those two people died? Beckett said, looking at Lake, and then said to Montgomery, Inspector, you said, is this someone trying to frame Lake? Montgomery rolled his eyes. The killer this guy hired must be cheap. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lake. You are cheap, and your whole family is cheap. Although Lai is a killer of crowdsourcing, there are still grades. The general order Lake never accepts. There is only one principle for him to accept orders, and that is to accept orders above 50,000. Small orders below 50,000? Haha. Waiting for the order placed and the order placed to bid against each other, whoever has the first amount of 50,000, Lake will take the order, the kind that is honest and 100% praised by customers. Beckett frowned slightly. Montgomery took a look at Lake, and then said to Beckett, "The two guys are not seriously injured or dead or alive for no reason. It is the trouble for our Edwin Inspector. They are dead, and they are still a big fan. The killer witnessed by a group of ICU doctors and nurses killed him under his nose. Our Detective Edwin's troubles are gone." "No way. What do you think?" Beckett frowned. "Even if these two people die, what about Lake's violent law enforcement complaints?" Lake said to Beckett, "Correct, I am not violent law enforcement, it was those two people who blocked my way, and they planned to move my hands and feet, so I just kicked one by one." Beckett casts a blank look at Lake. "I am really talking for you." Montgomery coughed and said, "You can see at a glance that someone is calculating him." "We can't tell it. As long as no one is looking for trouble, do the people from the Internal Affairs Investigation Department dare to investigate him?" Lake tilted his head and looked at Montgomery. "Captain, I bet you $1,000, they will." Montgomery. Beckett. Chapter 33, Maureen behind the scenes? After all, Lake had a little time with a colleague in the Internal Affairs Department. The last time an anonymous report letter was sent out, I wanted to send out to make Lake completely pounce on the street. Fortunately, Lake is very clean. He has never charged any black money. This caused the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get a dirty nose. And if it weren't for the boss's words, it would probably continue to entangle. It's good now. This time I have such a good opportunity. White and black are dead, at best. The civil complaint can no longer be manipulated, but it can still be manipulated inside the police station. And Lake has a hunch. This time I am afraid that it is the boss who speaks, and it is estimated that the Ministry of Internal Affairs will do a lot of hard work. But there should be nothing tonight. Lake's practice of revenge is not overnight. Before the white and black lawyers rushed to the court, the parties were already GG. I am afraid that the people behind the scenes are still thinking about what happened. It is already tomorrow when the black hands behind the scenes come up with a follow-up method. Star building. When Lake came back from the police station, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. After all, this whole thing had nothing to do with Lake. Say it again. The killer from the hospital showed up during the surveillance. The surveillance in the intensive care unit room was broken, but the surveillance in the corridor was good. So the look of the killer is really real. After Beckett got the surveillance photos, he could tell at a glance that this was not Lake at all. Lake also saw himself without glasses in the surveillance. He felt that the person in it was himself, but not only Beckett, but even Montgomery felt that this was the same as him. No doubt. Rule props gold-rimmed glasses. In Lake's eyes, he with his glasses removed and himself without glasses are exactly the same person, but in the eyes of others, these are two different people. Is amazing. What? Lake also takes off his glasses while sleeping? Haha. When Superman and his girlfriend were ashamed, didn't their girlfriends also see Superman without glasses and never doubted it? Lake was also very confused at first, and asked his girlfriend Maureen if she had changed her appearance without glasses. His girlfriend shook her head and said that she was more handsome. Okay. Lake thought of Superman wearing glasses after being confused. He thought about it, and it is estimated that this is also one of the hidden functions of gold-rimmed glasses. After all, he took off his glasses to pretend when he was killing, and for happiness when he was ashamed of his girlfriend. These gold-rimmed glasses should have their own set of rules. Came home. Lecty opened the door with the pizza he bought from downstairs, and blinked when he looked at Maureen who was sitting at the bar. What? Didn't you break up? Could it be that he came to the house to fetch the personal belongings left here? Lake thought in his heart, but he looked at the sofa and floor in the living room and found no trace of the storage box. Isn't it? What does it mean to turn around without saying a word at the Montgomery inspector's office that morning? Lake blinked. Change shoes. Lake walked over, put the packed pizza on the bar, and then said to Maureen, who was playing with his battery and automatically turned off the phone, "I thought you were gone. After all, you looked angry when you left in the morning." Maureen looked up, then shook his head, "No, I'm just a little disappointed in you." "Then you might as well be angry." "Anger, maybe it can be broken up, and frankly speaking, the shame of anger is more exciting than any emotional shame. But disappointed? The feeling of disappointment is the worst, and shame is also the worst. Make an analogy. If the angry shame is a kind of two people dancing in the crater of the eruption, then the disappointed shame is like a self-directed and acted performance against a lifeless flounder. Disappointed shame is the most annoying." Lake thought, shrugged, and turned to take his bourbon. "Really? Okay, my fault. Know the mistake. But I am determined not to change. I have always been accustomed to others, and I have never been accustomed to others." "Drink?" "No more." Maureen waved his hand. "I will make an appointment with a friend later." After the killer came out, she messed up the rhythm directly, and she must find a way to remedy it. Lake nodded, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and opened the pizza box. "So, you are not interested in this?" Maureen smiled, as if talking about your casual appearance. Lake took out a piece of pizza, took a bourbon, and took a bite. "Let alone, I haven't eaten pizza for a few days. I think it tastes pretty good." Maureen tilted his head and looked at Lake. "So, this is why you know this is a trap and you stepped on it." Lake blinked. "What?" He naturally knew what Maureen meant, but he would never admit it. Maureen didn't get entangled with this issue anymore, just smiled. "Then you should know that it's better to keep these two people than to kill them. Keep them, and at least the one hiding behind will run out." Even if Lake doesn't say anything, Maureen is quite sure that White and Black were not killed by Lake, but they definitely cannot be separated from Lake. This is a self-confidence who graduated from the top psychology institution Stanford University with a doctorate degree in psychology, and is also the super-precise sixth sense of being a girlfriend of Lake. Lake glanced at his girlfriend, who seemed to have decided that he could not get rid of this matter, and smiled. "I don't quite understand what you are saying, and www.readaloud.com I have this personality. Compromise is not my style. Even if it's a temporary compromise, you know my character, do it if you want, never persevere." Maureen nodded. What kind of character Lake is, she naturally knows, but you don't persuade you anymore, and you can't find anyone hiding behind it. Lake's mouth curls up. "Really?" Maureen said, "Isn't it?" Lake shrugged and did not answer the question. "Without those two White and Black, he can't help it. Isn't that lawyer still alive?" "Talking." Lake put down the pizza and walked towards the door. "Mr. Edwin, your express." "Thank you." Lake took out his wallet, and handed a $50 bill to this New York City Express parcel delivery brother. "Close the door." Lake walked back to the bar again and disassembled the courier in his hand. "Gee pull." A character investigation report appeared on the bar. "Turn over. Jefferson Hall, senior partner of Tinico Law Firm in New York." Along with a photo, there are some cases that this barrister Jefferson Hall has fought in his lawyer's career. Maureen frowned and looked at the information in Lake's hand. "Where did you get this?" Lake looked up and smiled. "Informant." "Informer." Maureen thought about the informant who had appeared in Lake's several cases, and smiled. "You, an informant, is so magical. You can even open the FBI system database." Lake's mouth curled up. "Did you forget the school I graduated from?" Maureen. Chapter 34, Lake said to use violence to control violence. Lake worked as a soldier. After that, relying on the free education program provided by the Army, he directly interviewed and enrolled in Yale University, where he joined the Army interview program in the year he retired, and cultivated his artistic cells. And so, although the majors are different, Lake's personal business card still has the words "graduated from Yale University." As we all know, in this federal political arena or law enforcement agencies, if divided by college factions, Yale occupies the absolute main force. But Morin frowned. "I really don't think I heard you mention your story at Yale." Lake's gaze stayed on the column of Jefferson Hall's home address for a while, then closed the information in front of him and smiled. "There should be nothing to talk about. I was busy thinking of ways to study every day, earning funds that could be used in the lottery, and even went to the medical school to help with an experiment for the $20,000 that was still bad. Let's put it this way. Other people's universities are full of wind and snow, and Lake's universities are all the sweat left over from the hard work of moving bricks. And so, there is nothing worth recalling, and there is nothing worth telling about. To say there is, many people in the work-study program know that there is a person in the art department who works at all times, but he is reluctant to order one in the cafeteria. The Lake with the supreme burger. From a certain perspective, Lake can be regarded as a man of the world at Yale. There is still a certain degree of popularity among the students in the same period and the next period. Morin nodded secretly and looked at the information that Lake had collected. "What are you going to do next? How to do it?" Lake shrugged. "What am I going to do? Of course, after eating and drinking, I will come to the house to have a good chat with this lawyer, and strive to reach an agreement between the two on a certain issue. If it fails? Haha. The scholar said that if you repay your grievances with virtue, Lake will use violence to control violence. How to calculate? People are gone, everything is gone. Lake likes simple and rude methods, so you don't need to think so much. Of course. Said that it is definitely not possible to say that. Lake smiled and said to Maureen, "What can I do? Get to know my opponents and other things. It's up to my fate. After all, I'm suspended again now. I can't go to this person's house and have a good chat with him. Well, if you open the door and you shoot me, am I going to die in vain? There are non-concession law and castle law here. In other people's homes, if you don't get permission from others, if they kill you, you will die in vain." Maureen didn't believe Lake's words at all, but reminded, "You know it yourself. Now the entire police station, including the FBI, is searching for the killer, and I heard that other departments are involved in this incident." Lake blinked his eyes and looked at Maureen. "Other? Homeland Security?" Maureen shook his head. "No, those two people have been killed. At least, there is no chance of targeting you from the outside. The only thing they can do is to target you from the inside, but obviously, Director Bird will not let this happen." Lake listened to Maureen's words and raised his eyebrows in his heart. "Not the Department of Homeland Security, so, is there any other law enforcement agency? The organization of that outer shield and inner snake? If so, how did Maureen know? I heard. Do you think I believe it?" Lake said in his heart, and then shook his head. Regardless of what bureau he is, in this land of New York, except for the New York Police Department, any other bureau comes here. If it is a dragon, it will lie down, and if it is a tiger, it will squat. The New York Police Department is the only law enforcement agency in New York that has absolute priority in law enforcement. After a while, just as Lake continued to think, Maureen's phone rang. "Is connected." Lake watched his girlfriend Maureen walk to the balcony and continued on the phone. After a while, he walked out from the balcony again. "I'm going now. Be careful yourself. I heard that someone downstairs has already inquired about this. Some people are angry. After the death of White and Black, even if the New York Police Department released the killer's surveillance video in the first time, and held a reception to remember that it would spare no effort to pursue this crazy killer in broad daylight. But some skin colors are too lazy to listen. After all, with the happy education they receive, it is difficult for these people to calmly accept the opinions and even the truth of others. They only look at what they see and the truth that their brain fills up. And their truth is that this is a big conspiracy. It is a way for the New York Police Department to call thieves to catch thieves and direct and perform themselves to protect their people. And they have evidence. That is, apart from the dead Bajiahe, no other people died at the scene, and even the 3 police officers were only injured but did not lose their lives. In the eyes of this group, this is the best proof. Otherwise, why would the protected person only be injured while the protected person died? This is the ironclad proof. So, these people climaxed in an instant, shouting slogans to thoroughly investigate the shady, and after dinner, they began to surround the New York Police Department and the Star Tower. Even after learning that Lake's residence apartment is the Star Tower, the climax of the blacks seems to be a bit stronger. After all, the Star Tower, as a special single-skinned apartment building, has left a very deep impression in the minds of New Yorkers. Other New Yorkers regard the Star Tower as a spectacle. And some extreme blacks compare the Star Tower to the stigma of the new era. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. What? Why didn't you climax in the first place? Nonsense, the parade is a tradition, and eating is a must. You can't just come to the parade before you are full. After all, not every parade can be successfully turned into a $0 purchase. As for how Lake's address was leaked, haha, is undoubtedly the bad media. But Lake took a piece of paper from his pocket, added a name to it, folded it back and put it back in his pocket. Jumping happily, when it's time for the liquidation, don't shout that this is just a job. Soon, Morin is out. Lake walked to the living room, turned on the monitor in the living room, adjusted it outside the entrance of the Star Tower, watching a group of black people who were shouting but dare not to enter the Star Tower. The corners of his mouth showed a sneer of sarcasm. A bunch of waste. The security team of the Star building is already on standby in the lobby of the building. As long as the black people outside dare to come in, they dare to shoot directly. And it's the kind that doesn't hesitate. As I said before, some extreme blacks regard the Star Tower as an isolation building in the new era, so it is not that there has been no terrorist action against the Star Tower. But let's put it this way. In the past few years, there are no more than a dozen blacks shot by the security team of the Star building inside the building. Afraid? Not to mention that this is a self-defense based on the castle law, just to say that the security guards will kill and file a lawsuit. All the residents pay and fight. Who is afraid of others? Isn't it more than financial resources? The people sitting in the Star Tower have not yet who is afraid of. Chapter 35, The Assassin Should Drive Wushuan. Have you been on holiday? Lake was at the door of the building, with his hands in his pockets, looking at the flag in front of him. After seeing him coming out, the various black people who shouted at his executioner couldn't help touching their chins. An uncontrollable ridiculous soul was about to move. But Lake still gave up. After all, he still had work to do at night, and it was just a bunch of idiots barking. Lake felt very noisy, but he was not willing to get his hands dirty. But Lake tilted his head and looked at Xiao He, who was the most eager and happiest at the front of the crowd. He took out his old-fashioned mobile phone and took a picture of Xiao He with a click. The little black was stunned. What are you doing? Lake looked up, smiling at the corner of his mouth. Guess. Blackie. What are you doing? Of course, it's after the fall. If Xiao He's tradition engraved in his soul is a parade, then the traditional art engraved in Lake's soul is after the fall. Again. You dance now, how do you want to do it? But there is a kind of don't wait until the ledger is settled. That would be shameful. Xiao He's eyes shrunk, but when Xiao He recovered, Lake standing in front of him was gone. Lake turned his head and glanced at a few Xiao He who followed, smiled coldly, and beckoned to stop a taxi. Several little black faces looked at each other. Before they decided whether to keep up, the taxi had already left their sight. Half an hour later. Is located in Lower Manhattan, near the Button community of a certain World Trade Center. Lake paid the fare and got out of the car. Although the 2-month WDO event caused the housing prices in this neighborhood to plummet for a while, but soon, in 2 months, people have not waited for the WDO event to be completely put on the back of people's minds. Housing prices in the Button community, it rose back up again, and it was much higher than the house price 2 months ago. After all, no matter how you say it, this is also a well-known rich community. The residence of that Barrister Jefferson Hall is here. Lawyers and doctors are the same here. The more famous they are, then they have never lacked the gadget. I knew that even if I didn't study a doctor, I learned law. Lake thought in his heart, and once again gave up quickly. Both the lawyer and doctor professions are high salaries, but the time required to learn is very long. So it's better to learn art. Simple and easy to graduate, don't worry about not being able to repay the huge tuition. Lake smashed his lips, looked around, then his eyes fell on the sign of a nearby bar. Clone. To create a clone, the clone does not have the ability that the main body cannot control, it will automatically disappear after death, without any cooling speed. At most one clone can be summoned at a time, or an additional clone can be added at the price of $100,000. 2 avatars are 100,000, the third is 200,000, and the fourth is 400,000. Really is the Krypton gold system. Lives up to its name. When Lake, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked into the roadside bar, the Black King Lake without glasses had already walked along the roadside and whistling towards the Button community. For the worth of the Jefferson Hall barrister, that pair of white and black can't afford to hire him, let alone the Jefferson Hall barrister trying to gain a reputation from the heat. This is not realistic. This barrister Jefferson Hall is already a senior partner of his law firm, and he is not a young lawyer who just came out. It has already passed the period of time when he needs to take popular cases and give himself a lot of enthusiasm. And so, Lake thinks that if you have a good chat with him, you may be able to reach an agreement. It's okay if you don't agree. Just stay here. After all, after receiving this case, Barrister Jefferson Hall was already prepared to oppose Lake, and he was already an enemy. Lake has always only one requirement for the enemy. A dead enemy is a good enemy. But Lake was standing on a community street, about 500 meters away from Barrister Hall's typical American villa, stopped under a big tree, and his eyes fell on Barrister Hall's residence. FBI. Lake squinted his eyes. It is reasonable for the FBI person to appear here. After all, the FBI is dead. The psychoanalysts at the FBI would not have thought that the next target might be Hall. What? What if not? It's okay. If you win the bet, grab Lake and do a great job. If you lose the bet, it's good to make friends with these well-known barristers. Maybe you will meet again. Ah. Lake lowered his head and smiled. Although he used to take orders from long-range snipers, it doesn't mean that Lake liked this. Before, he didn't have a choice. Now if Lake is chosen, Lake really wants to let himself go to him. Idols are reliable. Let's put it this way. Lake used to play Assassin's Creed. One of his favorite things to do was to kill people in the Wanjun. Then, no witness could see him. Because everything I can see has fallen down. And the people here belong to the FBI, not the New York Police Department. Infinite bullet version Glock 17 appeared in Lake's hands. Mimi's sneak-in is not his style. The real killer has always entered through the gate, driving Wushuan to find the target, and either kill him or get the information he wants. Who? Stop. Something's wrong. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com open. Boom. What? A Huang Can bullet pierced the air in an instant, and with a scream, it blasted on an agent who was standing on the side of the road and smoking a colleague. The latter fell directly behind with a hum. You had better wear a body armor. Lake said he likes to drive Wushuan, but he didn't plan to kill all these agents. If the FBI is completely irritated, it would not be a good deal for him. But it's okay if you kill it, it's a big deal to change your part-time job to the main post. Is not a big deal. Enemy attack. Call for support. Quick. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Lake held Glock up expressionlessly, countless bullets were bombarded and dropped in front of him, and then one after another bullets directly bombarded the 5 agents who just came to protect, not really sure to return. The 5 agents fell to the ground with pain instantly. What? Boom. Lake's gun handle banged directly on the neck of the agent who had lost his pistol and was about to play melee combat with him. The latter rolled his eyes and instantly rushed to the street. At this moment, the New York Police Department and even the FBI have already received the call. Even in a coffee shop, Natasha, who was drinking coffee with her friend, shook her cell phone at the friend on the opposite side. It seems that your warning is useless. The friend stirred the coffee in front of him, and said calmly, "Isn't this better? Is it worth recruiting?" Natasha laughed, "That's right, you are not afraid that he will notice anything." The friend smiled, but did not speak. Chapter 36, I bet there are no bullets in the gun. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Where are you? You guess. Lake. Well, I'm drinking at the bar. Where? Lake hung up the phone that he had just remembered, smiled, and ordered his empty glass toward the bartender behind the bar, and signaled him to refill it quickly. Actually, Lake originally wanted to take a day off and get a good night's sleep, but thinking that he had already slept in the afternoon, the most important thing was a sentence from Maureen that made him change his mind. Has other institutions stepped in? This sentence is not a word of persuasion for Lake, but full of temptation. Lake wanted to see what kind of other organization this other organization was. If it was what he thought, there was no doubt that Lake suddenly felt that his girlfriend Maureen had suddenly become unfamiliar. In other words, Lake suddenly remembered the scene where Maureen walked to the balcony several times to answer the phone. In the Button community. Boom. What? Don't move, you move, I will kill you. Lake, who had already broken in, looked at the agent who was struggling to use his left handgun when he was punched through his palm, waved his hand, and said in a light tone, "Don't think I dare not kill the federal agent." Is really going to get angry, and Lake dare to kill the one who lives in the white building. The federal agent with a hole in his palm sweats, but he still looks at Lake with a look, not just for his badge, it seems there are others. Lake frowned, his eyes fixed on a photo frame on the bar in the living room. Next second, Lake knows it. Turned out to be a family. Boom. William. Haha. Lake stopped his gun and watched an exclamation of pain from the stairs on the second floor, and the corners of his mouth curled up coldly. Since it is not camp hatred, then it is private hatred. Regarding private hatred, Lake always likes to cut grass and roots, and he is soft-hearted. It will only give the enemy a chance to kill him. Went upstairs. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Dang dang. More than a dozen bullets fell in midair. Attorney Jefferson Orr, who was holding a gun hidden in his home, shrunk his eyes, and went upstairs for a meal to directly knock out Lake, who shot the bullet. Don't come here, how much money I want, I'll give it to you. Lake smiled and said, Barrister, do you think I am short of money? In fact, Lake is indeed short of money. What a pity. The plugin doesn't accept top UPS from head abduction and cheating. If he accepts it, Lake wants to use his clone skills to go to the casino to brush money or control the clone to rob the bank. But the plugin does not accept this kind of money, and the black eating black also belongs to this category in theory. However, who makes the final interpretation right, not with Lake, but with the plugin? Lake looked at the pistol in Attorney Orr's hand, thought for a while, and said, or give you a chance, change the magazine, do it again, and see if you can kill me. I'll change you to a barren one." Attorney Orr recalled the scene that had just happened in his mind, and the scene where the 9 federal agents could not stop him, took a deep breath, raised his hands high, and then dropped the pistol in his hand under Lake's gaze. "Hi, maybe we can talk." Lake's mouth curls up. "You are very smart." "I knew that this product was so smart, so I stopped calling. Wouldn't it be enough to just make a phone call?" Orr had no expression on Lake's compliment, but just held up his hands. "What you want to know, I will tell you, as long as you don't kill me, we can talk." Lake tilted his head, was silent for a while, and received the pistol behind his waist. "Fine. Then talk." Lake is not a killer. Although the Black King can be regarded as the dark side of Lake to a certain extent, Lake is fundamentally a pure and good person. It is only because the world does not have a sense of belonging, and sometimes the film has a sense of sight, which makes Lake very. It is difficult in this world to treat some people here as people in the real sense. "Sit. It is good." Lake took a seat on the sofa in the study, and then made a gesture of inviting towards Attorney Orr, who was standing a little stiff in the same place. Attorney Orr glanced at Lake hesitantly. When Lake said the second time, he hesitated for a while and chose to sit on the side sofa opposite Lake. At this time, the wow sound of the police car appeared. "And the FBI." "Ah." The corner of Lake's mouth was curved, and under Attorney Orr's gaze, he stood up directly, took a pistol from his waist, walked to the window, opened the window, and fired continuously at the police car that was already parked at the door. The police officers who received the rescue call hurriedly looked for cover. "Do not come." Lake took out a sweet potato from his pocket with a click, pulled it away, and threw it toward the outside. "I have a hostage on my hand. Be careful that I scratch him." Boom! The sweet potato exploded instantly and the law enforcement car was lit up. Lake sneered coldly, sat back on the sofa again, put the pistol on the coffee table casually, and said to the opposite lawyer, "Now I can say it." Attorney Orr's gaze stayed on the pistol between the two for a while, then he settled and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "What do you want to know?" Lake said. "What do you mean? I thought you were a smart person. What do you want to know?" "This is a stupid question." Attorney Orr said. "You want to know why I took the 2 cases where I was beaten by the New York Police Department detective on suspicion of intentional assault?" Lake shrugged. "I don't understand the terminology of lawyers. I'm a killer. You take money to do things. You are also a lawyer www.readaloud.com and you also take money to do things, so, do you want to drink?" Attorney Orr blinked his eyes. "What?" Lake was silent for a while, waved his hand, got up and walked towards the study room where there is also a wine cabinet. "I didn't talk to you, and asked if you want to drink." Barrister Orr opened his mouth and looked at Lake, who had left his pistol toward the wine cabinet, and was silent. "This person is fishing," Barrister Orr thought in his heart. Although he looked at the pistol on the coffee table uncontrollably, he tried to control his body so as not to think about the pistol. Lake took a look at the wine cabinet and shook his head. "They are all whiskies. Although they all seem to be expensive, Lake still likes bourbon, which is cheap and sky-high." Turned around. Lake smiled slightly at Attorney Orr. "So are you thinking about it, and get ready to tell me who paid you and asked you to take this case?" Attorney Orr was silent. "It seems like what kind of struggle between heaven and man is doing in my heart." At this time, click! The power went out. In an instant, the study room was completely dark. Next second, was suddenly called. "Just." Lake looked amused at the Attorney Orr who had already his pistol at him. "I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be an idiot." Barrister Orr changed his image in a cold sweat, and squeezed the trigger with his right hand. "Is that right? If I were an idiot, what would you be? A killer who throws your own weapons, idiot." Lake put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "Then you shoot. I bet there are no bullets in the gun. Or. Chapter 37, Let's break up, Happy New Year's Eve. What? You heard, I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. Lake put his hands in his pockets, showing a gentlemanly demeanor, politely holding the gun to the opposite side, with a nervous expression, said Orr, who thought he was the killer if he didn't look carefully. Infinite bullet version Glock 17 style. Like uses this gun, no matter how many bullets it shoots, it is very reasonable in the eyes of others, but only Lake knows that there are no bullets in this gun. At least there will be no bullets for the next 6 minutes. Lake has done an experiment. Although this gun can shoot infinitely, when the first shot is fired, there are bullets in the magazine. It takes 10 minutes to refill it when the 12 bullets are all out. Clipped. During this period, except for Lake shooting himself, the others could not shoot bullets. Moreover, if Lake is unwilling, others can't even pull the trigger. Orr listened to Lake's words, thinking that Lake was frightening him, and looked grim. You think I dare not, then you go to death. The words fall. There was a click. What? Boom. Lake kicked Orr directly onto the sofa, grabbed the pistol with his right hand, and looked at a controller that fell on the ground. It was obvious that Orr used this thing to control the power switch just now. What a pity. Orr lost to stupidity after all. If Orr is really smart, then he should know that a killer, a real killer, will never throw a weapon in front of his target for no reason, unless he is fishing. Orr thought of this before, but unfortunately, Orr chose to gamble. I lost the bet. Lake looked at Orr on the floor blankly. Guess, if I drive, are there any bullets? Orr narrowed his eyes, his mouth was full of blood, and looked up at Lake. No, wait. Boom. Lake looked at Orr, who was throwing on the street blankly, and sighed. He had already given a chance before, why not? At this time, when the law enforcement officers outside the house heard the gunshots, they directly attacked. The corner of Lake's mouth is curved. Boom. In a nearby bar. Hiss. What's happenin'? Lake, who was talking to his girlfriend Maureen, rubbed his eyebrows and said, I'm a little sleepy. Although he had the experience of raising a gun and committing suicide for the first time, Lake thought he would be immune, but again, well, Lake felt that this kind of thing should be done less subtle in the future, and after a few more times, Lake felt that he was not far from schizophrenia. Up. Talking. Lake shook his head and looked at Maureen. Why did you come here suddenly? Maureen said, that assassin is on the side of Jefferson Orr's house. You called it again. Lake smiled. What kind of killer? I am the inspector. How can I know the killer? I, Lake Edwin, have never shared sin. Really? Of course. That's good. The police station, the FBI has already focused on housing groups. This time, the killer can't get away, but this is also a good thing. Lake frowned and said, why? Maureen shrugged and said, if the killer is caught, this matter will come to an end, and the protesters will also be explained. The rest is that I hope he can withstand the interrogation. Lake blinked and looked at Maureen, who was watching him closely. After a while, Lake looked away and sipped his glass of wine. You are not right, Maureen hand. Really something is wrong. Lake has always thought that his girlfriend is at best a school bully, and his family background is a bit more complicated, but a conversation with his girlfriend just before leaving the house seems to indicate something the same. At this time, Maureen returned to his senses, took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller, then glanced at Lake again, and connected the phone. Hello. Standing on the second floor of the study, Natasha Romanoff, wearing an FBI uniform and with long red hair, looked at the browse and fell to the floor. Attorney Orr, who had just died for less than 2 minutes, said to the phone, he ran away. Maureen's eyes shrunk slightly, then he looked at Lake, who had been in her sight since she came in. Lake smiled. What's the matter? Maureen hummed toward the phone. and hung up the phone with a normal face. The killer ran away. Lake raised his eyebrows, then shrugged, "That's too bad." Morin said, "Yes, it's too bad. I chose it for you, you didn't cherish it. It was the wrong payment after all." Lake drank the wine in his glass, was silent for a while, took a key from his pocket and handed it to Maureen. Morin frowned, "What is this?" "The key to the locker downstairs." "What?" Lake saw Maureen taking the key, got up and walked out of the bar, waved his hand, "I have put all your things over there, I think it should be over." Morin. "Yes it is. It's time to end. It's time to say let go of this relationship." Later, Lake feels that he will be more dangerous. Is not a danger in the sense of life. Is a danger from a certain angle. Lake really doesn't like the feeling of being concealed. He admits that he has some double standards, but this is a habit and cannot be changed. It is clear. Maureen is indeed hiding something from him, and Lake has guessed some from the speculation. And so, it's time to end. After Lake came to this world from his previous life, there are not too many principles. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but he still set a principle for himself. That is to work hard to make money and become a of gold as soon as possible, and to live a life that he likes to be casual. As for the theme of snakes and shields, he has no interest at all. If Lake's guess is true, then Maureen's true identity will be revealed. What if it's wrong? Lake felt that he should separate early to avoid that when he could not control his murderous intentions, and the murderous intentions together, even if Lake wanted to take the knife, he would not be able to take it. Is fine. Is only half a year. Sad? Absolutely not. Maureen hand. Hand? Victoria hand? In the taxi. Lake couldn't help but patted his face. In other words, the reminder was already so obvious, why didn't he find it until now? Could it be that I was fascinated by beauty before? Soon. When Lake left the bar, Natasha took off her uniform and put on casual clothes, walked in, sat next to Maureen, ordered a glass of wine, and said, "What's the matter?" Morin shook his head. Natasha frowned, "Did he ask?" Morin shook his head. After a while, Morin took off his concealed in-ear headphones, crushed them, and said, "He didn't say, and even if he did, it's okay. He can't find us." Paused. Morin sighed and looked at Natasha, but Lake seems to have noticed something. "What's happenin'?" Morin took out the locker key that Lake had just given, and laughed, "He broke up with me." Natasha. Chapter 38, Gift for Goddaughter. The next day, Lake lying on the bed opened his eyes. "Brush your teeth. Wash your face. Eat." Lake blinked, stood in the living room thinking for a while, and walked outside. Downstairs. Coming. With a creak, the door opened. A blonde and pretty loli who was only 15 this year opened the door. Alexis. The neighbor downstairs, the daughter of the famous crime novelist Castle, was born to his first wife. "Uncle Lake." "Good morning." Lake greeted Alexis and walked in. Then, he smelled the unique smell of breakfast. "It smells so good, let me guess, you made it." Alexis said, "Want to be together, Uncle Lake?" Lake shrugged and said, "Of course, I have always been happy to have a beautiful woman invite me." The single father Castle sitting at the dining table rolled his eyes when he heard this sentence, returned to single. Lake looked at Castle. Alexis, who ran to pour Lake coffee next to him, raised his head when he heard these words, "No way, Uncle Lake, why?" Lake shrugged, emotional disagreement. Even if nothing happened last night, Lake came back and thought about it. Sooner or later, he and Maureen would have to be separated. After all, the difference in life theory is good for each other to accommodate each other, and the contradiction will become more prominent in the future. To put it simply, Lake is a carnivore, but Maureen is a herbivore. Will a wolf fall in love with a sheep? Even if you love, you fall in love to kill the sheep. And so, Lake grabbed a pancake on his seat, took a bite, and hummed his thumb toward Alexis and said, "How many of your pancakes have I missed in the past 6 months?" The daughter of Castle next to him said blankly, "Thank God, our family has lost a lot of money in the past 6 months." Lake looked at Castle and smiled without saying a word. Alexis said coquettishly towards Castle, "Dad, Uncle Lake is not an outsider." Castle looked at this Lake who came to grab his daughter's love breakfast again after half a year, and angrily took a bite of the pancake. "I hope he is, so that I can condemn him like the protesters outside." Lake laughed. Alexis gave her father a roll of eyes, then sat next to him, drinking his hot cocoa, and looked at Lake. "Uncle Lake, don't listen to my father. My father believes in you as much as I do. It must be those two. This guy provokes you first." Lake sips coffee. Next second, Lake suddenly lit up. "Correct." Lake pretended to take this thing from his pocket, took out the angel diamond from the last 4 consecutive draws, held it in his hand, and said to Alexis, "Open your hand and give you a gift." Originally Lake was thinking of finding a time to give it to Maureen. Lake can't sell this thing for money, even if it can be sold, the money sold can't be added to the lottery. But it seems that Maureen can't be given any more. Not bad for Alexis. At the very least, Lake sometimes fantasizes about what a daughter looks like if he has a daughter, but he uses Alexis as a template. Alexis blinked his eyes and stretched out his hand towards Lake. "What, is it a shopping voucher again?" Lake's way of giving gifts has always been simple and rude in the eyes of Alexis. Last year, for her birthday, a shopping voucher worth $1,000, and a shopping voucher worth $1,000 for Christmas. Alexis thought it was also this time. Lake did not speak, but shook his head, and released his right hand on the palm of Alexis's palm. In an instant, the angel diamond that lost the blockade radiated a brilliant light and fell on Alexis' palm from the air. Alexis's eyes gradually grew as the angel diamond fell, and his eyes widened. After a certain amount of angel diamonds fell on his hands, Alexis's expression became very beautiful. Castle, who also thought it was a gift voucher next to him, coughed again and again after seeing the true face of the gift, covering his mouth, and wiping the overflowing coffee. "Oh my God! Real or fake?" Castle got a towel and wiped his hands, then moved to Alexis's side and looked at the angel diamond in his daughter's hand. Lake rolled his eyes. "Do you think it's a fake? I'll give me a goddaughter." Castle looked up. "You moved in 5 years ago. My daughter was 10 years old at that time. 10 years have passed since the baptism. Godfather, you should call yourself." Lake shrugged. "Alexis just admits it." "I don't admit it. It's my if you don't admit it." Alexis looked at the angel diamond shining brightly on the palm of his hand, glanced at his father, and then handed the diamond to Lake. "Uncle Lake, this is too expensive." Lake waved his hand, did not take it back. "It is precious to you, but worthless to me." "Alexis." Lake sighed very much. He was definitely not a pretense. For him, only money that can be recharged is real money, and other money that cannot be recharged is a piece of paper. The diamonds from this lottery are the same. www.readaloud.com can be sold or sold, but the money sold can't be recharged. What's the use of asking for it? It just adds to the sadness. Alexis looked at her father Castle. Castle raised his eyebrows at Lake, as if thinking of something, and said to Alexis, "Since it is your gift, then accept it. Do you need to put it in my safe?" Alexis narrowed his eyes and put the angel diamond into his arms. "No, I have my own safe." "Yes, it is. After all, it is the home of the famous crime novelist and the daughter slave of the rich." It is normal for Alexis to have his own safe, and Alexis's mother often sends some jewelry to her daughter. Naturally, Alexis himself just a little rich woman. Alexis got up, said thank you to Lake, and then ran to the stairs. She wanted to take a good look when she put it in the safe. Soon, Alexis' figure disappeared at the top of the stairs. Castle sat down again and looked at Lake, who was drinking coffee and eating pancakes. Are you going to give it to Maureen? Lake glanced at Castle without speaking. Castle smiled, looked at the stairs, guessing that his daughter might not come down so quickly, then he looked at Lake and said, "It's fine, I've always wanted to tell you, I heard a friend tell me." Lake cast his gaze away and interrupted Castle directly, "Friend? Ex-girlfriend? Or, the muse of which book of yours? Literati are all scumbags. In the name of you are my muse, hook up one beautiful little girl after another." Castle rolled his eyes. "Do you want to listen? I heard from my friend, Maureen seems to have a difficult identity." Lake. Chapter 39, A Country with Only Interests. Happy New Year, all the best. Let me tell you who told you first. You don't know you even after I said it. I can try. Clara Stryker, the CIA agent in the Derek Storm series. Lake looked at Castle, whose expression seemed a little surprised, and smiled, "Although I don't like reading books, but after all, Derek was written by you after me, and I will still read it." Castle was a little speechless. "Say it again, it's not based on you." Lake laughed and said, "Brave." Castle expressionlessly, "You are reckless." Normal people would jump in when they knew there was a big hole waiting for him. Handsome and cool. You are stubborn. Normal people in the internet age still use old-fashioned flip phones, and can clearly see the traces of repairs on their phones. Loyalty. You are only loyal to yourself. Castle glanced at Lake, who was not speaking in retort, and said, "I was right? So, I'm saying it again, Derek is not based on you, Derek, the most important thing is Rick, it is Castle. ER's nickname, so." Lake waved his hand, "The pen is in your hand, how do you like to say it? Let's talk, what have you found?" Derek was all written to death by Castle. And it's the kind of shot headshot. Lake thought for a while, still felt that there was no need to worry about who was the prototype. After all, Derek did not end well. Castle glanced at the stairs and said, "It should have been a month ago. When I went to attend a bookstore autograph session, I met Maureen on the road, and then we came back together." Lake's eyes became a little weird. Castle continued, "The next day, I received a call from a friend, telling me that the woman who walked with me yesterday was a bit special, so it would be better for me to have less contact." Lake frowned, "Then why don't you tell me?" Castle shrugged, "It didn't have much to do with me at the time, and she was your girlfriend, and your relationship is also very good. If I said it, what would you think?" Lake said blankly, "I would think you were going to shove me a hoe." Castle spread his hands toward Lake and was silent. Lake glanced at Castle and didn't speak. Indeed. If it was a month when Castle suddenly came to such a sentence, Lake promised to think that someone had thrown a on his corner. After all, this guy had a criminal record. And this guy is a writer. "You are my muse, my source of inspiration. Most women will fall into the hands of this talented, long, and good scum. But now? The identity is a bit special." "So special? Aegis agent?" Lake squinted his eyes, and suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind. Next second, Lake drank the coffee in front of him, got up and walked out the door. "Help me tell Alexis. I like her pancakes. See you tonight." Finished. Lake opened the door directly and went out. New York Police Department. Lake in the ascending elevator checked the time on his watch. 10:30 in the morning. Not going to work is because it is not good, it is easy to wake up naturally. Ding! The elevator opens. After Lake got out of the elevator, he shuttled directly behind the floor of the hostage negotiation and psychological counseling office. When Lake walked to Maureen's office, there was no doubt that an office was being cleared. "Where are people?" "Inspector Edwin." "What about Maureen?" Gone. A young psychologist who was clearing some clutter in the office said, "It is said that I resigned yesterday, and the things have been moved by Dr. Han's friends." "Thank you." Lake, standing at the door, raised his eyebrows, said thank you to the psychologist, and then walked towards the elevator door again. "What is this? You want to leave this sad place because of the breakup, or are you worried that things will be revealed so you choose to evacuate the first time you break up?" "The former. Lake is sorry." "The latter. Lake is angry." All law enforcement bureaus in every world have a common characteristic, especially the Law Enforcement Bureau of the Ying-Zhang family. This characteristic is particularly obvious. There is no history in the Eagle Sauce family. His founding of the country was not based on blood, but based on a concept. The Ying-Zhang family is an immigrant family. He does not have much warmth or even family affection in it, and some are just benefits. As long as the benefits are large enough, the wife and children can be thrown away. For the Law Enforcement Bureau here, he only values your ability. When you are possible, he will do everything possible to recruit you. When you are incapable or useless, he will not hesitate to recruit you. You throw away. This is why Lake chose the New York Police Department. Compared with the CIA and the FBI, the New York Police Department, which is only responsible for protecting New York and regional activities, may not sound domineering as these two federal bureaus, but it is a place where you can stay for a long time. The facts have also proved this point. If Lake happened to the CIA or the FBI, there would be only one sentence: fend for itself, and fight on your own. But here is the New York Police Department. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Although there is no explicit statement, from top to bottom, including Montgomery, when he determined that Lake was calculated, all chose to suspend their duties to avoid the limelight. Other detectives and inspectors were even more powerful. Of course, there is another organization above these bright law enforcement agencies. National Land Strategy and Logistics Defense Support Bureau, aka SHIELD. As Lake had told him before, he asked himself that he had no enemies. After all, he always pays attention to cutting grass and roots. Even if there is, it is at most the remnants of the Mutual Aid Association. Again, the remnants of Mutual Aid Association will only secretly give him a bullet, instead of setting up a trap so troublesome. Then the question is coming: who is? Before that, Lake had never doubted SHIELD, after all, he had never been in contact with SHI. There is an action center where Lake doesn't even go shopping in ordinary times, so why not provoke him? But if Maureen belonged to SHIELD, it would be different. The nature has completely changed. The first, Maureen, as his girlfriend and a psychologist, clearly knows his undisguised character, and clearly knows what kind of trap he can get in even if he knows it. Second, SHIELD has this conviction. Look at the Hulk. Good fellow. Although Bruce Banner followed Aegis voluntarily, what if Natasha had gone to see Bruce Banner without ambushing the swordsman outside? It is estimated that the ending will be different. Chapter 40, Love is Going to Die, Happy New Year, Good Health. In summary, if this is SHIELD, then it can be explained, and it makes sense. Aegis has this ability, and there is also a certain reason. As everyone knows, Aegis is a secret organization, but let's take a look at the later Snake Shield and Aegis. There are many talents in Snake Shield. 2 or 3 kittens in Aegis. How many people are the real SHIELD people who can play the most in the later stage? Iron Man? People are capitalists first. Thor? People are the second generation of gods. Black Widow? First of all, they belonged to the Red House of the Soviet Union. Because of the eagle-eyed relationship, and they had no other choice, they entered SHIELD. Hawkeye? This guy doesn't know much, but they learned their skills from ninjas. Unless the leader of Aegis has an island nation, otherwise, it was not cultivated by Aegis. Then? Soundbird Barbara Morse? Phil Coulson? These two are considered to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. Then there is nothing. In contrast, Snake Shield, although there are not many characters that can be handed out, one is counted as one, and they are all cultivated by Snake Shield themselves, and they are cultivated with SH. And so, sometimes, an organization is not terrible to be stupid. The terrible thing is that the organization is so stupid that it is so self-righteous that it feels smart and messed up. There was a problem with his own hematopoietic mechanism, and he didn't want to fix the problem, but instead planned to dig in people from outside. Haha. In that case, why did you build an Aegis Academy? Did you build it for Snake Shield, or you think the Aegis family is great and invincible, and you plan to build a wonder to increase your morale? And so, if all of this is a test by SHIELD, it is estimated that after the social death of Lake in this way, so that he can change his name to join Aegis and let them drive, then everything can make sense. Ordinary Lake may not be worthy of SHIELD. But it's worth it for a Lake who killed the Mutual Aid Society with his bare hands. Just hope it's not you. After returning to the apartment in the Star Building, Lake took out a glass of bourbon, took a sip, then squinted his eyes and said with no expression. He and Maureen dated before the Mutual Aid Society incident, so even though there is a shadow of Maureen in this matter, there is still a glimmer of hope that Lake is not led by Maureen. What if it is? Lake sneered. What he hates most is one thing. Someone calculates him, whoever calculates him will die. Without exception. In the afternoon, lay on the sofa, closed his eyes and opened his eyes calmly. Use. Copy the card. Please select the card you want to copy. Choose to copy the tracking card. Copy successful. Use the tracking card. In use, please fill in the name of the target or think about it. Maureen Hand. Successful tracking, target current location, New York City. Manhattan. Upper East Side. Lynn Knox Hill Hospital Street. Lake with sunglasses is sipping a cup of coffee just ordered at the coffee shop on the corner of the street. The out of his eyes stared at an ordinary building diagonally across the street corner. Lynn Knox Building. The outer wall of this building is about to peel off, and there are a few high stands outside. People who don't know think this is a dangerous building under repair. Who would have thought that the most mysterious Secret Service organization so far hides in this ordinary building? The lights are on. About when night fell slowly, two people walked out of the building over there. A red hair. A black hair. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Lake raised his eyebrows and shook his head in his heart. From the very beginning, he had always thought about not dealing with these law enforcement agencies, which were full of justice and guilty heart. He didn't expect to deal with them in a silly way. Is this the fate of the protagonist? I don't have the protagonist's treatment either. When I think of the prizes drawn in the previous 4 consecutive draws, my heart is dripping with blood. Again, putting $100,000 at $3,030 may be a money for fritters, but here, it takes at least 1 month for Lake to pass the legitimate way. The roar of the sports car appeared on the streets of New York like a red streamer, and disappeared on this street in the blink of an eye. Lake got up and walked towards a blue family car next to him. Boarding. Hit a fire. Lake drove the car expressionlessly, watching a very fast red dot appearing on the big map of New York unhurriedly followed. After an hour, the red sports car stopped in front of a high-end Western restaurant in New York. Lake, 2 blocks away, stopped and smiled. The Last Supper? In the Western restaurant on the 15th floor. After Natasha ordered her meal, she said to the opposite Maureen, "Our plane has 1 hour left." Maureen said, "I am mainly responsible for this mission, but I didn't investigate it clearly. The operation was a complete failure." As the action plan for this time, Sanfei asked her to return to the headquarters to report. It is clear that everything is under control. In fact, after seeing Lake's service information and the information of the New York Police Department, Aegis became interested in recruiting. This is why Maureen was specially arranged to approach him. This time is also a good calculation. UU reading www.uugonshu.com waited until public opinion arose because of this incident, and let Lake die socially. At that time, Aegis came forward to accept Lake, and it was not difficult to change his name with the energy of Aegis. If the operation is good, after 5 years, SHIELD will have an agent that can be obtained. But the killer Black King suddenly appeared. And the relationship seems to be remarkable with Lake. This was something that Maureen and even Aegis did not expect. The appearance of the Black King completely disrupted the layout of Maureen and others, causing them to have no choice but to use tricks. Who knew that the Black King was faster than them, so he chose the simplest and most violent one to kill. At first, Maureen and Aegis suspected that Lake was the Black King, but for the first time, many bar people testified, and the second time Maureen saw it with his own eyes. It turns out that Lake and the Black King are two different people. And after again, Lake broke up. This mission caused a complete collapse and came to an end. At this time, a cute little child raged by with a man in a suit. After a while, the child walked to the left of Maureen and Natasha. The child looked at Natasha, and then at Maureen. The phone in hand passed over. "Sister, someone wants me to give you this phone." Maureen was taken aback. After a while, Maureen watched the child leaving the hotel, frowned upon listening to the phone ringing in his hand, and looked at Natasha on the opposite side. Natasha looked around, especially the building opposite the window. There is no condescending or usual building. Maureen answered the phone. "Hey. Chapter 41, see you again, Happy New Year." "Hey." No one answered the call. While Maureen was frowning and was about to close, his eyes fell on the entrance of the restaurant, a man with gold-rimmed glasses and a black suit. Lake came over, and a hotel attendant came over with a chair very well served. "Are you following me?" "Do not." Lake first nodded to Natasha as a greeting, and then said to Maureen, "Half an hour ago, I was sleeping at home, but I received a call." Maureen did not speak. Lake smiled. "The caller said a word to me, want to know the truth about everything. Frankly speaking, I want to know, and then I came over, so Maureen, tell me, why?" Clearly, the simplest and most direct method can be used. Why do you use such a stupid method? It's enough time for half a year to know my personality. Asking directly is much better than this stupid method. At least, asking directly does not require death. Natasha over there said, "Edwin." Lake looked at Natasha, narrowed his eyes, and interrupted directly, "Natasha Romanoff, am I right?" Natasha frowned. "Does this person know us?" Natasha thought about that and then looked directly at Maureen. Lake smiled upon seeing this. "Don't get me wrong, I don't know anything about you, but my friend helped me find it out. The killer, the Black King. I prefer to call him the lawful of justice." "Ah!" Natasha laughed sarcastically. "If you know that the lawful justice in your mouth has taken the lives of 12 innocent people in 3 years since he appeared in the assassin world, you would still think that he is justice." "The lawful," Lake said, "there are always some animals that cannot be tried by the law, especially those who make laws. It's not surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows that the Black King." After all these 2 assassinations, the Black King went straight and undisguised. After saying this, Lake laughed and looked at Natasha. "Isn't your behavior this time the same? The law has nothing to do with you. Take a look. What kind of crime is it to calculate others and try to make others die socially? This is enough to ruin a person's life, and it's the kind that can't survive." But Natasha disagrees. After all, in her eyes, this is just a task. Moreover, they might think that the recruiting of Lake is for the sake of Lake. This is the same as what Lake said before. is full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, secretly male thief and female prostitute. Finished. Lake looked at Maureen and took a deep breath, then, Maureen, give me an answer. Maureen looked at Lake directly, do you really need it? Lake nodded. Why? After all, the story is about to end, leaving a suspenseful ending, not a good ending. The murderous heart has risen, no one can stop it. Lake wanted to say, after all, I'm in love, forget it. But Lake's heart can't do it. If Maureen was only an accessory, Lake could convince himself, but the words Maureen had just said to Natasha had long been heard clearly by the clone sitting not far away. This matter is led by Maureen. So Lake couldn't convince himself. Maureen laughed, if I told you that we wanted to recruit you, would you agree? Lake shrugged, you can try it. Although it is also impossible, the ending will not go to the present, even the life is gone. What will others say if this matter is spread? Fall in love? The horrible kind, if you think about it, go to Lake Edwin, he will give you this kind of love. Christ! Who am I to provoke? Maureen shook his head and looked at Lake, if I tell you, I have tried it, and you definitely refuse it. Lake returned to his mind, this is not a good reason. Since I refused, then you should know that I will not choose to join for other reasons. Maureen nodded, agreeing with Lake's words, but still said, but, you have to try, your skill, staying in the New York Police Department just buried you. Natasha also said next to him, I have read your information and I know you very well. You graduated with honors when you were 16. After graduation, you entered the Navy directly and joined the Marine Corps half a year later. During the Marine Corps, 3 overseas combat missions, all the scores were excellent. After the 3rd return, he was promoted to lieutenant and then joined the SEAL Squadron as the commander. During his tenure, he made 5 overseas operations. At the age of 22, you suddenly retired. I applied for admission to the art department of Yale University. It took only 2 years to graduate early and join the New York Police Department. Now you are 30 years old. Can you tell me why you suddenly left the military? Lake smiled and looked at Natasha, it seems that you don't know my information. Natasha frowned. Incomplete? This is impossible, Aegis will not have such a business. Lake said, do you know that I am an orphan? Natasha nodded. Lake continued, I joined the army at the time, just because I was able to go to university without exams and tuition after I was discharged, so don't say you know me well, you don't know who I am. It was for this reason that he joined the army. This is also the reason why Lake won the appreciation of a certain general at the time and resolutely left the army. He just wants to be able to go to university for free, and his goal is achieved. Why stay in the army? And who said he has been discharged? Ah! Natasha frowned her eyebrows. www.readaloud.com. This reason. Natasha felt very nonsense, but looking at the expression on Lake's face, there was an inexplicable feeling that what this man said was true. He was in the army for college. Natasha no longer knows what she should say or think. Lake ignored Natasha, looked at the watch in his hand, and then said to Maureen, Maureen, remember what I was thinking when I saw you at the first time. Maureen frowned, does this make sense now? Maybe. Perhaps, whenever all the stories come to an end, they always involuntarily think of the beginning of all stories. Lake's eyes seemed to fall on Maureen's face with some nostalgia, and said, at the time, you gave me the feeling that I felt like I received Easter eggs that day. How about you? Maureen expressionlessly, it's all about business. Just for official business. Correct. Understood, thank you. Lake got up, his gaze returned from nostalgia to normal, and finally turned into a consistent calm, and said to Maureen, no more, no, never see you again, Maureen hand. Finished. Lake turned around. Natasha, who was sitting across from Maureen, seemed to perceive something, her eyes shrank, and she got up to rush towards Maureen. But... boom! A bullet from 2 kilometers away passed through the distance of the space, and instantly pierced the window of the restaurant, and then, the moment Natasha plunged into Maureen. Turning around, Lake closed his eyes slightly. Then walked away without reluctance. Chapter 42, Old Village Head of Novice Village, Happy New Year. Almost when the bullet that spanned a distance of 2 kilometers directly blasted through the window and hit the target, the restaurant fell into screams and chaos. All the ladies and gentlemen who just ate here are screaming and rushing towards the elevator and stairs. Is not at all muddle-headed. Skilled running makes people feel that safety education is important, and at the same time, being proficient is a bit distressing. Lake also disappeared in the crowd. Natasha? Milan. Natasha looked at Maureen, who lost any vital signs instantly after being shot in the head, turned her head and glanced at Lake, who had long since disappeared, and then took out something from her arms. Chi. A sticker similar to a sticker was torn apart by Natasha. Then, the sticker was quickly placed on the wound where a large hole had been pierced out of Maureen. The sticker instantly inflated like a big balloon. In less than 3 seconds, a bubble of hope shining blue on the outside wrapped Milan's head, which almost penetrated a large hole on the left and right. Alpha Gel. As everyone knows, this is a universe where black technology is rampant. Has been unloaded 8 pieces, and then sewn it with needles and threads. Have you seen it? Lake met. In the movie. After Natasha finished all this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew that there was no hope, she did better than nothing. She immediately took out her phone and dialed the number of the New York Operations Center. 5 minutes later. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared directly at the location of the building. Then, the agent descended directly and broke through the window. An Aegis doctor quickly walked over and took it from Natasha's hand and was protected by Alpha Gel. Maureen of life. But this is obviously a luxury. The brains are so crazy that they can be saved. It is estimated that it will be possible to fight Mephisto. 25 minutes later. Went out of the elevator and got into the Aegis car on the side of the road. Natasha, whose clothes and hands were soaked with blood, said with a gloomy and angry expression, "Have you found the target?" The agent said, "When we hurried away, he had already escaped." Natasha said in a deep voice, "A full-scale wanted order is issued and sent to any other law enforcement agency. Once you see it, you will be killed directly. I just want to see his body." The agent nodded. Natasha then turned her head. "Where is Lake Edwin?" Even though Lake Edwin was not the murderer, there is nothing to do with him. And Maureen is your girlfriend, even if she broke up, but is there no friendship at all between them? Cold blood. Beast. Natasha put almost any negative adjectives she could think of on Lake's head. Although she had no way to get Lake from the face, they weren't a role in SHIELD in the first place. The agent replied, 1 minute ago, the JFK International Airport system in New York showed that Lake Edwin boarded the plane to Washington. Washington? Yes, sir. Notify the agent in Washington and stop him at the airport. Yes. Drive, go to the airport. Understand. The black sports car started in an instant and quickly headed to New York's Kennedy International Airport, which is only a dozen kilometers away. On the plane, Lake sat by the window, staring unblinkingly at the dark landscape outside the window. Hey! Lake shook his head speechlessly. He wanted to give a chance. Even if Maureen gave an excuse, no matter how outrageous he was, Lake would pretend to be temporarily ignorant and choose to believe. What a pity! Don't give him a chance. What can he do? I will never kneel down on a girl. The only one who dares to calculate me is death. There is no second way. This special traverser kills his girlfriend and uses his own actions to verify being in love, the horrible kind. I am afraid that I will be the first person. Maybe I will become an internet celebrity in the Traverser Association. As for why Lake suddenly got on the plane to Washington, Lake didn't want to go to Washington, just don't. Where he wants to go, it is more convenient to fly to Washington first. After an hour, the plane arrived in the sky above Washington Dulles International Airport. After hovering for a while, it began to land after being instructed by the airport tower. The captain's voice appeared in the cabin. Lake, who had been watching outside the window, listened to the captain saying sorry. After receiving the notice, Gray Opportunity raised his eyebrows when he was undergoing a temporary inspection in the hangar. Ah! The corner of Lake's mouth curled up. Is this the rhythm of trying to catch him and then shut him into the small black room? When I was training to force a confession in Guantanamo back then, what kind of battle I had never seen before, and, you wanted to catch me, did you catch me? Soon. After the plane stopped, 3 Aegis agents dressed like men in black sunglasses and black suits boarded the plane. Lake Edwin, you are suspected of participating in a crime of intentional homicide, please come with us. FBI. Lake looked at the ID that an Aegis agent had taken out, and laughed twice. Okay, I'll go with you. Got off the plane. 2 Aegis agents were sandwiched to the left and right of Lake, and there was a person standing beside a black off-road vehicle. Go. The 2 Aegis agents directly pushed Lake. At this time, boom! 5 military armored vehicles came from a distance www.readaloud.com and drove directly into the hangar. Under the gaze of the people who parked the plane near the window, a dozen Marines got off the armored vehicle. Click and rub. The guns of more than a dozen Marines were directly loaded and aimed at Phil Collison and others who were disguised as FBI agents. Leading Collison's face changed suddenly. Lake, I knew it was nothing good for you to ask me to pick you up. I think it's a good thing. I don't think so. Lake smiled at the captain of the SEAL B team who looked like a lion and was also a good friend of Lake, who came from behind the Marines and said, I don't know who these people are, but I can promise. They are definitely not FBI. Jason looked at Collison and the others who also pointed his gun at them. Really? Collison's face suddenly changed. Lake interrupted directly, when did I lie to you? Jason nodded. Next second. Jason turned to Collison and others, let down your weapons, I will count 3 times, and take the consequences at my own risk. Collison held up his federal documents and said, we belong to the FBI, please get out of the way. Jason smiled straightly, fake. Coulson. The FBI ID of Collison and others is indeed false. When was the FBI established? When was Aegis established? A&D. Aegis belongs to the Security Council. Even if its headquarters is in Yingjiang's home, it is still a secret agency. Some law enforcement bureaus know it, but this does not mean that they will use their IDs by default. Chapter 43, Who Said I Was Discharged? Happy New Year! A word. What if SHIELD uses their IDs to secretly do bad things, then what should I do? SHIELD patted his and ran away, leaving all the pots left behind. So, no law enforcement bureau will acquiesce Aegis to use their documents. Aegis can forge documents. At most, they will acquiesce in such behavior, but if something goes wrong, I'm sorry. The Law Enforcement Bureau will not give Aegis back the pot. Jason started to count down in a strong tone. Jason is more willing to believe Lake's words than trusting the documents in Phil Coulson's hand. Lake and Jason are good brothers who have been on the battlefield. And so, Phil Collison and others threw away the guns in their hands, and then they were given a pot by the soldiers brought by Jason. The car set off for the Quantico military base. Boom! A soldier grabbed the mobile phone Collison took out and threw it directly outside the car window. Be honest. Coulson. This time I am embarrassed. Obviously came here and was ordered to arrest people, and as a result, they were served in a pot. Half an hour later. Quantico Military Base. Everyone got off the car. Jason said to the soldiers, "Send these people to the military law office." Collison stupefied, "Wait, I need to make a call." Jason sniffed. "Call? Don't say you are not the real FBI, even if you are the one who arrested our military, you still expect to enjoy beautiful treatment?" Jason waved his hand and ignored Collison's request. Instead, he said to Lake next to him, "You know this place better than me. Do you want me to accompany you?" Lake waved his hand, "No, you are busy with you." Jason nodded, did not say anything, and left with his team members. Lake looked around, looked for his own memory, and then followed the memory and walked not far away. Jason is older than Lake. But Lake joined the army earlier than Jason, and after Jason joined the army, Lake was still one of Jason's military instructors. After that, Jason joined the SEALs. At the beginning, he was also in Lake's previous C team. He performed twice. After the mission, Jason left the C team and went to the B team. By now, he is the Master Chief of the B team. The door of the room opened, and a woman with a capable look and blonde hair opened the door. Mandy, a CIA intelligence analysis expert stationed at SEAL, responsible for planning overseas operations and intelligence analysis. "Okay. CIA agent. Lake. Mind if I go in?" "Why, fell in love again?" Lake shrugged. Mandy smiled, turned sideways, and cleared the way. Soon, clouds and rain turned over in the house, and the Aegis agents who were sent to the supervision room of the Quantico Military Law Department peeked at each other, staring at them, thinking about when the Aegis headquarters would discover the news of their disappearance. The next day, Lake opened his eyes and looked at Mandy, who was sitting beside the bed wearing shoes. "Is there any action today?" Mandy smiled, got up, and glanced at Lake on the bed. "You know what I can't say." Lake spread his hands. Mandy kissed Lake on the forehead, then turned around and pushed the door out. Lake yawned and was about to get up and put on his clothes. His relationship with Mandy is complicated. The two are similar to that kind of cooperation, each taking the required relationship. To put it simply, when Lake was in the army, he and Mandy were partners. Then, after Lake left the army, he would come here to find Mandy whenever his feelings were frustrated. If Mandy was in the emotional void at this time, then Mandy would open the door to let Lake in. If not, he would shut Lake out. Okay. Is such a simple and unpretentious relationship. Lake and Mandy are also tacitly aware of this. After a while, when Lake got dressed, Jason came and knocked on the door. "Let's go." Jason in a combat uniform looked at Lake, who opened the door and said directly, "Let's go, the general wants to see you." Whenever Lake comes to Washington, Jason drives to pick him up, so Lake will be there. Jason is clear. After Jason finished speaking, he passed the plastic bag in his hand to Lake. Inside, a military uniform. Military base building. Lake, wearing the uniform of a lieutenant of the land warfare, got out of the elevator in a light car, walked to the door of an office, and knocked on the door. "Come in." "Hey." Lake took a deep breath, pushed the door in, and turned toward Thaddeus Ross, the head of the Quantico military base, who was sitting behind his desk, wearing a general's uniform, and stood up straight. "General." "Yes, it is. General Ross." When Lake joined, General Ross was from the Navy. Back then, Lake was approved by General Ross and was promoted to a lieutenant of the Navy. After that, he served as the commander of Team C under the SEALs led by General Ross. In a way, Lake did not leave the army. Ross appreciates Lake very much. Although he agreed with Lake's departure, he did not remove Lake's name from the military, and was treated the same as Captain America Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers has been recognized as dead, but his name is still in the military system today. It's just a missing seal. And every time Lake comes here to look for Mandy, General Rose always asks Lake to wear his uniform to see him. It seems that he hopes that one day Lake will be lost and realize that the army is his home. Lake was speechless about this. But Ross is considered a bull after all, and he has some special relationship with him. So, with such a request, Lake can't think of a reason for rejection. In the office, General Ross reviewed the documents he had on hand. After a while, General Ross said without raising his head, "Are you in trouble?" Everything that happened at the Quantico military base was in his sight. Naturally, General Ross knew that the military law office had caught a few people posing as the FBI last night. Lake said, "Little trouble." General Rose smiled, looked up at Lake, took out the fake documents of Phil Collison and others from the drawer and threw them on the table. "You can't get it for a little trouble. This is well made, and there is also the FBI. A fake certificate with an orthodox seal." Lake shrugged. General Rose got up, pointed towards the sofa, and walked over. "Let's talk. What's the situation?" Lake told about what happened in New York, but only said that an unknown organization used this method to poach corners, and did not say the real name of the organization. General Ross gave a cold snort. In his opinion, Lake has been his people since childhood. The previous years were nothing more than a long sabbatical leave. At this time, the secretary knocked on the door and walked in. "General, Mr. Allen, Secretary of State, is here." Rose nodded, and said to Lake, "The digging has been digging up to my head, and the Secretary of State has also been moved. It seems that the other party is too determined to dig you and you will kill you." Lake smiled. P.S. Mandy from the CIA, intelligence analyst of Sea Leopards. P.S. Jason from the captain of Team B of Sea Leopards. Chapter 44, Those Who Dare to Catch Lao Tzu. Happy Valentine's Day. Mr. Allen. General Ross. Rose got up and walked in and shook hands with Allen, who was appointed Secretary of State by the President. There was another person who came in with the Secretary of State. His characteristics were very obvious. He had a dark complexion with a blindfold. If his complexion was white, he would be a medieval pirate. But this skin color couldn't be a pirate in the Middle Ages, and it would be a slave on a certain pirate ship. Nick Fury has the ability to call the earth to cast. At present, he is not the top leader in control of the secret organization, but just a deputy. At this time, Nick Fury's eyes fell on Lake, who was standing next to General Ross in a military uniform, and narrowed his eyes. At this time, General Ross looked at Nick Fury, and then asked Secretary of State Allen, "This is?" Nick Fury reached out to General Ross. "Nick Fury, Deputy Director of the National Land Strategy and Logistics Defense Security Bureau." General Ross glanced at the hand that Nick Fury had handed over. "Did not hold." "Humph. Not only people who want to dig out Lao Tzu, but also those who count Lao Tzu." If the Secretary of State had not come today, General Elro's violent temper would have directly called the guards and directly imprisoned Nick Fury here. What kind of country, what bureau? What is this special cat? Don't say I have heard of it. Even if I have not heard of it, Rose is worthy. What? This is a joint venture of the 5 major streams of the Security Council, overlords. Oh. Then he passed a resolution of Congress. Does he have legal law enforcement power in his country? No, then there is no such bureau. Pretending to be the FBI is a major federal crime. After glancing at Nick Fury's hand, General Ross chuckled and looked directly at Minister Allen. "Mr. Minister, the director of this bureau behind you is so powerful and prestigious. Everyone has been caught. The military's head is on. The military at this time is very high-spirited. The World Trade Center incident 2 months ago, although the arrogance of Ying Zhang was hit, the morale of the military is now very high. Last month alone, the soldiers who joined the army for revenge directly broke through the entire year of last year." Nick Fury blinked one eye without any embarrassment. He looked directly at General Ross. "General Ross, Inspector Lake Edwin was suspected of a case of deliberately killing our agents. Yesterday, my people just thought I asked him to come and assist in the investigation. General Ross suddenly realized it, and looked at Lake next to him. You killed someone. Lake shook his head. No, General, the murderer was a killer, not me. Nick Fury said directly, then we also have evidence that you are also related to the killer. He helped you kill 2 innocent people who want to accuse you of deliberate life harm. Lake did not speak. Rose looked directly at Nick blankly. Is there any evidence? Nick Fury looked at Rose. So, we asked him to go back and assist in the investigation, and please don't stop the army. Ross smiled. Don't stop. You want to catch my person, don't stop talking. General Ross walked to his desk and picked up the phone. Hey, let Colonel Glenn Turnbull from the Military Inspection Office bring some prosecutors over. After hanging up the phone, General Ross said to Nick Fury, even if Lieutenant Lake Edwin is really suspected of a crime, it can only be our Military Inspection Office, the one who counts me, and the one who wants to arrest me, to investigate him. You think about it, how can you explain it to me? Nick Fury frowned and said, General Ross, Lake Edwin is not a member of the military, he has been discharged. General Ross sneered. Oh, really, you seem to know my soldiers well. When you said this, you didn't mean that you had already checked my soldiers out. You also said that you don't plan to dig horns. Those who dare to dig me will have the courage to eat the leopard. General Ross released the files and kept the files away. He thought that one day Lake could get lost and return to the army. After all, he grew up watching Lake. No one understands Lake's potential better than him. Secretary of State Allen hurriedly rounded the field with a loud voice, but couldn't help but blame Nick Fury behind him for pitting him. When Secretary of State Allen received the phone call this morning, he thought it was a skirmish between Aegis and the military, but found out at this time, is it a skirmish? This special cat is like a hornet's nest. Secretary of State Allen turned towards Nick Fury, his tone already a bit displeased, but after all, Nick Fury can be regarded as one of the political institutions. Deputy Chief Fury, do you have any evidence to support what you said? Nick Fury looked at Lake, who was standing there expressionlessly in military uniform, and was silent for a while. No. The killing bullet came in from outside the window. When the bullet came, Lake also had an iron alibi. The same goes for the pair of white and black before. But there is no evidence. A discerning person knows that this matter has nothing to do with Lake. The 2 people who planned to frame Lake were killed, and the people who planned to gouge the horns were killed. Does this need evidence? If Lake is already in SHIELD at the moment, Nick can guarantee that there are 100 ways to find evidence. But now? Damn, what went wrong? This guy has obviously retired from the army, how could he become a member of the army again? Nick Fury can't figure it out. www.readaloud.com. But this is the end of the matter, and you can't take it anymore. If you have to just go down, the injured will only be SHIELD, not the military. Aegis can only be regarded as an adopted son for Ying Zhang. As Lieutenant General Eagle Sauce, General Ross, who has real power, is a pure-blooded son. And so, Nick Fury took a deep breath and said to General Ross, since Detective Edwin, the lieutenant belongs to the military, and our national strategy has no right to interfere. Please also ask the military to detain several agents. Freed. Ah. Ross has no expression on his face. It's late. At this time, Colonel Glenn Turnbull, who is a military inspection office, brought some of her men in. General. General Ross looked directly at Colonel Glenn Turnbull and said, initiate the investigation process and handle it jointly with the FBI. Yesterday, several unknown persons posing as the FBI attempted to hijack Lieutenant Lake Edwin. Colonel Glenn Turnbull, yes, sir. Nick Fury suddenly changed his face. General Ross. Secretary of State Allen also changed slightly. General Ross. This is a bright slap in the face. Although the FBI, Secretary of State Allen can also be able to intervene, it can find a way to make the FBI directly admit that the Aegis agents are federal agents. But this will be a black spot, which seems to be a small problem now, but who will be accurate in the future? General Ross directly reached out his hand to stop the two of them from speaking, did not give the Secretary of State any face, and also let his guards in, politely let him see off the guests. Chapter 45, The Relationship Between Lake and Rose. Happy Valentine's Day. Allen is the Secretary of State for the White Building? Ah! Let alone the Secretary of State, even if the President provokes Ross, who is known as one of the military giants, dares to be tough. What is the Secretary of State? Including the President, the White Point is a temporary worker who is responsible for backing up the situation. What is the military? The military is the civil servant. As far as the masters of this country are concerned, the military dare to say that they are second, and capital is the only one. Dare to say they are number one. Allen left with an ugly face. Nick Fury looked at Lake, and then turned and left with the Secretary of State. Why are you staying? General Rose made it clear that it was the death guarantee that Lake had been tough with them, and there was no chance of peace talks. Therefore, rather than compromise with the military, it is better to find a way to get the FBI to admit that it was a work error rather than someone impersonating it. The former makes major events smaller. The latter. That is the question. If the military is determined and dealt with directly in accordance with the military law, Nick Fury probably will no longer see several capable agents of Phil Collison. Isn't it already clear what the origin of this Lake came from? Why did General Ross save Lake to death? Nick Fury didn't figure this out when he got in the car and left the Quantico base. Moreover, he was escorted out of the base by a group of soldiers without seeing Phil Collison this time. Up in Ross's office, Lake stood at the window, watching Nick Fury and the judiciary leave in a dingy manner and then pouted. At first, Lake was thinking that if Aegis dares to attack him, he would just open it up and keep Aegis immortal. But Lake suddenly thought of a question. This Bureau of National Land Strategy and Logistics Security, although written as Aegis, is actually pronounced as Snake Shield. If he does it, he will not die with Aegis instead of dying with Snake Shield. Moreover, Lake wondered, if he destroys the Aegis, it is equivalent to destroy the Snake Shield. From a certain perspective, he has become the executioner of Aegis to help them destroy the Snake Shield? Why? Lake is very reasonable. Whoever provokes him, he kills, but it is Aegis and not Snake Shield that provokes him. Suddenly, Snake Shield suffers from the unwarranted disaster for no reason and is very sad. So Lake intends to take it. He has no grievances with Snake Shield, and he has a business relationship with Snake Shield that is not a direct one. People Snake Shield paid generously and did nothing extra. The trustee has recruited Lake once, but Lake can't say to go. They just smiled and expressed the hope that there will be a chance to cooperate next time. Take a look. After all, the Aegis of the future is also suddenly in a high position, and the leader is a dark-skinned guy with no background in his own nation. What is this called? The son is a Zhongshan wolf, so he will be mad when he is determined? The most important point is a guy who is full of persecution delusions and arrogance, and used the most crazy words to create the most insulting Avengers. Look at Nick's slogan for starting the Avengers. He wanted to tell the whole universe that even if we can't beat them, they still have the ability to deal a huge blow to the invaders of the Earth, so the Avengers were established. Nemes. You have caused the greatest blow to others. Isn't the battlefield still on Earth? Why are you embarrassed to say this? Lake really can't think of what kind of brain circuit he is, but after thinking about it for 10 days and 10 nights, maybe it has something to do with skin color. After all, black skin has no history. Maybe he thinks that saliva in the food for the owner is a kind of it was a heavy blow. Lake thought so. Are you lost in love again? General Ross, who didn't put the Secretary of Defense and Nick Fury on his mind at all, looked at Lake, who recovered from the window, and shook his head. How long have you talked about this time? Lake said, I'm here to take refuge. They want to catch me. General Ross smiled, I don't know you yet. You came here because you were broken in love first, and you came here after you caught you. If you didn't break in love, would you come to me? Lake did not speak. Okay. He does have some other relationships with General Rose. After all, if he is only optimistic, General Rose will also die, but he will not be as dead as he did before. As for the specific relationship between him and General Ross, let's put it this way. Lake is an orphan, but there is no orphanage, nor does the Yingzhong family have an orphanage. They are all under the foster family system. And so, General Rose saw that Lake stopped talking, so he was too lazy to ask. He took out his car key from the drawer and threw it to Lake and said, Go home at night and go to school to pick up your sister. Karen really wants to see you. Lake took the key and opened his mouth, then he saluted General Rose, then turned around and went out. Okay. Yes, it is. After Lake was born in this life, he was sent to a foster family when he was about 5 years old. The one who adopted him was Rose and his wife Karen in front of him. Okay. Lake thought it was just the same name and surname, but then he gave up struggling www.readaloud.com and then Rose and Karen's daughter Betty was born. Karen almost died of bleeding. At the time, 10-year-old Lake made a wish that reversed Karen's ending. After all, I have lived for 5 years. Although Lake has never changed his mind, this does not prevent Karen from taking care of him. Lake feels that this is what he should do. And then, Lake grew up step by step. After graduating from high school at the age of 16, half of it was because of his SUZI and half because of the Awakening plug-in. He refused Rose to help pay for college tuition. When he moved away from Rose's home, he chose to join the army to make money. You can go to university for free in the future. General Ross did not stop Lake from making this decision. In fact, Rose is very happy. After all, Rose is a family of soldiers, and Lake's choice to join the army is a correct thing that makes him happy. Lake changed his surname that year, joined the army, and Rose also asked someone to help rebuild the information about Lake, which is why SHIELD didn't detect it. Okay. Lake was able to make an extraordinary promotion at a young age. 3 points were due to his abilities, but it is undeniable that 7 points were due to the back door. Maybe. This is what General Rose thought of after changing Lake's surname according to Lake's request. After that, Lake thought that he was going to college when he quit the army. At that time, General Ross was almost mad. After all, in terms of Lake's performance at the time, it was very possible to become the youngest general of the Yingzhong family in the future. But Karen supports Lake's decision. And so, before getting married, Karen, whose surname was Rockefeller, defeated Ross, whose surname was a family of Ross soldiers. Chapter 46, The Changed Destiny, Happy Fourth Day. Georgetown University. When Lake drove from Quantico to the university, it was almost noon. Parking. Turn off the fire. Lake got off the car, and while waiting for Betty to come out of the teaching building not far away, he lit a cigarette for himself, and then looked at the university scenery called the Politician's Paradise. Georgetown is the top private elite university in the United States. It is also a top university known as a Politician's Paradise. Basically, it is a mixed race. In addition to Yale politicians, it is Georgetown politicians. But General Rose must be MMP in his heart. Lake entered Yale, one of them, but instead of becoming a politician, he chose to go to the New York Police Department as a small detective. In General Ross's mind, federal agents are all small agents, not to mention the regional New York Police Department. Where's your daughter Betty? Betty also entered Georgetown, one of them, and as a result, also not interested in politics, but interested in science. If it is called apostasy. No doubt. Lake and Betty belong to this category. They went to a university that cultivated politics. As a result, none of them were nurtured to be interested in politics. If Ross is also a politician, he would already be crying in the toilet at this moment. Fortunately, Ross is a soldier. Although he is MMP in his heart, he will not cry. Lake didn't even think about why Betty still chose science. Obviously the timeline has changed. On the original timeline, Betty had been in boarding school because of her mother's death in her early years, and then she fell in love with Banner, who was at least 10 years older and might bring her lack of fatherly love. General Ross was so angry that he chopped Banner. But it's different now. Karen is fine. Although Betty also loves science, she is still at Georgetown University. It is estimated that Betty and Banner will not have much chance at this timeline. Betty in this life does not lack the love of his father. After a while, Betty, who came out of the teaching building talking and laughing with a few classmates, brightened up, looked at Lake parked on the other side of the lawn, with a surprised expression on her face, said to the classmate next to him, and then slid around. Ran directly in front of Lake. Boom. What? Sorry, Lake. It's okay. Lake rubbed himself and hit the back of the car, looking helplessly like a crazy girl. Betty, who has a goddess temperament, shook his head and said, "My dear sister, I need to remind you that your weight is not the same as your childhood weight." Up. Betty was a little guilty at first, but when she heard this, she rolled her eyes and said, "When you were a kid, you could still lift me up, can you now? Can the weight of my childhood compare with my current weight?" Lake raised his eyebrows. "I can do it now, but I can't try it." Talking. Lake is ready to lift Betty, who is now almost 1.7 meters tall. A person can carry a car in extreme anger, and Lake turns on his adrenal gland in extreme anger. Let alone lift it high, it is not difficult to throw a person 100 meters away as a grenade. Betty flushed when she saw this, and she was a little annoyed after she avoided, "Brother." Lake laughed. Betty looked around and found that there was no one paying attention to this place, and then he was relieved. If there are acquaintances present, he will really be lifted by Lake, and Betty feels that she is going to die directly socially. Boarding. The car started and drove towards the home in Arlington County between Quantico and the Special District. "Get on the co-pilot." Betty glanced at Lake again and again. Lake turned a blind eye. But the light continued. Lake sighed, "Yes, I'm broken in love again. I'm satisfied." Betty grinned and wanted to smile, but she covered her mouth in time, shook her head, took a deep breath, and said, "How many?" Lake glanced at Betty a little speechlessly. "How many? What is this, and what is the number?" "I'm someone who has always been in love with his heart, and never acts as a scumbag under the guise of sincerity. Can you blame him if your feelings are broken? Moreover, not to mention the previous ones, just this time, is it because of him this time that he broke up? It's obviously been half a year, and Lake originally thought it was time to stabilize, but it turned out to be so." Lake sighed, "I think, I'm going to die alone." This is all on the back of the title of Being in Love, the kind of horrible, "Is there still a chance to find my significant other?" Lake has already considered whether he wants to die, and will directly rely on the telephone girl to solve his needs in the future. Say it. How did the other half of the other traversers find? Betty shrugged and said, "I think Emma and Hermione are pretty good." She hadn't met Maureen, but in the summer vacation last year and the year before, Betty had seen Emma and Hermione at the time. Of course, she had also seen several others in the past few years, but, obviously, it seems only these two people are deeply impressed by Betty. But what do you think it's good for? It's me who is looking for my wife, not you. Lake rolled his eyes, a good horse won't turn back to the grass. Betty blinked. Do you think it is difficult to get reunited, or do you think they already have someone else? Lake glanced at Betty. Adults, children, don't care. Laugh. Laugh. If you wait until later, you will hook up with Banner just like before. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, look at where I stand. When the time comes, I won't fight Banner and make shit, I will follow your last name. And many more. Lake blinked, feeling that there was something wrong with this sentence. Betty was a little speechless. I'm 25 years old, 5 years younger than you, not a child, and even if I don't ask, my mother will ask after you go back. Lake. Karen Ross. A very gentle blonde woman, at least in Lake's impression. There are good and bad foster families here. If you are a good foster family, you will be raised as your own. Lake is considered to be of this kind. But it is also bad. For example, those foster families who specifically want to pay for foster care by the city hall every month, their operation is to adopt as many as they can adopt, and then use these foster care fees for their own food, drink, and fun. As for children in foster care, that's just one sentence. Then, what you look like depends on God's will. Although there is a juvenile protection organization, this organization does not come to the door, but someone reports a crime or someone provides information before returning. Almost all of the shabby communities in Queens are like this, and the children in foster care don't know much. It's called protection. Besides, children are already timid, so why do they think of looking for protection after a meal? And so, Lake is very lucky from a certain angle, and although Lake has not changed his words, Karen has not complained, which is why Lake chose to save Karen back then. I think of Karen's nag. Lake couldn't help but had a headache. Chapter 47, The Killer is in the House, Happy Fourth Day. Lake carried Betty, but did not return to his home in Arlington County for the first time. The reason? Lake wants to slow down, and go back more than 1 in the afternoon. If you want to listen to Karen's nagging, the evening time will be added to the afternoon. So, you have to go back anyway, why not be late? Just right. Betty wanted to shoot, so Lake took Betty directly and ran to a shooting range near Arlington County. Wow! Lake took off the target paper, looked at the 9 holes in the 10th ring, marveled, and said to Betty, who took off her earmuffs next to him, "That's right, marksmanship has improved." Ghost knows why Betty in this life likes research so much and guns. Maybe it's because of Lake. When Lake joined the army, he would meet with Betty during the holidays, and then Betty would pester him to ask about interesting things in the army, and then take Betty to the shooting range without knowing how. Over time, Betty's marksmanship, not good, but not bad. At least at the current level, there are no bullets within 10 meters, and within 100 meters, if the target is dead, then Betty will be aimed. Time also has no avail. Over 100 meters? 3 points depends on God's will. Betty blinked at Lake. "Brother, we compare." Lake was taken aback for a moment. "What?" Betty said, "Compare." Lake looked up at the sky. It wasn't dark yet, so why did he start to dream? But Lake thought for a while, and when he was idle, he was also idle, and then he said to Betty, "Okay." 5 minutes later. Boom! 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 At the moment when the target paper was fixed in place, Lake looked at Betty, who was just about to reload. He shot directly in his hand and shot 10 rounds in 2 seconds. The brilliant record of police officers of the New York Police Department is to finish a magazine in 3 seconds. Lake is 1 second faster than the fastest record. Betty next to had her mouth widened, and she looked at Lake who was watching her for a while, and she looked at the target paper with 10 holes in the 10 rings. This. Do not fight. Betty just set up the stall and quit. What's more, she hasn't even installed the bullets here, and she has already finished playing over there. You can't bully people like that. Betty stomped her foot, not even her sky blue protective pistol, and walked directly to the outside of the shooting range. Lake was taken aback. Half an hour later. On the way home again. Lake looked at Betty contentedly looking at the two reduced-shaped copy target papers in his hand and sighed. What is self-deception? There is no doubt that Betty explained this perfectly. The two target papers in her hand, one with 10 rings and 10 holes, and the other with 10 rings and 8 holes. Lake's is the latter. But even though Betty knew that Lake had deliberately released the water, she seemed very happy. The brain is surprising. But it's no wonder, otherwise, as long as a man with a normal brain is normal, he wouldn't find a man 10 years older than her, especially that boy is still a poor scientist. Correct. Lake suddenly raised his eyebrows, glanced at the locker in front of the co-pilot, and said, Your pistol has been on this car? Karen, they know. Betty looked at Lake and smiled and said, Of course I don't know. Mom wouldn't allow me to use a pistol. I bought it with my part-time job money. It cost me nearly $3,000. Put it here. What do you think? Dad will come to see him when he is okay, and, what you said, the most dangerous place is precisely the safest place. Although Betty was born in a military family, Karen is not. General Rose does not hold any opinion about Betty's love to play with guns. After all, he can shoot well and protect himself. Unfortunately, when he is at home, he is still K. Loan's words are the answer. No, after confiscating the 3 guns given by Rose in a row, Betty secretly bought this one with the money from her part-time work. The EAA compact made by Stark Industries specifically for women female protective pistol. And it's still a multicolor version. Result. Once launched, directly became a dark horse on the list of all beauty-loved guns in the second month, and thus made the tough-looking Stark industry realize that although they are an arms company, they can also do much for their female compatriots. So since that time, almost every year Stark Industries will launch a gun and ammunition that women love. For example, multicolor custom pistols. For example, military-grade folding knives allow you to defend yourself when cutting fruits. In short, the market value of the ceiling of Stark Industries today, not to mention a lot of them, is supported by at least a quarter of the female market. When Lake heard Betty's words, he opened his mouth and seemed to think of something. Some felt unpleasant and said, I suddenly found out that maybe taking you to the shooting range is a wrong choice. Or, you go to the next door first. Grandma Shan's take a bath. This special indoor shooting range is so excited to fight, and there is a smell of gunpowder. Lake just saw Betty skillfully pulling out his gun from General Ross's car, thinking that Betty had been lifted, and it seemed that this was an illusion. Had already gone back to face Karen's rumors, if you knew that you just came back with Betty to shoot? Wow! I'm afraid I won't have a chance to sleep tonight. But also had no chance. Because Lake just drove and was ready to go directly to the house of Susan's grandma next door, Karen just walked out of the house. Lake stepped on the brake. Next second, Lake turned off and said to Betty on the co-pilot, Take out your perfume and spray yourself more. Karen has a very good nose. When he was 12 years old when he smoked, he drank 3 glasses of water before returning home, chewed 5 gums, and borrowed the perfume she secretly took out from his female classmate and sprayed on it. Result. When he got home, Karen saw it through. Up to now, Lake didn't understand it. Back then, which program he did wrong? This is probably a woman's instinct. Get off. Lake stood at the door with a smile on his face, as if he thought it was Karen, who had come back from Rose, beckoning. Karen was taken aback for a moment, and then shouted with surprise on his face, Lake. Then Karen went down the stairs and hugged Lake, who came over, and complained a little, I don't know if I should be sorry for you or if I am happy for me, you will come back when you lose love. Lake. Betty, who just got out of the co-pilot, suddenly laughed when he heard this sentence. Mom, I just told him that way, so we should pray for him, preferably once a month. Screw you. Karen gave Betty a blank look. You really want your brother to die alone? When the two sang a match, Lake was very embarrassed. At this time, a woman walked out of the house. Unfamiliar. Is a killer. Lake's eyes shrank sharply. The moment the woman saw Lake, her eyes shrank instantly. Chapter 48, Idol Star of Female Killers. Boom. Boom. Glock appeared on Lake's hand for an instant, and then, instantly flicked towards the woman standing at the door. The woman at the door also shot out in an instant, and the silver pistol burst into flames. But Lake's bullet didn't rush towards the woman at the door, but went directly in a perfect arc, circled around the woman, and then with a bang, it penetrated the man who was sneakily holding on that side of the wall. Skull. The same goes for Anna's bullet. Bang. The bullet pierced the air, and instantly concentrated in the small woods across the road. A muffled noise came, and there was the sound of a person falling to the ground. Karen and Betty were stunned. Lake squinted his eyes, directly yelled, and made Karen and Betty, who had returned to his senses, ran towards the house, while he turned around and shot twice with both hands. The adrenal glands instantly stimulate. In an instant. In the world of Lake, everything has become so slow. Boom. 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 The two guns fired instantly, directly heading the three killers who had emerged from the grove. Look here. Lake turned his head and said to the woman who was standing at the door with a wig and legs 2 meters long. With a click, a magazine was directly back on the Glock 17, facing the road with no expression. Go to the woods over there. Defense was never what he was good at. He is good at only one, offense. Offense is the best defense. As for why do you believe in women? Intuition. After all, this woman came out of the room. If she was going to be against Karen, she would have already done it, so there is only one possibility. This female assassin shouldn't be a killer at this moment, but a bodyguard. I haven't heard Rose say that Karen has had any trouble recently. Lake thought in his heart, as he slowly walked towards the woods across the road. Glock on both hands kept talking, and one bullet after another was instantly shot down. Fight bullets with me? Ah! You are still 3,000 years old. Boom. Retreat. It's over. Lake listened to a voice in the woods, smiled coldly, and blasted out the infinite version of Glock on his right hand. Boom. The bullet pierced through the air, and with a sound, the sound was directly blasted out in the shape of a scimitar, but it was not aimed at his head, but at his knees. There was a sound. Accompanied by the sound of falling to the ground, it was the scream of the assassin whose knee was broken and hit the ground. Lake walked into it blankly. Far away. With the roar of cars, a black off-road car ran away directly into the distance. On the land. The assassin in an unknown suit turned over and glanced at Lake. Then, he bit his mouth hard, and then, there was a muffled noise, and the assassin's eyes widened in an instant. Next second, there was a snap. The killer died with his pupils wide open, and fell to the ground with any signs of life, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Agent. The CIA. Lake raised his eyebrows and directly issued his own judgment. Without him. Whether it is a US group killer or a franchisee's own killer, or a crowdsourcing killer, they are all killers for one purpose, that is, to make money. A ghost who doesn't make money is willing to be a killer. And so, no matter what the nature of the killer, they, in the hope of alive, even if it is a 0.1% chance, they will survive and will not choose to commit suicide to keep secrets. You can't count on the loyalty of a killer who is on par with money, that is unrealistic. But the agents are different. Especially the agents trained as killers are even more different. There are only this kind of people. When they fail to perform a mission, they will choose to commit suicide in order to keep their secrets from being interrogated. It's not that they spared their lives, but that they were brainwashed. And so, these people Lake is very certain that they are not from the CIA, that is, foreign intelligence agencies similar to the CIA. Of course, Lake may have guessed wrong. After all, the killer world is so big. Most of Lake's contact are from New York. The assassin's skin color can't judge that he is from that country. It's just that there are very few killer organizations that have committed suicide without success. Out of the grove, the police car in Arlington County has arrived. After seeing Lake, the county sheriff quickly motioned to his men to put down their guns. Lake. Sergeant Potter. Lake was a sheriff here when she was a child, and she is still a sheriff, and Sheriff Burt, who has already settled here, shook hands. 5 people escaped in a black car. The others are in the woods. I will go back and see. Get down to Karen, and then go to the bureau to make a transcript with you. Sheriff Potter said okay, and then waved to his lads, who cautiously attacked towards the grove. Tianxia police station is one family. The FBI may not have a good relationship with the police department. That is because it is not a family, but the relationship between the police department and the police department is very good. After all, they are regional in nature and will not cause any conflict of interest. Sheriff Potter naturally knows where Lake works now, and Lake also said that she will make notes later, and Sheriff Potter will naturally not do any entanglement stories. Lake walked toward the house. Enter the door. Crack. Do you want to put down the gun first? Lake glanced at him and came out from the side. He pointed at his silver-haired woman and said, mainland www.readaloud.com organization, or a free man. Hearing the gunshots disappearing outside, Karen, who came out of the safe room, saw it. Anna, put the gun down, he is my son. Anna glanced at Lake and put away her silver pistol. Anna? Lake chanted the name, frowned, opened his memory database, and searched for the information of the woman named Anna. Is a killer. And still a female killer. After a while, Lake raised his eyebrows and looked at Anna. Half a year ago, the Anna who played with KGB and CIA. Anna looked at Lake with a shuddering sound. Lake couldn't help but laughed. This Ms. Anna is a legend. At least half a year ago, she ranked first in the real-time popularity list of the killer world. After all, for so many years, it's not that no one has played KGB or CIA. In the past few decades, the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff has played with KGB, and may be the first person to play with KGB. There are also people who have played with the CIA, but dead. But people who play with KGB and CIA at the same time, but since the establishment of the two organizations until now, it is only Anna in front of him. Black Widow may be able to be old and physically function beyond the limits of ordinary people. But in addition to these 2 points, the female killer legend Anna in front of her is a Black Widow. P.S. Anna from Anna, the top female killer who plays with KGB and CIA at the same time. If KGB and CIA are compared to princes, Anna is the one who became the emperor in the end. Chapter 49, Prosecutor and Killer, Happy 5th Day. Let's put it this way. If you know that Anna, who wears a knitted hat and long silver hair, looks like a model rather than a killer, she was a terrible and drug addict who lived at the bottom 5 years ago. If you do, you will be completely shocked. It took only 1 year for Anna to become a killer from a drug addict, and then, within 5 years, she became a top female killer in a small circle. But this is not without a price. In the killer world, your gender does not matter, as long as you can kill. But certain organizations on the bright side are far more inclined to women for this type of killer agent, because it is very simple. Sometimes they not only need to kill, but also need to obtain intelligence. Frankly speaking, women have an innate advantage in this regard, unless the target is also a woman. And so, Anna's speed of light growth is surprising, but the price is almost the so-called shame. This is the reason why Lake never gets along with killers for a long time. Even though there are relatively few such women, who knows? Lake came back to his senses, and still looked suspiciously at Anna, who had been incognito 6 months ago, but now suddenly appeared here, feeling a little curious. Since the news that Anna played KGB and the CIA's fraudulent death and disappearance spread in the killer world, who has always been scornful of such law enforcement killers, chose to protect Anna. While the KGB and the CIA are searching for Anna all over the world, basically, people in the killer world are tacitly understanding to provide false information to the two organizations one after another. On the one hand, they can tease these two guys, and on the other hand, is it good? It's easy to seize an opportunity to squeeze the wool, and when will you wait if you don't hold it? If Anna hadn't betrayed them, the killer world wouldn't care, but Anna had betrayed and played with the two major spy organizations, so the killer world not only sneered at KGB and the CIA, but even helped Anna hide her to a large extent. Whereabouts? And so, how could Anna appear here? Lake looked at Karen curiously. Karen Rose. Thaddeus Rose's wife, Betty Rose's mother, Lake's adoptive mother, a woman who is also considered a rebellious woman from the Rockefeller family. Occupation. Is now a federal prosecutor. Is Karen going to take a knife against the CIA? Lake thought about Karen's profession, and thought about the killer Anna who had played with KGB and the CIA, but now appeared here, and the dead killer who had just been in the grove, and deduced such a reasonable guess. If Karen wants to attack the CIA, then it can explain why some dead men want to attack Karen. But this is not right. Langley ate the guts of the bare-hearted leopard over there. Don't they know how big an earthquake would be if Karen was assassinated? Not to mention Karen's identity as a federal prosecutor, just Karen's maiden name Rockefeller is enough for Langley to weigh before issuing the assassination absolute. Not to mention that Thaddeus Rose, one of the military giants, is Karen's husband. Did Langley lose his mind? If you say 30 years ago, when Karen and Rose were just married, Langley killed Karen, maybe it would not have such a big influence. At most Langley would solve it privately with Rockefeller. It is absolutely impossible right now. After all, 30 years ago, Rose was just an officer, at best a promising officer, but right now, Rose is one of the military giants, especially since Rose showed his high value 10 years ago, and Rockefeller was a talent. Re-easing the relationship with Ross, and re-established some kind of alliance. And so, in this case, if Langley wanted to attack Karen, it would be fine, but after being found out, Langley probably couldn't stop the militaries, let alone the big capital Rockefeller. And many more. Lake recalled the scene just now, raised his eyebrows, and then looked back at Anna, who was as quiet as a white rabbit at the moment. Something is wrong. The target of these people was Anna, not Karen. These people were exposed the moment Anna came out. If their target was Karen, they would do it the moment Karen went out. Lake. Okay. While Lake was brainstorming to analyze this matter, Karen, who came out of the safe house, first looked at Lake, and after making sure that Lake was not injured, he asked suspiciously, "Lake, how did you know Anna?" Lake returned to his senses and looked at Karen. "You know, I'm a policeman." Karen directly exposed Lake. "You are a New York policeman, a district policeman, and Anna has never been to New York." Lake's smile remained unchanged, "But I still have a lot of informants, and I have a wealth of social experience." Karen gave Lake a blank look. Since childhood, in Karen's memory, Lake has always been a unique and independent child, particularly independent of autonomy. He would rather go to a public happy education school with the benefits of the K-12 system than willing to use their money to go to private elite education schools. But it's okay. Lake, who has been in a public free school, is not as addicted to the narcotic drugs in the school as his peers, but lives a regular life. And then, after Lake graduating from high school early at the age of 16, Karen was very happy, and at that time Lake had been admitted to an Ivy League school in advance. It was just the one without scholarship. www.readaloud.com. Karen right, it doesn't matter, they are not without money, and Karen had already planned to buy a car to reward Lake. But Lake chose to enlist in the army and chose to go the road of prostitution. Karen was very angry at the time, but afterwards, Lake broke into a lieutenant. Although there was Rose's relationship among them, Karen was happy again, and said that 2 generals were coming from the family. After that, Lake chose to retire to college. Karen is numb. Lake didn't know that Karen was thinking about things, so he looked at Karen directly. You want to attack Langley? Karen returned to her senses. How do you know? Lake said, the group of assassins outside chose to commit suicide directly after the mission failed. Moreover, Anna also appeared here. Apart from the assassins in Langley, the Red House, or Masada Fortress, I didn't expect other organizations to come and kill you. Langley, as the name suggests, because the headquarters of the CIA is located not far from the land boundary of Langley, it is called Langley. Red House, needless to say, KGB, the Black Widow of Aegis agent Natasha Romanoff was born in the Red House. Masada Fortress? This is an alias for Israel's Mossad. Because Mossad originated in the last occupied Masada Fortress, there is an alias for Masada Fortress to call Mossad. This is a kind of slang in the industry. Let me guess. Lake immediately looked at Anna standing quietly like a white rabbit, smiled, and said to Karen, Anna, will you be an important witness for the prosecutor? Is like this. Karen didn't intend to hide anything, and nodded directly, yes. Lake. Chapter 50, You will die eventually, happy 5th day. Karen is indeed going to do something against Langley. A word. Langley does not have any law enforcement authority in the country, let alone conduct assassination activities in the country. Lake. Karen sitting on the sofa said to Lake, do you remember your Aunt Tess? Lake recruited his own memory, Tess Pittman. This Miss Tess Pittman is one of Karen's friends. Lake attended Tess's wedding when he was young, but since the age of 16, most of the information was learned from Karen. I heard that Tess Pittman went to Paris with her husband and became a diplomat a few years ago. Federal diplomats are not college graduates. This is also a kind of sharing. Just like the so-called political donation, for example, if you help a certain mayor run for the election, the mayor will return something to you after he succeeds, such as selling a piece of land to you cheaply. Lake said, I remember Aunt Tess's family should have gone to Paris. Karen nodded, yes, but, 14 months ago, they were killed in a car accident on their way back. Lake raised his eyebrows. Langley did it. Good fellow. If this is the case, then it can explain why Karen wants to confess to the CIA. But, where's the evidence? Lake thought, and looked at Anna over there. Karen also told her story with Anna. Anna found Karen 5 days ago, or it was Karen who discovered Anna. About 3 months ago, Anna suddenly found out that her position was exposed. She encountered the killer's sniper, killing one at a time. After the killer wave, Anna, who was shot in the abdomen, fell to the side of the road because of lack of energy. Just right. Karen, who was passing by, happened to see Anna lying on the side of the road. Karen got out of the car and went to check. When she saw Anna's gunshot wound, Karen was going to call the police. Anna suddenly woke up at this time and asked Kay, "Don't call the police. She is being hunted down by the CIA and FBI." Karen was shocked. Lake was also a little shocked. Coincidence? He never believed in coincidences. Lake looked directly at Anna. Karen naturally knew what Lake was thinking, and said directly, "I asked Dr. DuPont to come and treat Anna at home. After Dr. DuPont left, Anna told me that she knew that I was investigating the CIA and she had evidence. Can help me prove that the death of your Aunt Tessa's family was not an accident. Anna does have evidence. You know, 14 months ago, Anna was still walking between the Red House and Langley. At that time, Anna was not only a double agent, but even shared the information database of the Red House and Langley. The death of Aunt Tessa's family was not an accident, but it was not caused by Langley and the Red House. However, Anna had evidence that Langley knew that someone wanted to do something with Tess. Or Aunt Tess became that Langley wanted to lead them to assassin. Langley made a round. A bet with the life of Aunt Tessa's family led to a killer who was also fascinated by Langley but defected, so that Anna could take this opportunity to find and kill the killer, by the way, beat Anna to let her see what it means to leave Langley's end. I have applied for a hearing. Karen said to Lake, with Anna's identification, I can apply for a full search warrant against Langley in this case, and find the murderer who made this plan. Lake looked at Anna, do you know who that person is? If you didn't look closely at the shadow of the living room, Anna said, he is Carmen Ian, director of the 3rd Bureau of the CIA's overseas operations. Lake raised his eyebrows. No wonder the CIA is going to attack the home of General Ross, one of the military's big 3, in Arlington County, which has a military-owned area, just like it has lost heart. It's about the face of a Langley chief. If this allows Anna to testify in court, then what's the matter? Langley's face is probably going to be completely GG. What? Langley can say that they don't know this Anna at all, hee, this is self-deception. Anna can play with the Red House and Langley. There is no doubt that Anna, who is quiet with the White Rabbit, must have her and Langley's in his hands. Some ironclad evidence between. What? Anna is also from KGB? Ah. Lake looked at Karen, what kind of transaction? Karen glanced at Anna, then looked at Lake, 100% immunity, she used the information she knew about the Red House in exchange for the witness protection plan. Lake said, is that all? Anna said, I just want to live quietly. It's a pity you can't live. Lake looked at Anna, your KGB recruiter told you that you can exchange freedom in 5 years. He lied to you. The Langley recruiter told you to help them get the freedom of KGB. They also lied to you. Anna's face changed suddenly and she looked at Karen. Karen said, Lake, I have won the immunity, as long as Anna can testify in court. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. Lake turned to look at Karen, smiled, and then looked back at Anna. I didn't say that Karen also lied to you, but you didn't seem to think of a problem. Anna said, what? Lake smiled, as long as you testify in court, Langley loses face. Do you think that even if you join the witness protection plan, does Langley need to work hard to find you, or do you think they sell this information? Give it to the Red House, will the people in the Red House let you go? Speak for nothing. Langley is also his own family in the bastard. The intelligence brought by Anna, who testified in court, is good, that is, one-off. They may not be able to at first, but later. And the witness protection plan, said it is protection, rather than exile. You will die. Lake bluntly said to Anna, no matter how much you want to live, you will die, because Langley is in this land, they will not allow the betrayed you to survive, and you can't expect a dozen people to know. The secret is strictly guarded. The Federal Witness Protection Program is indeed a great invention, but it is not without loopholes. Especially for Langley, if they are determined to find someone, they can find it no matter how deep you hide it abroad, let alone at home. Locally. Anna's face changed. Karen also frowned. Brother! What are you doing? Lake turned his head and looked at Betty, who winked hard at him to show him Karen's expression, smiled, and then said to Anna, I have a proposal, maybe my proposal is better than Karen's proposal. Anna looked up at Karen. Lake smiled. Chapter 51, Join the Army, Happy 6th Day. Lake suddenly had an immature idea. Never before. But after seeing the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, after seeing Anna, I got the idea. But? Lake asked Karen, does the general know about this? Karen shook her head. I have become accustomed to the title of Lake at home. After all, Lake was 5 years old when he was brought into foster care. Karen and Rose did not ask Lake to change their identities, so Lake is basically called Karen at home. Over time, the title called Rose has gradually increased. Do not know. Karen said, Thaddeus has been at the base these days. I wanted to come back tonight and talk to him. No wonder. Lake nodded after hearing Karen's words. If General Ross knew that Karen had a living evidence against the CIA, he would have taken Karen to the military base a long time ago. It is said that Karen's heart is really big. If it weren't for Langley's throwing of the rat avoidance device this time, I am afraid that yesterday, this house with childhood memories would be demolished by Langley. Lake thought, then looked at Anna. Join the army. What? 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 Lake looked at the three people who seemed to be surprised in unison, smiled, and then looked at Anna. When you chose to embark on this road, you should already know that you can't go back. At least I can't go back to ordinary people's lives. This is why Lake chose crowdsourcing as a free killer. Because whether it is an organization killer or an organization agent, there is only one way you want to exit, and that is death. Escape is fine. Although there is a saying that it is better to die than to live, but you really want you to hide in some unseen darkness like a mouse every day. Seriously, it is better to die and count the ball. Anna was silent for a while and nodded. Since knowing that 5 years later and forever, Anna has often wondered, maybe, at that time, it would be great to simply wait for the of death to come after the wrist cut. Lake looked at Anna. I know, at the time, the way you wanted to change yourself was to join the army, right? Anna looked up at Lake. You. I have an informant. Lake shrugged. Any problems he didn't explain clearly would be thrown to informers who didn't exist at all. He was a policeman, and it was reasonable to have several informants. Isn't it? Lake said to Anna, the witness protection program may allow you to live the life of a so-called ordinary person, but joining the army will allow you to live a life of an ordinary person without worrying about chasing and killing. At most, it only needs you a little bit. Pay. Anna said, what do I need to pay, or the same assassination? Lake smiled and said, do you know the difference between the army and Langley? Anna did not speak. Lake said, the army has never bothered to kill with female sex. Anna. SEAL Team 6 also often engages in assassinations. But the army has never bothered to use female to kill people. At the very least, the people in the army are like this. As for how the Langley intelligence agents obtain information, it is not the army. Joining the army is Anna's best choice. Otherwise, it would be to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Like the Black Widow, although she has left the Red House, what is the difference between what she is doing now and being in the Red House? Are all the same killing, sacrificing beauty when necessary, the only difference may be that the Black Widow's current cage is open. And the Black Widow offended a Red House at the time, but Anna offended both the Red House and Langley at the same time. With the urinary nature of the Aegis, when Anna was worthless, she was given to Langley. Lake will not find it strange. But it's different when Anna joins the army. First of all, how arrogant Langley was, he didn't dare to assassinate the military on his homeland. At least he would not dare to assassinate the military without gaining and losing his mind. Secondly, the ghost knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows the existence of Anna, who can be compared with the Black Widow. Will it be poaching? Anyway, he's already fighting with S.H.I.E.L.D., although Lake has no idea to expose his trump card for the sake of S.H.I. The current army is no longer what it was decades ago. At least, there are active female soldiers in the army today, although there are many scandals. But Lake believes in Anna. If Anna doesn't want to, no one can take advantage of a female killer. How? What? Lake shrugged and said, you can also think that I'm lying to you, but I can at least be sure that Langley dare not trouble you as long as you are in the army. Anna didn't speak, just looked at Karen. Karen frowned. I'm afraid the army won't allow her to join. Lake smiled. A drug addict and a murderer can join the army as long as they claim to have reformed. Then there is a killer who comes in and is a top female killer. What's impossible? Again. This country has no history. If the 8 generations mentioned above really want to engage in censorship, it is estimated that the military population of this country is less than 100. Lake said, this question www.readaloud.com. I think the general will answer you. General Ross has been planning to establish a special commando team that is independent of the SEALs but belongs to the military, or a special agent team belonging to the military. It is said that one was built last year. What's the nickname of Sirius, or what's the special agent team of Tianlong? After all, during World War II, where was Langley or the FBI the most famous, active on the battlefield? The most famous spy team was the military. Code name, Howling Commando. General Ross wants to rebuild this commando. Lake finished this sentence, got up, and said to Karen, I have an appointment with Sheriff Potter. I will go to the police station and make a transcript. If there are people from the police station outside, I will go there. Finished. Lake walked toward the door. Betty, who was next to him, chased after seeing this. Wait for me, brother, I will go with you, I am also a witness. Lake twitched at the corner of his mouth. Do you want to go out with me? You obviously want to go to the car and take out your gun. Lake turned to look at Karen. Karen shook her head and said, I believe Anna can protect me. Standing in the shadows, Anna, who seemed to merge into one body, lowered her head, as if she was still thinking about what Lake had just said. Lake took a look and nodded. Langley had just returned home from the Feathers. It was a horror. Unless Langley died, he would not send anyone over. At the very least, their dead man agents are afraid to send them. Go out. There are 3 police cars parked at the door of the house. At the very least, these people will not leave until General Ross brings people back. Chapter 52, Director Langley being emptied. Happy 6th day. Brother. Okay. On the way back from the police station, Betty blinked and said, Is that Anna really a killer? Lake glanced at Betty. I know what you think. No way. Betty's eyes widened. I didn't say anything. Lake sniffed. This needs Betty to say, if so many years of getting along, Lake is not enough to understand Betty's psychological activities. Lake is embarrassed to call himself a New York Police Department detective. Betty was just thinking, if Anna is really a killer, and the top female killer who played with the Red House and Langley in the story that Lake said before, then she must be excellent, and her marksmanship must be one of the best. No doubt. Betty wondered if she could learn art from a teacher. She is a killer. So. Not for you. Why? Think about it myself. Whether it is the Red House or Langley, their training for female agent killers is basically based on extinction and shame. The world is looking for orphans to train, and various inconceivable plans have emerged one after another. Orphans are trained in extinction and shame from childhood. Speaking without exaggeration. A female agent of the Red House who was seriously brainwashed, let it be exposed in a New York square, she would take off her clothes without hesitation. Of course. Lake does not discriminate against them, at least from the brainwashing state, they are also victims after all, but Lake's attitude is only non-discrimination. At least let Betty also follow this training method to receive training. Wow! Lake can guarantee that as long as he dares to agree, General Rose will dare to blast his head, and then Karen will yell at the side to cheer. How can there be such a cheating sister? And Lake said to Betty, it's fine to practice your current marksmanship. It's good to be able to protect yourself, and the rest is none of your business. Betty said, if I will do it again today, I won't be protected. Lake chuckled, touched Betty's soft blonde head, and smiled, as long as I'm here, you will always be protected. Then if you are not here, I will be killed. Don't worry, I will personally go to get you back. Isn't that death? What's so terrible? I can even reverse Karen's fate, and it must be easy to bring a dead person back from hell. Half an hour later. Arrived at the door of the house. The police car is still there, but General Rose's car has arrived. In the living room. General Rose already knew what happened from his wife Karen, and even heard Karen talk about whether the army would belong to Anna. After seeing Lake coming back, General Rose got up and went to the study on the second floor. Walked, and called Lake over. In the study room. General Ross took out a bottle of whiskey from the wine cabinet and handed it to Lake a glass, and the two sat on the sofa. Are you sure it's Langley's killer? General, this is Arlington. Lake did not give a definite answer, but this is Arlington, which is Arlington right next to Langley. Even if it is not Langley's people, a group of dead men are carrying out assassination activities on the edge of Langley. If Langley didn't know it, who would believe it? Rose took a sip of whiskey. A few days ago, Langley sent someone to find me. Lake nodded. Karen will not give up, and, after having this living evidence, it's normal for Langley to look for Rose. Maybe Langley had looked for Karen. Karen said that he wanted to trace it to the end. After touching his nose, he went to Rose, hoping that Rose could make Karen smaller. Karen did not rely on beauty to become Rose's wife, and in the old saying of the East, when Karen was married to Rose, it belonged to her marriage. It was almost like an ancient princess who married to the military and had a future but nothing. The background officer is nothing. From this point, we can see Karen's character. So it's totally unrealistic to expect Karen to make things smaller through Rose, especially this matter also involves her good friend's case. Ross said, when I came back, I called George, and George said that they didn't know about this, and he didn't even know the evidence of Anna. Lake shrugged and said, obviously, this is not an explanation, on the contrary, this is evidence that his subordinates emptied him. George Tenet, director of Langley, in general, nominated by Mr. President, Langley has always been in the White Building with Mr. President's eyes and ears. Rose nodded and said, yes, so he hopes that I can give him one night. Lake smiled and looked down at the whiskey in his glass. It was still as ugly as before. Karen will take Anna to the hearing tomorrow morning. I don't think I will be able to sleep tonight. Okay. Lake no longer knows whether he should be grateful for his return or whether he should be depressed. Obviously, I'm coming back to relax. Why did I get on the bar with Langley in the blink of an eye? It just ended with the SHI. Is it difficult to fake it? Ross did not speak. But his phone rang. Rose took out the phone and glanced at it and shook it towards Lake. The latter shrugged. Rose got up, opened the balcony door of the study, and went out to get the call. After a while, Rose walked in again. George said that there was no action on Langley's side, let alone in the country. Moreover, George agreed to go to the hearing tomorrow to hear the testimony of Ms. Anna. He just hoped that Karen could keep everything within a certain range. Lake smiled, do you believe it? Once Anna appears at the hearing between the Department of Justice and Mr. Vice President tomorrow, then this will be a scandal in Langley, using former federal diplomats as bait, Langley will instantly explode. So either George Tenet knew about this matter, or it was concealed by the sub-director of the Overseas Third Inning. There is no other possibility other than that. Lake is more inclined to the second one. Rose nodded, go back to Quantico base first. No matter what, at least no one in the Quantico base can beat him. Lake shook his head, you just asked George, and George asked Langley. Now, the man in Langley has rushed to ambush a good man on the road to prevent us from returning to Quantico. Also, Langley would still like Lake and the others to return to Quantico. At the very least, it's more convenient to do it on the road than it is to do it here. It can even be done with a bazooka. Lake looked at Rose, looked up, smiled and said, you take Karen and Betty back to Quantico. Ross. Chapter 53, Praying Mantis Catching Cicadas, Happy Going to Work. Why, worry that I am your burden, and, in the eyes of the military, Langley is the younger brother. No. I'm not old yet, remember, I took you to learn how to shoot. Lake twitched the corners of his mouth. How could this sound weird? Ross blows his beard, I think you were not born when I was on the battlefield. I think I was in Vietnam. Lake interrupted directly, in the end you came back dingy. Can't let Rose continue to blow. Urging again, Lake felt that he hadn't chopped Rose, maybe something unknown had chopped him. Lake said directly, I don't worry about you, but what about Karen and Betty? Tonight is Langley's last chance. Is wrong. When Langley sent someone to shoot Anna in the afternoon, it was already doomed. Langley, this is the state where the arrow has to be sent on the string. Once Anna survives until tomorrow, let alone at least the high-powered branch director of the 3rd Overseas Bureau is destined to go to the gallows. And so? The sub-director was afraid that he was crazy. On the last night, the ghost knew how much he would send to take Anna's life. In this case, when the bullets rained, Karen and Betty would obviously be the targets of attack. Ross said solemnly, I will send soldiers here, but I want to see who dares to come tonight. Is it just that he, one of the big three in the military, is nonsense? I can pull out tens of thousands of people every minute, let alone it is enough to flatten the entire Langley. Lake shook his head, no, I will be caught by the Ministry of Defense, and, if you leave, my helper will come and help me. Rose looked at Lake, helper, that killer. Lake hummed, but if you want money, you have to reimburse it. How many? 600,000. Is it enough? Then make a whole, 1 million, I will let him bring a few people over. The first clone is free, the second one is 100,000, the third is 200,000, and the fourth is 400,000. Krypton summons 3 clones and requires 700,000. If you retain 300,000, you can draw a prize. Is fine. The donated money is within the rechargeable range. If the donated money is not counted, Lake feels that he will single out the Langley army tonight. It is estimated that there will be several holes in his body. It should be no problem for 4 top gun-fighting assassins to fight a platoon of agents. General Rose said hello, got up, took the note that Lake handed over, and dialed his financial manager. Soon. $1 million arrived instantly. Lake raised his eyebrows, feeling unscientific. In other words, if he put aside his lost self-esteem and learned the appearance of the second-generation ancestor, would he have long been with the donated money? Just. Recharge. Successful charge. Ding. The daily limit for proxy recharge is 1 million, the first recharge needs to deduct 30% of the handling fee, and the second time is 50%. I wish you a happy game. What the hell? Recharge? This is obviously transferred from my own bank card, what is the charge, the garbage plug-in, the garbage pig and goose farm, and my hard-earned money? Lake was furious. This plug-in simply does not give people a little operating space. Rose looked at Lake's twitching expression, what's the matter? Lake regained consciousness and waved his hand. Forget it. Sure enough, if you want Krypton Gold to become a god, you can't rely on others, you have to rely on your own efforts, finish the things here early, and hurry back to New York to make money. Uncomfortable. 9 o'clock in the evening. A team of SEAL soldiers came over. It was not Team B. Jason was going overseas to perform a mission tonight. This time Team D was coming, which was considered a reserve team. Rose took Karen and Betty into the SEAL's car. Karen looked worriedly at Lake, who was standing at the door to see him off, and stopped talking. After all, this matter was the trouble she caused, and now it seems that Lake is going to make up? Lake has no opinion on this. Just like what Lake said to that person in order to reverse Karen's original ending, Lake, this person has gratitude and revenge, because Karen Lake did not waste precious growth time fighting wits and brave trash foster families. So, if Karen has covered Lake for 16 years, Lake has covered Karen for the rest of his life. Moreover, there is only 1,000 days as a thief. How can 1,000 days be a thief? Lake's creed doesn't have the word defense. What he is best at is always offense. Come on, Rose, Karen and Betty are gone, come on, shoot at me. I give you this opportunity. Soon. All members of SEAL D team boarded the car and escorted the bulletproof car in the middle towards the Quantico base. When Rose and Karen were chatting before, it was not that they had never thought about calling people from the FBI, but according to Anna, several federal agents were among the people who hunted down her at the time. Out of the house, Lake said to Anna, who was sitting on the sofa and holding her pistol quietly, "Are you afraid?" Anna looked up at Lake with a slight smile on his face. "Are you afraid?" Lake tilted his head and said, "When I first killed someone, it felt terrible, but then I fell in love with this feeling. It was very exciting to kill. It's terrible to be killed." Identity. Lake nodded and said, "Do you know the way to face fear?" Anna thought for a while. Escape. Lake shook his head. "No, the only way to face fear is to face fear and defeat him. You will be fearless, so, are you ready?" Anna looked at Lake. "You are mysterious, Mr. Lake Edwin." Lake shrugged. "Most women say that, but don't be obsessed with this mystery." Anna got up, walked in front of Lake, and stared at Lake's eyes. "Maybe, we will all die tonight." Lake smiled and said, "Do you have any suggestions, Ms. Anna?" Anna smiled. Next second, under Lake's gaze, Anna slowly squatted down, looked up at Lake in a very attractive posture, and then pulled away. After an hour, the electricity near Lake's house was directly cut off. Lake, who was lying on the sofa, held guns in both hands, slowly opened his eyes, and said to Anna, who was sitting on him, "Is there any strength?" Anna chuckled softly and walked away from Lake. "Your front door, my back door." Lake shook his head. "What? You are upstairs, I am downstairs." Anna frowned and said, "I don't like your protection, and this is not a deal." Lake nodded. "I know, but my helper has come. Your strength level is too different. Staying below will only get in the way. Moreover, Karen needs to be alive. You appear at the hearing, not yours. Corpse." For what just happened, Lake has no psychological burden. He is single now. Again. Take what you need. Anna was cultivated by the Red House, and under the cultivation of a certain distortion of values, she has developed the habit of applauding to solve most people or things. And so, this is an act of cheering up before a battle, without involving others. The words fall. Lake's thoughts move instantly. Clone. Come out. Quadruple body. Chapter 54, The Aureole is behind, happy at work. The art of quadruple clone. Boom. The 4 avatars belonging to Lake without glasses appeared in the 4 corners of the house. Perhaps they looked basically the same in Lake's view, but from the third person's point of view, these 4 people were all in suits and leather shoes. There is no similarity with Lake. As long as I have enough gold, I alone can form a powerful army. Lake said in his heart, if these clones also have the immortal body of his own, then, it is no exaggeration to say that he can level the entire earth alone. The window at the door shattered, and a swollen object was thrown in. The flash bomb fell on the floor of the living room and rolled a few times. Next second, exploded. Suddenly. Immediately after getting out of the car from the door, 10 killers wearing masks and holding assault rifles walked across the road, and directly directed at the house and opened fire violently. In an instant, the hall was under unstoppable demolitions, the wooden sofas were hollowed out, the fish tanks were directly shattered, and countless furnishings were shattered under bullets like heavy rain. One shuttle time, the gunfire stopped. 10 killers formed horns and filed into the room. The room is quiet. Boom. 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 4 bullets blasted out, and with a pop, the powerful kinetic energy instantly penetrated the masks of the 4 killers and took them away with their headshots. Next second, 4 figures appeared in the sight of the remaining 6 assassins, but before they could react, the bullet struck again, and the angled and changed position of the bullet once again took away the 4 people. Although there were 2 killers left, they soon followed suit. The room once again returned to a state of dead silence. In the small woods outside, at this moment, countless tongues of fire lit up at once, and even a bright firework struck, and a rocket dragging the flame directly blasted into the house. Boom! The rocket exploded at the moment it hits, and huge flames and overwhelming repulsive force swept across the living room from its origin. The floor was lifted, and the corpses were instantly rolled up and smashed everywhere. Boom! There was another flame outside, this time it was aimed at the second floor of the house. Nima. This is really starting to not talk about martial ethics. Lake's expression was dark. Although he guessed that Langley would be crazy tonight, he couldn't guess that they would be so crazy. This is no longer a plan to kill people. It is clear that he is planning to slap his back when he is dying. Under the impact of these 2 rockets, the entire house has changed from the original hard-covered and beautiful house directly into a dilapidated house. There is a gap in the second floor wall facing the road that is not too big but not too small. This can't solve them, let the house solve them directly. Anna, who was guarding the second floor, also retreated to the first floor. Lake turned his head and looked at Anna with some scars on her face. Are you okay? Anna shook her head. What should I do now? The other person probably wants to understand. They are dealing with a killer. If they enter the room to deliver food, then don't enter the room. When the room is gone, even if the people inside are not dead, they can still suppress fire in an open place. Lake swapped out his own infinite version of Glock, and licked the load. Since they want to be positive, then just be positive. Talking. Lake got up. The adrenal glands instantly stimulate. Boom. It was the doppelganger that Yuma directly smashed through the wall with his body. As soon as the doppelganger came out of the field, a net of bullets from the small woods across the road blasted towards the doppelganger. But although there is no way for the clone to inherit the immortal body, it can still inherit the adrenal excitation. Under the adrenal excitation, all potentials skyrocket instantly. Ordinary people can lift a truck full of cargo when the adrenal glands are full, so it is reasonable for the clone to dodge bullets at the level of adrenal stimulation. Even while dodging bullets, he was able to move towards a dark grove like a ghost. Followed. Lake and the other thirds also went out. Isn't it just a frontal right? Whoever is afraid of someone, don't persuade whoever has a kind, don't persuade whoever persuades the puppy. The killer in the woods seemed to be a little sluggish when he saw the quadruples that had enough power to rush toward them under their firepower suppression. After all, they shot nearly 300 without bullets. As a result, the effective hit rate was almost 0. And the magazines of the killers are not infinite. Almost at the moment when their one of the shuttle magazines finished, the speed of the quadruples increased again, and they jumped directly into the grove like a certain o'clock. I want to live, at least 1, at most 3. Lake passed his thoughts on to the quadruples. These avatars can also control by themselves, but they can also choose not to control them. They will act on their own according to the ideas set by Lake. In an instant. In the small woods, there is no doubt that a scene that is almost a massacre unfolded. 4 people singled out the killer team in the woods into 2 tactical teams. This is a massacre. No doubt. Normally speaking, 4 people, singled out the killing tactics team trained by Langley, is undoubtedly sent to death, but Lake himself is not dead, and the clone does not care about death. And so, 10 seconds later, when the tactical team was downsizing only 10 people, they collapsed. Ming Ming had been pierced by more than a dozen bullet holes by them, but the 4 clones were still expressionless, as if they could not feel the pain, and executed the clearing command without evasive. "Doesn't it hurt?" If these people ask Lake's answer must be pain, and it hurts. But this is still within the acceptable range. 3 minutes later. Alarm bell masterpiece. Not only did the Arlington County Police Department show up, but also the FBI not far away. Lake got up and took a look at the police cars that belonged to different people coming from both sides. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and he looked down at the agents with 7 or 8 holes in their feet, or hard-mouthed agents. Boom! A gunshot sounded and the devastated agent died instantly. "Don't move. Raise your hand. Get down. FBI." At this moment, federal agents and police officers from Arlington County also came over. They were outside the grove, aiming at Lake in the woods and Anna standing behind Lake. Suddenly, it seems that the sound of a certain helicopter is resounding in the sky. The police officer and the federal agent who happened to be here looked up instantly. A Black Hawk helicopter has appeared above the grove, and its dark barrel is aimed at the federal agents outside the grove. The voice of the Black Hawk driver came out, "This is already a military control area. Put down your gun and get down." The corner of Lake's mouth is curved. Federal agents outside looked dumbfounded at the dark barrels that had entered the rotation process. Chapter 55, Quantico Base. Deeper in the night. Quantico military base is brightly lit, not just here, even if it is the white building that should be turned off now, there is probably no one at the FBI headquarters or Langley. Fell asleep? Ah! It is estimated that at this moment, there is no drowsiness. Arlington, with countless soldiers killed in battle, made such a big news tonight. It was a killer, a federal agent, and a military man. Is this still sleeping? The owners of the white buildings are already angry and need to eat high blood pressure. It is not good to say that what happened in Arlington, it is entirely possible that the white buildings will happen here. There is nothing trivial at the feet of the emperor. This is especially true in Washington, D.C. This time, Lake, with his left arm hanging and a few scratches on his face, just got out of the car, and was slammed by Betty, who was flying from a distance. Lake screamed. Betty hurried back a few steps in fright, and carefully looked at Lake, who was lying on his back, lying on the hood of the car, covering her mouth. "My God, are you okay?" Was originally pretended, but now something is really going on. Lake grinned, twisted his waist with a clicking sound, then sighed, and said to Betty, "You really need to lose weight." Betty. Karen not far away came over and looked at Lake. Lake smiled at Karen. Next second, Karen hugged Lake. "Thank you, my son." Lake said, "This is what I should do." He said that he would keep Karen safe in his life. Lake did what he said and never broke his word. After a while, General Ross, who commanded his soldiers to press the federal agents he had brought back into the detention room and put them in custody, walked over. "Mr. President, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Justice, and the Secretary of State are on their way. Such a big matter, I can't ask to deal with it tomorrow." Lake looked at Rose and shrugged. "Our plan is very successful." Ross nodded. "If my soldiers are 10 minutes late, it will be different." Lake shrugged. "I believe you." This is the plan made by Lake and Rose. Lead the snake out of the hole. Or, when the killers did not demolish their homes, Rose sent his own troops. It was easy for others to find an excuse to attack, but when the killers had begun to blatantly demolish their homes, no one would talk when Rose appeared at this time. This belongs to procedural justice. And the departure of Rose and Karen not only brought out the killer, but also brought out the people from the FBI. After all, Anna had said that the FBI was among the people who chased her. If you follow the normal hearing process, you can't directly decide on the case, as long as Anna appears in court, according to the procedure, Anna will be imprisoned under the protection of the FBI. So even if Anna appeared in court to testify, she might still be silenced. It was just the magnitude of influence before and after the court appearance. The Arlington County Police Department is not late, but just right. After the federal agents entered Arlington County, the police officers on standby came out. The purpose was that if the federal agents were there at the time, they would certainly not be nonsense. They would shoot directly at the Grove, but there were police officers there. It's different, at least the FBI dare not blatantly silence it. This is all in the plans of Lake and Rose. At present, the effect is very good. Anna is alive. There were also 3 killers who had broken their jaws and interrupted their limbs. There was even a group of federal agents who arrived just right. Lake yawned, "There is nothing for me here, I'm going to bed." Obviously, when I came back from New York, I wanted to rest for a few days. How can I feel that today is the rhythm of my eyes widening and lights out? Forget it. Let's go back to my New York to recover from the injury. Lake was taken to the room by a soldier, didn't even bother to take a bath, and fell asleep directly on the bed. The sequelae that stimulates the adrenal glands and the pain shared by countless scores are directly blocked by the powerful sleep system at this moment. But Lake is able to fall asleep, but it is estimated that he can't sleep in the Quantico base tonight. The next day, after taking a shower, Lake appeared refreshed in Rose's office. Lake was refreshed. General Ross, who was sitting opposite, yawned several times in a short period of time. After all, Ross was not 23 years old anymore. Or Lake, with his left arm hanging, drinking the first glass of bourbon in the morning, whose federal agents are those? Ross drank his coffee and snorted coldly, "Souse people, Deputy Director, Mr. President has already ordered the arrest." Lake nodded. "For something as big as last night, unless the President does not need the military to open up territory for him at this time, otherwise, he will never go through the process again. Moreover, there is a gathering of human and physical evidence." "But..." Rose shook his head and said, "Carmen Ian committed suicide at home." Lake raised his eyebrows. "Suicide? This is not a classic suicide. The old bridge here, after all, sometimes, it is more valuable to sacrifice one person than to sacrifice a team. The people who were reported by their real names are all dead, and what else can be found out during the investigation? Had it not been for this term of Director Langley who had been nominated by Mr. President himself, if it hadn't been his person, and if such a big incident had happened, Mr. President would have expelled this director who could not even control his own 1/3 of an acre. www.readaloud.com. You don't even know what your subordinates have done, and how can you expect him to be the eyeliner of the White Building? I heard that Director Langley was as black as ink when he left Quantico." Ross said, "The killers, Langley also checked overnight, they are not theirs, and there is no identity information for them in any database." Lake sniffed and said, "It's not their people, they were also trained in various killer schools overseas. Tell the media about this matter, but the media will not believe it. Given the characteristics of the people in Langley, they can cooperate with a warlord in a turbulent country, let alone open a killer school, even if the warlord helped them grow over-the-counter narcotic drugs, it is normal." In the 1980s, it was revealed that a Langley agent near Mexico was the #1 drug dealer in the United States at that time. But these don't care about Lake's affairs. Lake finished his glass of wine, got up and said, "I'm fine here, I'm going back to New York first." Rose said, "How many days are you not staying at home?" Lake grinned, "The house is in ruins, and, in the past few days, do you and Karen have time to rest? The case was shot on the table by Mr. President, and people were arrested. The rest, the process alone, was enough to keep Karen and Rose at least 1 month off. Why stay here?" Lake turned and walked towards the office door, waving his hand without looking back, "Go. Flick the clothes away." Hidden deep with the name. I really am a killer. Chapter 56, Hidden Merit and Fame. Lake returned to New York after Christmas. The reason? Lake has refused Rose to stay, but it is difficult for him to refuse Karen's request. Moreover, the New York family once again lost the hostess, so this Christmas was spent in Washington. Langley was cleaned from top to bottom. The kind without reservation. The angry director of Langley, George Tenet, after being smashed by the president, directly signed the document. Any information in Langley was passed to the temporarily appointed special prosecutor Karen Rose. Karen directly investigated Langley in the past 20 days. Among them, together with the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration, 3 drug lords and agents who were unclear about Langley were dug up, and Langley was directly located in the country. The 3 hidden bases of operations on the site were found. Langley's meeting was not as simple as a muscle injury, but a complete beating of limbs. If Langley hadn't been useful to the White Buildings, Langley's meeting was not a simple one. 300 people have been arrested. There is also the FBI. As the Attorney General and the Federal Attorney, Mr. Attorney General was also angry at the collusion between his deputy and Langley. He directly ordered the transfer to the seat of the New York FBI and ordered him to lead the General Office of the Interior Department. Check it up and down clearly. After all, when did my big FBI and the CIA group of villains cooperate? But with such big actions as the FBI and Langley, the media in Washington changed their normal and chose to be silent. The small things published every day are politicians' gossip. This is a successful transaction. On the condition that Karen Logan can unimpeded the investigation, in exchange, Rockefeller, together with several other big families, let the media under his control selectively silence their demands. Karen agreed. After all, if this matter is publicized by the media, then not only the federal people will eat melons, but people in other countries will also eat melons. Correct. It is said that Aegis was also affected in this incident. I heard this from Ross. It is said that after the aftermath of this incident gradually calmed down, Director Langley and the Attorney General directed their finger at Aegis Deputy Director Nick Fury. Without him, this matter, to get to the bottom of it, if Lake did not return to Washington in New York, then, let's put it to the point, Langley could directly assassinate Anna quietly, and then come to death with no evidence. But Lake came back, and, in their view, Lake's return was completely caused by the Aegis's attempt to recruit Lake and its own opinions. So after Director Langley and the Attorney General calmed down Karen's anger, they began to attack Nick Fury. Although at the Trouble meeting, the director of Aegis Alexander Pierce, who was originally scheduled to retire in October tomorrow, chose to protect his good friend and deputy director Nick Fury, but it was still useless. The final result ended with Nick Fury being transferred from Santa Fe. As for Nick Fury being transferred there, it was something inside Aegis. The 2 big guys saw Nick Fury put the pot back. The anger will go smoothly. And then Lake received a call from the director yesterday, stating that his suspension order has been unfrozen. And so Lake packed his own change of clothes sent from New York in his room, ready to go back to New York to work and earn money from orders. At this time, "Come in." Lake yelled at the knocker, then turned to look at the person who came in, and then wowed, "This dress suits you well." Dressed in a female officer's ensign, Anna, with a hat between her arms and long silver hair curled up, said thank you, and then looked at the luggage bag behind Lake. "I heard you are leaving." Lake hummed, "There is still something going on in New York. Although Washington is very comfortable, it is better to spend money here without making money. New York is better. There are many crimes, and there are many people who want to ask killers to kill. It is a perfect place to spend money. It's not easy to want to be at ease. Lake has already figured it out. When he will be able to get rid of the gods, at least he can retire immediately after having a fight with Odin, and find a planet of his own, a planet of residence. After planting flowers, knives, and guns are stored in the warehouse, Ma Fang Nanshan's life is also very comfortable. Right now, the road to gold is still far away. It is the time when you need to struggle most. If you don't struggle, you won't have money. If you don't have money, you won't be able to get gold. Anna pursed her lips, and said again, "Thank you." Originally, the Attorney General strongly disagreed that Anna, who was born in KGB, joined the army. However, the Attorney General's own FBI was involved in the taint. So Anna also serves as a condition for negotiating non-disclosure, and at the cost of Anna's KGB information in exchange for Anna's ability to join the army. In fact, the information Anna gave is also very valuable. During this period, the FBI directly surrounded 5 Red House bases on the mainland. Although the FBI agents suffered losses during the destruction, they were within control. Lake smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. If the information you provide is worthless, they won't agree." Anna was silent for a while. "By the way, can I meet you in New York?" Lake tilted his head and thought about it. "Better not," I said, "there is no transaction between us, and, frankly speaking, my ideal target is an outsider. www.readaloud.com best is a teacher. It would be better if you teach art. If it doesn't work, as long as you don't hold a gun and look right, Lake thinks it's a KO. Hawkeye Button's wife is very good. Of course. Lake has no interest in married women. Again, if Lake knew that the woman had a husband at the time, Lake would not do such a morally corrupting thing even if he cut off little Lake. Digging into the wall is very exciting, but very immoral. Lake's values make him unable to ignore this. Anna shrugged. "Well, then, but I'll take you to the airport. I won't refuse, right?" Lake pulled up his luggage, glanced at the lieutenant's uniform hung on the wall, smiled and said, "Of course not, I'm very happy to have a beautiful woman to send me away." Anna said, "The car may break down on the road." Lake was taken aback for a moment. Anna smiled, turned, and left the room. Lake regained his senses, and blinked when he watched Anna, who was infinitely charming when she turned around in the white military uniform. After a while, Lake walked out of the room with the door and went downstairs with Anna to prepare to drive to the airport. Quantico Military Building. "He is a perfect soldier. I know." Standing with General Rose, John Smith, dressed in plain clothes, with the nickname Hannibal, looked at the driving car and said, "He was trained by me." Rose smiled and took a picture of the documents in his hand. "The establishment of the Tianlong agent team has been approved. You can find the right manpower. I will help you find the first one. P.S. John Smith from Dragon Agents." Chapter 57, Stark Couple Car Accident. Star Building. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when Lake returned. After turning on the lights at home and taking a glass of wine, Lake went to the balcony and couldn't help but curled his mouth while looking at the picture outside covered by white snow. Is better than New York. In the study room. The moment Lake entered the door, he stooped and firmly grasped the grenade that had been unplugged and was about to explode, reinserted the plug, and played with the sweet potato produced by Stark Industries. This is a means of defense. If anyone dares to enter the study room when Lake is not at home, what is waiting for him is the baptism of this explosion that is no less powerful than a small rocket sweet potato. The next day, after resting for almost a month, Lake returned to the New York Police Department on time. After receiving half an hour of law enforcement education in the Montgomery office, he successfully got his badge back. 3 serious cases. Lake played with his own police badge. A group of quests on George's side had ended. He was finally able to return to his single state, trying to find a few black guys to come to the airport to eat black. But Lake had just moved to his 3-zone office area, blinked, and looked at an extra desk in the 3-zone area. Some familiar face who was doing over there was silent. Joe raised his head with a smile and said hello. "Hi. Hi, Fart." Lake rolled his eyes, walked to his position and said to Joe, "Why are you still here? Isn't this guy supposed to go to a group of reports from George? How could he still be here?" Joe shrugged and said, "Do you remember, you were suspended?" Lake nodded, "I know, but I am reinstated. You can go to a group. George is full of big scenes, and I am full of small characters. He is the only one in the third group, and only cases that cannot be handled by the first and second groups will be thrown on his side, or some cases where the facts are clear and not worth the waste of police force. Lake does not reject those who come. After all, sometimes, the choice of black and black is very important. Like those big scenes, although you can eat a lot, but there is a risk of exposure. The fine water must flow long, this is the kingly way. Just like Lake never dislikes black eating black for $1,000, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat, and the amount is lower, and the risk is also small. Joe said, "I know, I wanted to go to a group." Lake said, "So what?" Joe handed a file to Lake, "Unfortunately, I was delayed by this case." Lake. In Chiao's words, she wanted to go to one group, but because of Lake's suspension, Joe could only stay in the third group temporarily. The case was handed over to the third group 3 days ago, and the receiver was Joe. Lake is now back, but before the case is closed, Joe still murdered 3 groups of serious crimes. And so, Joe looked at Lake and smiled, "If you really want me to go to the third group, then solve this case together as soon as possible, so that I can go to the group to report." Lake suspiciously said, "Really? Saying that this guy is not lying to him, is it because the last time the Mutual Aid Association was wiped out caused me to become wise and righteous in the eyes of this guy?" Joe nodded, with an expression, not wanting to tell lies, "I was transferred from the branch to solve the case, not to sit in the office, so although you are a good partner, it is not what I want." Lake nodded, "Understood. It's good to have this sentence, isn't it just a murder case? Even if you can't find the murderer, in order to let you go to a group, I will turn you into a murderer and let you arrest and close the case. Open the dossier." Howard Stark and Maria Stark were accidentally murdered. Lake's face was dark, and he looked up at Joe, "Are you playing with me? Is this a murder case? This particular meow is an unsolved case. Is wrong. This is not a pending case at all, it is a case that has been closed, and it is still a case closed by the FBI. What does the director want to do? Do you want the New York Police Department to fight the New York FBI? And this case is not unsolved here in Lake, the murderer Lake also knows, a good friend of the US team, a good soldier of Hydra, and Bucky, the Winter Soldier. But even if Lake knew about this case, he wouldn't touch it. He still wants to make a lot of money. If this case is solved, can he live well this time? Is fine. Lake turned towards Joe and clicked on the file on the desktop. This case happened outside of New York, and it's outside of New York State. This case should be under the control of the FBI. Not anymore. What? Joe stared at Lake with wide eyes. You don't know yet? Lake dumbfounded, what should I know? What did I miss when I was away? Joe shrugged, and immediately spread knowledge with Lake. On Christmas Eve in the past few days, the famous playboy, Tony Stark, personally donated $200 million to the New York Police Department at a fundraising party for the New York Police Department. $100 million is a donation of funds, and $100 million is a donation of goods. Joe pointed to the office. Look at the brand new coffee machine worth thousands of dollars in the coffee shop, look at the brand new tables, chairs, and reception chairs in the room, look at our brand new computer, and this freshly repainted one. Walls. Lake followed Joe's finger gaze. Don't say it, he didn't pay attention just now. Look at it, good guys, change the world. If the office environment of the crime team before was a warehouse, then this office environment is simply the treatment of Wall Street Center. And so, Lake returned to his senses and said to Joe, "Because of this money, the director of UU Reading www.uugonshu.com accepted Stark's bribe, and he intends to repay the death of the Stark couple." Joe thought for a while, not all. Sure enough, money is almighty. This special $200 million was smashed down, let alone the New York Police Department restarting the accidental death of Howard and his wife, even if the New York Police Department turned a blind eye to the Stark murder case, as long as there was no initiation of the case. And many more. Lake looked back at Joe. "You just said that, isn't it all?" Joe nodded and said, "Of course, don't forget, this case has been closed by the FBI. Even if the director wants to restart, the FBI will not agree to it." Lake nodded. "That's right. Not to mention that this is a transcontinental case, and it is still a closed case. Even if it is a pending FBI case, it will be difficult for the New York Police Department to take it over, let alone a closed case and an accident. The case of death in a car accident. The New York Police Department wants to restart. This is just to slap the FBI in the face, and it's the kind of stripped and hung up and repeatedly slapped in the face in the public. Can the FBI bear it, especially after being slapped in the face by Karen and now in a state of fire?" Joe looked at Lake, and said in a shocking tone, "But now what if new evidence appears?" Lake nodded. "There is new evidence, which is the reason for restarting. And many more." Lake regained his senses. This time it was his turn to stare. "New evidence?" Joe nodded. "A possible witness." Lake. Chapter 58, Unacceptable Case. "You are afraid that you are not teasing me? A possible witness? What a joke." Lake heard these words from Joe, and he felt that today was April Fool's Day. He tried hard to recall his own database. At most one videotape of the assassination that year was saved, but what was a witness? It is good. Even if there is an eyewitness, what is the use? Even if there is, it is probably dead now. Lake shook his head, looked at Joe, and said with a bit of incomprehension, "Even if there is such an eyewitness, it should be the FBI to restart the investigation. How could it be our New York Police Department?" The New York Police Department is a regional law enforcement agency. Any case that occurs in New York, the New York Police Department has absolute priority in law enforcement. But Howard Stark and his wife did not die in New York, let alone died near New York. Regarding the restart conditions, it is said that the New York Police Department will not be available for 1,000 to 10,000. When the New York State Police and the FBI did not exist. Joe said, "Have you forgotten that the New York Police Department is the rule to protect the safety of New York?" Lake frowned. "What do you mean?" Joe shrugged. When the New York Police Department was established, it was established to manage the order of New York City and nearby areas and to protect the safety of New Yorkers. In theory, the New York Police Department has absolute law enforcement powers in any case of destruction, threat to New York City and New York citizens. However, this article is basically rarely used. In other words, since the establishment of the New York Police Department in 1845, this article has not been used, because this article was later found to be related to the state police and the FBI. There is a certain conflict between the functions. Lake looked at Joe speechlessly. Joe shrugged and said, "Stark has given too much." Lake. MMP. Being rich is really doing whatever you want. And Joe blinked at Lake, and said again, "The New York FBI took the initiative to transfer the right to restart the investigation of this case to us, the kind with written documents." Lake blinked his eyes. "How come?" Joe looked around, leaned forward, and whispered towards Lake, I just heard that Tony Stark gave a lot of money to the New York Federal Bureau." Lake. "I will work hard to make money, and then I will use the money to kill the Congress and amend the monogamy system." "No, why did Tony Stark want the New York Police Department to restart the investigation?" "Who knows? Don't you know?" Do not know. Joe shook his head, and was a little confused about this question. I came to the office the day after the fundraising reception was over. Inspector Montgomery asked the 3 teams to restart the investigation. I have been busy these days. I'm trying to sort out the case files moved from the FBI. Joe pointed to the 1-meter-high pile of files on the corner of the wall. Lake looked and raised his eyebrows. Next second, Lake got up and walked directly towards the Montgomery inspector's office. This case cannot be accepted. It doesn't matter from which angle to pick up. If you don't solve the case, Joe estimates that he will have to stay in the 3rd group for the rest of his life. After the case was solved, Lake felt that he was really going to fight with the full-body SHIELD. He just wanted to make a lot of money and become a in the years and quietly, and he was not interested in mixing up these broken things. This case is a hot potato. In the office of the police supervisor, there was a snap. Inspector Montgomery watched that he had just gone out for less than 10 minutes, and finally returned to the police badge on his desk again. He looked up and looked at Lake with the holster unloaded somewhat speechlessly. What are you doing again? Lake said, the accidental death of the Stark couple. Montgomery suddenly said, what happened to this case? Why give it to me? George and Kate have cases in their hands, so there are only 3 groups. Ah! Lake laughed and continued to lower his head and tilted his holster. If you don't want to tell me, after removing the holster, I will punch you. The big deal is suspension. Montgomery's mouth twitched. You are a detective, Lake Edwin. Lake clicked and pressed the button of the holster on his waist. Montgomery raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Okay, it was Stark who instructed the 3 groups to take over his parents' case. Lake looked up. Why? Montgomery was a little speechless. How do I know why? You have to ask the director. It's okay that he is a police inspector, but as long as Tony Stark doesn't break the law, he spends a reasonable amount of money. As long as he spends a lot of money, let alone a police inspector of the New York Police Department, even if he is the mayor, I can go up again. Lukla opened the chair and sat down. Guess what? Montgomery rubbed his eyebrows. Lake, I know you are very capable, but, anyhow, I am a police inspector. Can you respect your immediate boss a little bit? Lake nodded. Can you guess what? Montgomery opened his mouth and looked at Lake with a false smile in front of him. After a while, he sighed and thought for a while. Let me guess, that is that your recent fame is so great that the tycoon has an illusion about you, thinking that you can investigate the truth about the death of your parents. www.readaloud.com. Lake. Is that right? Lake touched his chin. Is he famous now? In fact, in the second half of last year, Lake was indeed very famous. At least, within a period of time, the latest news that overpowered Tony Stark reached the top of the hot search list. But the content of the hot search is negative. Has Tony Stark finally managed to lower his IQ from 999 to 250 because of long-term fishing for those vases that only have beauty and no brains? But even if the IQ is only 205, it still belongs to the category of genius. Out of the office, Lake returned to his seat and said to Joe, "You just said that there is a new eyewitness. Who provided it? Tony Stark." A smile appeared on Joe's face. "I found it." Lake raised his eyebrows. "Where did I find it?" "Original file." Joe made a wait gesture to Lake, kicked his foot, and the chair slid to his seat, rummaging through the dossier on the desk. After a while, "Found it." Joe's eyes lit up. He found a page of information, slid to Lake's desk again, and passed the information to Lake. "This is a written report from a federal agent who participated in the investigation that year. Take a look." Lake glanced suspiciously at Joe and took the information. He still didn't believe that there were witnesses at the time. Even if there were, they were deliberately arranged by Hydra to use this method to prove from another angle that this was a simple accidental death in a car accident. Chapter 59, so-called clues. In fact, this report is the same as Lake thought. This federal agent named Jamie Ralph mentioned in his report that he was the first federal agent to rush to the scene after receiving the report, when the Howard Stark's car had hit the stone wall was broken, and the couple were pulled out of the car that was about to explode by people passing by. After preliminary questioning of the people, several people gave testimony. They passed this small road during the incident and heard a loud crash. When they drove around, they saw a car hitting the rock wall. Nothing special, just as Lake thought. Hydra had even thought of witnesses, it was simply arranged by Hydra. Lake looked at the report in his hand, looked up at Joe, frowned and said, "No problem." Joe smiled and said, "In the beginning, I felt that way too." Lake sighed, "I know you have but I don't like others to sell guanzi. Selling guanzi is the most annoying. If you have something to say, isn't it good to go straight?" Joe smiled, pushed Lake's chair out, and then opened a website on Lake's computer. It was Joe's mailbox. There was a video attachment in the mailbox. This video was sent to the mailbox after we took over the case and yesterday's incident. The people in the authentication department are currently tracing the IP address that sent the video. Soon, the attachment was downloaded successfully, and a video interface popped up. Joe said to Lake, "This is an interview with a case lover this Jamie Ralph accepted when he was seriously ill last year. If you add this interview to his report, you will find something suspicious." Lake didn't care, he still didn't believe that Hydra would really leave anything on this matter. Joe clicked to play. Jamie Ralph in the video appeared to be seriously ill in bed when introducing the interview. In this video, when the photographer asked about the accidental death of the Stark couple in a car accident, Jamie Ralph just started the answer is almost the same as the one in the report, and it can be said that it is based on the script. The video screen soon went black. Lake looked at Joe and raised his eyebrows. "What does this make him look lonely?" Joe motioned for show and not irritable. At this time, the hacked video did not show the end, but another conversation came out. And many more. "Mr. Ralph, do you remember anything? At that time, actually, when I was investigating the crime scene, I found a little boy on the mountain. He was hiding behind a tree. He was very scared. Mr. Ralph. At the time, my team leader told me to go down. When I was about to take the little boy down, my team leader, just so, the father who took the boy camping in the mountains was also looking for the boy, and the team leader was shouting to accept the team. So I asked the boy to go back to his father." This conversation was intermittent, and it seemed to have received some kind of interference. Just after the black screen conversation ended, the video was over. Lake stroked his chin. "Good fellow, is there really an eyewitness? Real or fake? Is Hydra so careless?" Lake thought in his heart, and looked at Joe, "Is it possible that it is forged? As we all know, videos can be faked, let alone conversations that only appear after a black screen. Lake tends to be a false lead. What a pity." Chiao said directly, "I let the forensic division rush to work overnight and confirmed the authenticity of the video. There are no signs of forgery. Moreover, the FBI has confirmed that this is a joint case. We are the New York Police Department. Supplemented by the FBI." Lake raised his eyebrows. "Has the FBI also received this video?" Joe nodded and glanced at Lake's expression. "What's the matter, Lake?" Lake shook his head. "Okay. Even if this video is real and effective, but in this video, the name of the possible witness is not revealed, and even if it is revealed, it is estimated that the unbelief has already been encountered at this moment." Lake said to Joe, "The Howard Stark and his wife were killed on the night of December 16, 1991, but on the second day, the FBI had closed the case and decided that it was a simple accidental car accident. If this is not the case, guess what will happen if you send this video to the FBI? Even if Hydra didn't know about this before today, it's probably already known now. And With the energy of the Hydra, it is estimated that it has been fully operational at this moment, and a new round of mouth-killing operation has begun. Chiao Mia frowned. You mean? The FBI knew this was not an accident, but for some reason, it declared it an accidental death. Lake shrugged. Hydra has taken root and regrowth since the establishment of Aegis, and who knows if Hydra has extended its tentacles out of Aegis to other law enforcement agencies. www.readaloud.com. The FBI may have 9. There may not be a snakehead, but who knows this? But from the FBI's closing report that year, it seems very mysterious. Look at how the report was reported at the time. The founder of Stark Industries, Howard Stark, was confirmed to have died in a car accident this morning. His wife Maria was also found at the scene of the car accident. Judicial solutions and preliminary investigations showed that although some people suspected that this was a deliberate murder, however, there was no reliable evidence to prove this indication in the field investigation. Witnesses passing by at the time also stated that when they were driving past the scene, they did not find any people or vehicles on the scene. Howard Stark died in a car accident? Let alone Howard, his wife Maria was suffocated to death by the Winter Soldier pinching her throat. And so, even if the FBI itself has no problems, the federal agents who led the investigation of this case at that time must have problems. Or, this is the reason why the agent Jamie Ralph hid the little boy at the time. After all, this Jamie Ralph was dark-skinned. At that time, the FBI wanted his own people to disappear innocently. Especially the disappearance of a dark-skinned agent is too simple. As for why you say it now? This Jamie Ralph is seriously ill. Judging from the layout and decoration of the room in that video, this Jamie Ralph seems to be a believer. Maybe he thinks that he is dying. If this matter continues to be concealed, he would go to instead of going to heaven. At this time, Joe's phone rang. Forensics Department. Chapter 60, Nine-Headed Snake That Reacts Quickly. Brooklyn. Lake and Joe parked the car on the side of the road. Get off. Joe looked at a house on the opposite side of the road, looked at his mobile phone, and said, "This is the IP address that sends the mail. Let's go." Lekra lived with Joe. Joe turned and looked at Lake. "What's the matter?" Lake didn't speak, but just stepped in front of Joe. Joe behind him blinked. "Hope that the people of Hydra are gone." Lake sighed in his heart. When he walked slowly to the door of the room, he thought in his heart that, if no accident, the person in this house who sent anonymous emails to Joe's mailbox was already dead. No one answered the door. Should be hung up. After all, looking through the window, the light in the living room is on. Did you apply for a search warrant? Out. Okay. Lake nodded, took Glock in his hand, and kicked the door directly. The door lock broke at the sound. NYPD. Lake and Joe entered the room with guns. The room was neat and tidy. There was a cup of coffee on the visible dining table, but the living room and the backyard seemed to be empty. Joe walked to the table and touched the cup of coffee. It's still warm. Lake and Joe separately check. But just as Lake was about to go up to the second floor, he heard Joe's call to check in the basement. Lake, this way. Lake turned around, followed the stairs, and walked into the basement. Caught the eye. One tied to an iron chair, head down, and feet in a basin. The air still smelled of burnt meat. I knew it. Lake raised his eyebrows and pulled Glock back to his waist. Joe retracted his finger and shook his head towards Lake. Dead. Lake took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the New York Police Department office. At this time, there was a sound suddenly coming from the top of the basement, that is, from the living room. Lake and Joe looked at each other, quickly drew their guns, and prepared to go up and check. Bang! The door to the basement was closed from the outside and locked. Zayat! Step aside! Lek laced Joe, Glock in his hand directly aimed at the position of the door lock and fired. Boom! By the time Lake and Joe unlocked the door and rushed outside, the person who was still in the room had already left. At the same time, several surveillances on the street had recorded videos before this time from the internet. It was destroyed, but the video of someone ran out was left behind. But a few monitors flickered, but in their database, there was another monitor data that had just been completely deleted. Half an hour later, people from the forensics section of the New York Police Department are here. Is about another half an hour. A police officer from the authentication department came over and said to Lake, who was smoking a cigarette outside, "Sir, you can go in now, and the evidence is ready." Lake gave a hum. The study room on the second floor of the house is in a mess at this moment. The books on the bookshelves are all scattered on the floor. Even the mainframe of the computer over there has been moved out, and the hard drive inside is gone. Hydra is panicking. "You turned this side into such a mess. Isn't this just telling others that there is something wrong with the Howard Stark case? It is the most correct choice for you to make someone missing." Lake looked at the missing hard drive and shook his head. So, Hydra's failure was not unreasonable. As for the IQ, although there are more people than Aegis, what's the use? Now even if there is no evidence, it is fully eligible for restart. The person on the front foot just sent the video, and the person on the back foot died. No one believed it was an accidental death. After all, a discerning person in the basement knew at first sight that he had experienced torture. Should be to get the name of the little boy from this person's mouth. "I don't know if I got it." Joe walked in from outside. "Lake, the city traffic has been monitored over there." Lake turned and looked. "On the way." Joe handed the tablet to Lake while driving. Lake looked down. In the monitoring of the flat panel display, a guy ran out of the room in a panic. He was very fast, but was still accurately captured by the monitoring. This is not like Hydra. Lake looked at the person on the monitor and thought, is this the back of the Hydra? And this person who appeared in the surveillance has also been identified in the database by the face recognition system of the New York Police Department. Cole Hunter, male, 30 years old, a habitual offender, from petty theft to armed robbery. He was sentenced 6 months ago and was released on parole 10 days ago. He currently lives not far from here. Joe, who was driving the car, hung up the phone with a very surprised expression. "I just contacted this guy's parole officer. This guy was wearing an electronic anklet after he got out of prison. It was just confirmed that this guy was an hour ago. The positioning appears on this street." Lake raised his eyebrows. "Okay. I was stupid, the Hydras really had an afterthought and found a scapegoat." Jingle bell. "Hey! Sir, Cole Hunt's position has moved." "Where?" 19th Street, 3 blocks away from you." Squeak. Joe stopped and braked for an instant, then started again, turned the front of the car, and swiftly headed towards 19th Avenue. New York Police Department Information Center. A police officer calling up the electronic anklet data is telling Joe Cole Hunt's location in real time over the phone. Wow 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 wow. A blue car was flashing with warning lights and sirens. Joe's driving skills were very good, and he drove at a speed of 80 yards on the 40-yard road. Lake, who was sitting in the co-pilot, tightly pulled the tab with his right hand, and watched Joe's technique of pinning needles on the road. Cold sweat broke out. If this is a carelessness, it will definitely end in a car crash. "Sir, there are still 300 meters away from you. On your right, he is going from the 19th block to the 40th block." "It is good." Lake's gaze fell on the intersection at 300 meters. For some reason, Lake suddenly felt like he knew what Hydra was playing. Scapegoat and Jin-chan escape? Cole Hunter, who was driving his car to escape from New York City, wiped his forehead, listened to the alarm bell coming from behind, gritted his teeth, looked at the traffic lights at the intersection not far away, and pedaled his right foot. 1+, ready to force the past. But At this moment, a large truck that was driving normally appeared. Boom! The car of Coal Hunter who ran through the red light was hit by a large truck to the side. It flew fiercely, then flipped twice in the air, and then hit the ground fiercely.